Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Centra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Eh, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Magandang tanghali or hapon sa inyong lahat, no? Tayo na nagbabalik dito, no? Para sa ating Week 3. Wow, nasa Week 3 na tayo ng ating CFS SEA Masters Spring 2026. Kung saan ito na ang ikawalong araw, no? And syempre, kami ang mga kasama nyo dito sa ating panel. Mochi and JY nga pala. JY, kumusta naman?
Kaya naman, medyo mainit-init dito sa Cebu, men.
Yeah, indeed, no. I feel like in everywhere dito, no, sa Pilipinas, sobrang init. Pero mas mainit ang ating mga laban dito. And I do believe that we will also have quite of an idea kung ano nga ba yung mga nangyari nung isang linggo. Kasi yung mga nangyari nung isang linggo, ang daing mga violent reactions, I think, no. But simulan muna natin dito, no, for execration versus veteran, which until now, no, sa ayaw natin at sa gusto natin sabihin, veteran, riders, both teams for Rosie, wala pa rin silang panalo until now.
Yeah, medyo malala yung struggle dito. I feel like the previous few matches from these two teams, they actually saw a little bit of hope, no? Medyo pumapantay. Kaso ito si veteran, no, natapatan nila yung execration na, like we said earlier, in our season na yung execution grabe yung potential at pinapakita talaga nila yung kung gaano sila kahasa as a squad already.
Yep, and that definitely just shows no that the gap is still there. Unfortunately, parang I need to agree dun sa sinabi ni KLR nung isang beses na interview natin sila na until now no malaki pa rin talaga yung kailangang i-adjust dito ng Rosie teams natin. And despite the fact na merong mga rounds na kukuha itong si veteran, parang andain nilang kailangang invest, no? It costs them an arm and a leg just in order to get to those rounds as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the rounds but the quality of the rounds na napapanalo din nila, no? Wherein, if you compare it to, say, a PH versus PH matchup right now, makikita mo talagang nakikipagsabayan in terms of the rounds. But, well, the quality of the rounds really speaks for itself at the moment. So, kailangan talaga ng malalang adaptation, rather, for our Rosie squads.
And yeah, ito rin no, for dito Raidas and as well as Virtus.pro, parang it's the same thing no, natutin pa nga.
Yeah.
For both in the mapa Bangkara and Port no, keeping it pretty much consistent in terms of performance dito ng Virtus.pro at dito na nga rin talaga nila sinabi na hirap talaga no itong si Rosie. Though, do you think ba Josh na there is a chance for them nakabawi anytime soon dito sa liga natin? Or you think na it will need a couple more leagues para makabawi itong Rosie?
Yeah. I think it's definitely going to be taking some time. I don't know about this season. I would be very happy to see some of the Rosie teams actually take some maps, no? Dahil nga week 3 pa lang naman ngayon, and maybe we'll see that kind of adaptation as we move forward. Na sinabi nga natin few weeks ago na okay, there's potential, but it really is gonna take some time. The exact amount of time, only time will tell.
Yep. Hopefully, no, that it becomes sooner than that. So, let us check out na rin ang ating, I believe, laban ng MATTJESS versus STS na kung saan dito natin conclude kung gaano kabilis yung growth ng STS alongside with the current status ng MATTJESS na kung saan medyo nahihirapan pa rin sila after integrating Alden in the mix. But at the same time, siya ang isa sa mga nag-pop off dito, no? Specifically, if I may remember dito sa mapa ng Ankara. So, they did what they can. It's just that iba lang talaga if you stayed true and with the members na meron ka way back until now.
Yeah. And yung mga sinasabi natin, men. But for Stallions, man, yun nga yung sinasabi natin mga tier gap ngayon na nandyan, nag-e-exist wherein you have the top 2, everyone else, and then right now Rosie at the very bottom, unfortunately. So it's gonna take some time.
Yep, gonna take some time. Pero hindi na tayo pag-iintayan ng ating mga kasama dito sa ating panel because I believe mga kasama natin dito ang ating mga casters. Kaya naman, no, tawagin na natin sila. It is going to be Salvatore alongside with Sneaky Frog. Yan, musta naman kayo, guys? Nag-aangas tong isa, oh.
Ayun, doing pretty good. Hindi ko na malayan na week number 3 na pala tayo dito sa CFS SEA Masters. Time is flying by very quickly dito sa group stage and feeling ko there's still a lot of twists that can happen dito sa next few weeks natin, no, Moch?
For me naman, solidong-solido naman. Para nagkakaroon na nga ng onting forma itong standings nga din natin. No? Marami na rin kwento na nabubuo. And I'm more than excited kasi nga habang tumatagal yung mga weeks, napapalapit na nga tayo sa playoffs. Actually, ilang linggo na nga lang mag-playoffs na nga tayo. So yun talaga yung kinakaabangan ko. Overall, masaya si Salvatore. Masaya.
Very nice to know na masaya ang lahat, no? But let us check out kasi meron tayong mga sagap dito sa ating mga satellites doon.
Uy,
mga
chismis!
mainit na balita. At pinost pa ito ng isang nice katol. So, merong maliit na nagkasagutan dito. Hindi ko alam kung maliit to, honestly. Pero it's part a lot of traction. Itong comment ni KSA and as well as ang usapan nila dito ni Kano na kung saan ang usapan is still regarding Kano using macro and Coach 02 emphasizing that having quite of an upgrade or itong mouse natin is a good thing pero that doesn't mean na pandaraya siya. And nandito rin itong si KSA na I feel like maraming naka-misinterpret, pero KSA is actually defending Kano. So, anong masasabi niyo dito?
Parang ano yan, men.
Ikaw muna, Sneaky. Sige. Ikaw muna.
Sabi ko lang dito, men, gold medal instigator si Nice Katol, pare.
Dakilang ano yan, dakilang Sulcero, my idol, Nice Katol. Pero ako honestly, no, yun nga, sinabi na rin Bochi actually, no, sinamarize niya na in the best way possible na may nagka-misinterpretan nga naman. At umabot talaga sa point na hindi mo kasi alam kung paano tatanggapin, honestly, no. And hopefully kay Kano, no, next time ma-digest niya na ng mas malalim pa, kumbaga. Kasi literal na ito yung pinaka-rare occasions, kung rare man talaga, na isa to sa mga pagkakataon talaga na si 02 at si KSA bumoboto kay Kano kasi nga parang legit nga na player nga talaga si Kano, no? And totoo naman talaga, feeling ko naman aminado naman talaga si 02 na as a player si Kano is solidong-solido nga naman talaga. Pero honestly, itong response ni Kano, parang out of emotion, kumbaga. So, in a way, naiintindihan ko din talaga siya.
Yeah. And I remember na meron din sinabi dito si Kuya Josh off-cam kanina. Ano ba yung pinoint out mo dito, Kuya Josh? Like, is it the fact...
Medyo comedy yan, no?
Ata, oo.
Oh, parang gano'n. Alam mo yung
Basta
sobrang
fact
sanay ka nang may nagaganap na sabihin natin kalokohan behind the scenes na to the point na, oh, wait, I didn't realize that you're on my side. Parang ganun yung nangyari. Parang kay Kano during that exchange, no?
Yeah. And I do think that these types of misunderstandings are okay. No, chill lang kayo dyan. Pero at the same time, take time to digest
Everybody's
everything
kids
muna.
at the end of the day.
Yes. Everyone's in the process of learning. Kaya okay lang yun. So, kaya naman, no, pag-usapan na lang din natin yung mga players na tuloy-tuloy din na umaangat dito alongside with the learnings na dinadala nila dito. Kasi ito nga ang ating top performers na kung saan still, sino nagtaka, no? First placer natin ay nandyan si Kano.
Not surprised.
Followed by Ninkyu, Loy, D, and as well as Yops.
Yep. Medyo malayo-layo dito yung makikita natin of 4 Stallions. You can see that there's definitely 2 players always fragging out. I think that speaks to the consistency of the roster para i-set up sila dito, no, for Stallions. But yun nga, MATTJESS is looking good, FERVID's looking good. And Querdas, to everyone's surprise, I think, are giving a monumental effort recently.
Yep. And I guess that also shows din, no, kung ano yung maaari na lang i-offer talaga sa ating table, pero talagang worthy of being appreciated din naman yan sila Ninkyu, D, and as well as itong si Yops. So, let us check out din, no, kung ano ang meron dito sa susunod nating players to watch out. So, Sneaky Frog, any thoughts here?
Honestly, accurate medyo yung number 4 at 5. I think yung FERVID is one of the few teams that I actually predicted that would kind of shoot up, no, dito sa week number 3 natin. But I think 1, 2, and 3 kind of, given na rin dito, no. Kano especially, I think he's definitely the player to watch out for, period, no, dito sa Pilipinas. And I think one of the more underrated improvement arcs na nakita nga natin for Stallions especially is itong si KLP, no. I feel like we've as much as we've sung the praise of Stallions dito nga sa 2025, I feel like everybody was still kind of pointing at itong kay KLP of being the guy that can have the biggest improvement, no, para sa kanyang team. And I feel like the jump in 2026 magiging malaking tulong yan para sa Stallions, especially when it comes to international play.
Especially the way back, parang may mga doubts pa dito kay KLP, pero tignan mo naman, top 2 ngayon. How about you, Salvi?
Well, given na siguro, no, na gano'n naman yung mangyayari para sa Stallions, no, considering with their performance last week with Alliance, no. And para talaga mas magbigay pa natin ng malaking plataforma tong si Mr. Robinson, no. Ayan, MVP of the week with the most aura graphic na nakita talaga natin, no. Anong mas nakakatakot sa isang Kano? Di tatlo sila, 2.11 KD, 1.13 kills per round, at may dalawang tao na mas lalabang talaga kay Kano, at lahat yon si Kano din yon. At kita naman talaga sa itsura.
Exactly, sobrang lala. And major shout out sa graphic artist nito, no? Ang galing-galing mo talaga mag-edit, no? Deserve mo yung trabaho mo.
Shout out.
And yeah,
Nice.
I guess that just shows no MVP of the week still the same, doesn't change at all no. 2.11 KD and yung 65% headshot per kill natin. So grabe guys no na i-highlight na natin lahat ng mga kailangan nating i-highlight dito ng mga players. Kaya for now no, chill muna kayo dyan, no? Sneaky Frog as well as Salvatore. At mamaya makikita namin kayo uli para sa ating unang serye. Ayun, grabe yun, Diyos wabe,
Yun.
no? Sobrang pinapakita talaga kung sino yung mga malalakas ngayon. Yun at yun pa rin talaga, no? Walang nagbabago.
Yeah, parang hindi pa tayo nakakita ng panibagong chapter, kumbaga, ng CFS SEA as of the moment. Pero it's arguably early days. Magsisimula pa lang yung week 3. So mali natin over the weekdays, they have been able to cook something up to change what's going on. Pero yung trivia natin for today, Fires and Team Stallions Kano currently holding the most headshots in a set in CFS SEA Masters Spring with 15. That's the most headshots in a set for these two. And wow, si Fires, no, nakipagsabayan kay Kano.
Yeah, true. And it is also nice that we are at least seeing, you know, some highlights din galing dito sa Rosie teams natin, especially for Fires na every single time whenever that we see them trying to fight their way against any of our PH teams, talagang siya yung nangunguna, staying consistent and outfragging everyone in the lobby as well. Pero let us check out ang ating updated standings from the past 2 weeks na meron tayo because there might be some chances na magbabago ito para sa ating ikatlong linggo. Kaya naman nakita natin kung sino yung mga tumataas dito at yung mga bumababa. Virtus.pro and FERVID, I feel like that's already given. Pero how about here for our 5th to 7th slot?
I think the 5th to 7th slots gonna be the most interesting to watch for this week, no? Kasi mukhang we're gonna get to the point where a couple of teams are going to be completely out of the running para sa playoffs natin. So that's gonna be dependent sa mga performance nila. Sa ngayon, no, MATTJESS Execration kind of still up in the air along with Alliance Gaming and Querdas.
Yep, and I guess parang tama lang na umaakyat itong si Execration kahit papano, no? Pero again, no, medyo dehado at delikado ang posisyon natin dito for Querdas until kay JY Esports and I feel like madadagdagan ang kanilang challenge. Kasi paglalabanan talaga nila na maigi ang kanilang pwesto sa ating standings. Kasi ito ang ating schedule. We have Alliance Gaming versus MATTJESS, FERVID versus Querdas, VP versus JY. Nako po, ano ang masasabi natin dito, Juswabe?
I think this first match up, no, yung MATTJESS versus Alliance Gaming is gonna turn things around possibly no, later down the line. If you remember earlier nung, I think it was week 1, Alliance Gaming was towards the top nung standings natin. And if they can win this matchup sa MATTJESS and get back to their form, then winning a head-to-head against MATTJESS might make the difference between making it to playoffs or not.
For sure, no? Especially parang dito din natin malalaman kung yung mga young guns natin from Alliance Gaming versus the usual and unorthodox matches would be proving sino nga ba talaga no, ang mas malakas sa kanila. And I do think that we would be able or mabibigyan din tayo ng chance para ma-highlight natin kung ano nga ba or kung sino-sino yung mga players na kailangan pagkaingatan dito ng bawat isang team natin. Lalong-lalo na so far here for Alliance Gaming, kahit na sabihin mo na it's just now that they've been able to get us lot dito sa liga natin here in Master Spring, hindi talaga biro yung kanilang performance so far.
Yun nga. Tas, well, to give you guys an idea at the moment, no, it's hard to say, no? Pero I think we're gonna find out kung sino yung pinaka-solid na ball knowers sa lahat ng tao in our talents roster, na yung mga prediction ranking natin dito. And I am not surprised with top number 1 and top number 2.
Pantay sila!
Yeah, 71% pareho. So, if I'm not mistaken, si Sneaky was top 1 by a certain percentage last week, and now with the updated rankings, no, humahabol si Salvi, kakaiba.
Pretty good. Talagang pinapakita niya sila yung mga ninuno dito, no, sa talent pool natin. At syempre, third placer natin si Dadum. Wow. Parang
Shoutout kay
si Dadum
Dadum.
ay taga-yo-yo lamang at nanggugulo lamang, pero naka-third place pa siya dyan. Pero ito nga ang aming prediction for our first series. It's a consecutive 2-1 na pabor dito, no, for Alliance Gaming. And interestingly enough, si Salvatore lang ang nag-iba. May, ano ba nga reason natin, Kuya Josh, bakit tayo nakatuwan dito? Ikaw na spokesperson namin.
Sasabihin ko sa ngayon, may hirap talaga matuto ng bagong lengguwahe as Manileño na lumipat ng Cebu. So I feel like malaki talaga yung magiging adjustment pa rin for MATTJESS, for Aldrin in particular, no? Kasi even if you can speak conversationally, iba pa rin yung context clues, iba pa rin yung understanding. And not to mention, no, adapting to the playstyle na ginagawa nila here with Aldrin in the team, kind of just leaving him to do his thing. But we're just gonna have to see, no? Kasi again, week by week, if you're gonna really put your mind to it, di ako magugulat if MATTJESS can finally get that chemistry going on that they've been known for so long.
And I feel like that is also the struggle as well, no? I mean, they're pretty good with their micro, but in terms of macro, parang mahirap talaga na pagsanib-puwersahin itong si MATTJESS as well. So I really do think that they should be working on that one. Pero I do think na iisa-isahin na natin, no, ang ating mga players dito. Kaya unahin na natin ang team ng Alliance Gaming. Wherein from the previous weeks, nakita natin kung paano nag-shine ng maigi ang ilan sa kanilang mga players dito. Kasama na sila Abdel, Tukyuki Brothers natin, si Nuken, and at certain occasions, we already saw itong si K. Cedric being back dito sa ating roster after being subbed by their coach na si Bu.
Yeah, maybe that will make a difference here para sa Alliance Gaming. The most recent matches na natalo sila, no, they didn't really shine as bright as they did back in week 1. And I think with K. Cedric being back, then baka ito na nga yung kailangan nila para makuha ulit yung form nila. That confidence, that chemistry na matagal na rin nilang pinaghirapan for sure.
Yeah, and I really do hope that they just need kaunting time, no, para malapag uli dito itong si K. Cedric, especially na from the previous matches natin with them, okay talaga yun, no? Like individually, they're fragging out so good. Nabigyan pa ata tong si Nuken ng Ikoy galing dito kay Salvi dahil sa pagmamaktin niya. Pero ito yung history nila, no, from their schedule. We have JY and as well as Raidas where they won with the 2-0 and dyan natala sila at nahirapan sila nung si FERVID as well as itong si STS ang kanilang nakatapat. I wonder if there will be a pattern here, just sabi.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be a lot of questions in the air. I think itong dalawang match-ups ng AG for this week, yung talagang magbibigay sa atin ng naratibo kung nasan ba talaga sila nakatayo sa standings natin, no? If are they gonna be towards the higher part of our mid standings, or will they continue to fall down, no? Kasi yun nga, no, they shined so bright ng week 1 pero ang bilis din ng fall to reality ng Alliance Gaming.
I feel like napaka-unpredictable din ng kanilang trajectory dito, no, given our schedule. Kasi biro mo, magaan yung unang matches, tas biglang STS tatapatan mo. Alam mo yon. So, mabibigla itong team natin here for Alliance Gaming. But on the contrary, we still do acknowledge din talaga how they can be quite of a powerhouse, no? On certain occasions, depende lang talaga sa kanilang mga makakatapat dito. And I think meron tayong player quote. Interesting. This is quite new. For Bu, sabi niya, gusto naming matalo yung matches at Querdas. Pero hindi pa sapat yun para maging contender kami. Para sa amin, mas mapapatunayan yun kung makakalaban namin yung top teams like Virtus.pro and Stallions. Wow!
Yep, I think that's exactly what we just said, no? For them to go against Querdas and MATTJESS, yung magiging test nila kung kaya nilang tapatan. And unfortunately, yung latter statement di mo dito na to see what it looks like against VP and Stallions. Stallions started it off with that quick win, and ang susunod nilang magiging test siguro after their fellow teams here, MATTJESS and Querdas, is yung Virtus.pro din down the line.
Yes, and I acknowledge, no, and fully respect din yung thoughts dito ni Coach Buno kasi yun yung sinet nilang threshold or at least benchmark para sa kanila in order to actually perform or masabing pwede nang pang
Pwede na.
contender talaga itong team natin, kumbaga, no. We will be waiting until that happens, no, and so far, you guys are doing such a great job. Kaya naman, ngayon naman, pag-usapan natin dito ngayon ang lineup ng matches. Because for matches, it's still pretty much to say we have Yaban, Q, Jason, Zach, and a random Aldrin on the side. But ang maganda naman din dito, no, na i-impart ni Aldrin kahit papano yung impormasyon na meron siya through years of experience dito for matches, no, though it needs time.
Yeah, definitely needs time to help it fit within the system din ng matches dito. Aldrin is that veteran voice that can help center or keep them on the ground, no, yung matches. Kasi based on experience of the past few years, matches do have this tendency to kind of overheat when things get a little bit too spicy, no?
Yup. And nakita din natin, no, back dun sa mga players to look out for natin. Biro, nasa top 2 si Q. At
Yawn.
syempre, malala din yung gumawa ng trabaho itong si Zach. Which every single time, imposible na wala tayong makikitang highlights kapag siya ang trumabaho or even if mailagay mo siya in a posisyon na puno ng pressure. So, tignan natin din, no, ano ang kanilang match history so far. They got a couple of losses from execration alongside with STS, pero for the rest, macho ganado, okay na okay.
Sobrang okay nga nito. And I think this also speaks to the fact that MATTJESS are a very solid middle of the pack team. It just then becomes a question of how can they get past the middle, no? Paano sila makakahabol to the higher ranked squads sa ating season ngayon?
And I really like the challenge din dito, no, sa kanila because I mean, seems like everything is already there, especially being able to face up against contenders ng puro 2-1, no, alongside dito kay Execration sa pinakauna nilang laban, to say the least. So, not bad at all here for matches, but this is definitely a really good matchup because you will definitely see kung eto nga bang si Alliance Gaming ay nag-i-improve day by day or if matches were still matches themselves and keeping up to their brand. Pero sabi dito ni Q, sa mga teams na makakalaban namin next week, ang masasabi ko lang ay lahat sila deserving ng respeto at seryosong preparasyon.
Oh, nararamdaman na nga nila yung pressure dito, no? Knowing that all these teams have the chance to just take them down, aka equally matched naman talaga yung lahat ng mga squads natin dito sa CFS SEA Masters. Parang ano lang, no? You need to take that pressure and turn it into something productive, no?
And I also admire this type of mindset as well from Q, no? Because it just shows na yun nga, walang mangyayari if you keep on underestimating the teams na makakatapat mo. And instead, it will be doing you a lot more harm than good. And given that they are using or amplifying that further, no, as time goes by para dito kay matches, we are off to a really great progress. Instead, hindi na pala start to, no? Third week na pala. Hindi ko rin nagsisink in sa akin. Ang bilis ng oras. Pero uy, ano to? All Gamers versus MJ. May mapapatunayan ba this series for this playoffs? Pili ko naman meron. Depende na lang kung sino sa kanila.
Yeah, I mean, even if you get into the playoffs din, no, medyo mahirap pa rin yung format natin when it comes to that playoff. So, dapat dito pa lang natututo na sila. They're learning and adapting to what they have. I think the number one thing you want to look at for ALG is that adaptability, no? Kasi nga, they were coming out with some interesting looks, no? Yung mga SMG ni was it Delq, kung di ako nagkakamali, na bigla-bigla na lang sumusupot sa ating mapa, and that raises people when it comes to that kind of play kasi hindi nakakapag-prepare yung mga tao. Pero habang tatagal, ang tanong is, can they continue to surprise other teams?
Yep, that is indeed the question as well, no? Especially for Alliance Gaming, there might be a chance or a strong chance that they don't know what is about to happen to them. Kaya naman, ilapag na natin, no, ang magiging entablado nila para sa ating susunod na laro. No, we had 3 maps and there is already Ankara, Eagle Eye, and as well as New Compound. Really interesting, no? Talagang priority din ni Matches. They know that they have the sniper advantage dito, no? Challenging itong Sinuken, and that would be followed up by Eagle Eye as well.
Yeah. We're gonna look at New Compound din as our decider. Now, arguably, no, this is also a great space to have your snipers ready. If I'm not mistaken, dito natin nakita yung debut ng SGJ a couple of years ago with a triple sniper setup, no? So, that matchup will be highlighted para sa laban na to.
Yep, and really excited ko ano nga ba ma-offer dito, no, ng ating mga players. Pretty sure may mga magpa-pop up na naman, maaaring sila Kyoto and as well as sila Death. But at the same time, this is about to be a very, very chaotic match ahead of us, lalong-lalo na pagkadako natin sa Eagle Eye. And I do think that we are gonna be preparing para sa ating laban ngayon. Once again, it's Alliance Gaming versus Matches. Kaya naman, i-hand it over na natin sa ating mga casters, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog.
Maraming salamat sa alley-oop mo, Bochi. Kakailangan nyo talaga ng pahinga kasi kailangan nyo ng katinuan ng utak para panoorin ang ating unang laban ng Matches at ng Alliance Gaming. Sneaky, sa unang tingin pa lang alam mo na magiging magulo to, pero ito yung gulo na gusto naman talaga natin makita. You know? It's the battle of 2 regions, 2 styles na talagang unique sa isa't isa. And I just know, no, medyo magkakaroon nga tayo na patag na lupa for these 2 teams. What do you think?
I think that is true, pare. This is gonna be one of our more equal matchups, no, dito sa ating group stage. But I also think na this is also a test kung sino yung mas tunay na dark horse between yung dalawang teams natin. According to my predictions, so pare, obviously na-predict ko yung Alliance 2-1. Pero this is probably my last dice roll against itong Matches kasi yun nga, every time na I try to gamble against Matches dito sa predictions, para they have proved me wrong time and time again. Ayun nga, I have observed na Zach wasn't playing too well dun sa first week natin, and then bumawi siya bigla dito sa week number 2. Obviously, Ninkyu with a huge improvement as well dito sa last week natin. So, Matches looking mightily improved, no, despite yung nakita natin dun sa Stallions na series, and I feel like they are gonna be stronger compared sa first 2 weeks natin. As is yung pattern, no? Salvatore, kagaya nga ng last time nakita natin yung Matches in last year's form as well na, you know, the group stage as it continues, palakas ng palakas itong Matches. But then, this is the true test kung saan ba talaga yung level nila dito, men.
Definitely. And we just have to let Matches cook nga naman talaga. Even in last year, pinatagal natin sila like 3 weeks. Tapos yung sumunod na 2 weeks bago sila pumasok na playoffs, they went ahead and win 4 consecutive games para mag-qualify as the 4th seed ng playoffs. No? And I believe ganun pa rin sila sa forma nga ngayon, knowing na bagong pasok kasi Aldred. Pero ito, hot take, no? Parang feeling ko naman walang kailangan i-adjust dito si Aldred kasi the core of Matches is already established sa kanilang chemistry. At yun naman talaga ang kailangan nilang pagbutihin lang. Aldred is of itself is a separate entity na kaya pa rin namang sumabay because with the decades year of experience, alam naman talaga ni Aldred what's right and wrong for him individually and as a team. So parang least of the worry na talaga ni Aldred ngayon makapag-adjust sa team when in fact ang dapat iniisip nga kayo ni Aldred is yung individual well-being niya, no? At paano niya mai-integrate yung sarili niya doon sa chemistry talaga ng Matches. For Alliance Gaming nga naman talaga, this is an intriguing team kasi their win against JY, I hope na nagpo-propel nga sa kanila para umangat talaga sa ating standings. Pero feeling ko, no, they're in the level right now na parang they're all right. They're good. Pero parang napapa-question mark ka na lang ba talaga kung contender ba talaga sila. And I think that's okay kasi those are one of the few naysayers nga naman talaga. Those are one of the few narratives na pwede nga nilang patunayan na mali. And gusto ko yun talaga sa Alliance Gaming. No? Under pressure, they can definitely perform. Delq is still consistent. Sinuken, pinupunterya pa rin talaga lahat ng frontline sa mga kalaban. And I just need some time talaga. And I just need more cooking talaga para nga sa Alliance Gaming for them to be able to be touted as contenders nga naman talaga. Like I said, no, 6 na teams yung kukunin nga natin and I'm damn for sure talaga, Sneaky, Alliance papasok nga doon sa ating playoffs. No? Pero in order for them to be playoffs prepared, we need to see more dito pa lang sa group stage and that would be an amazing sight to see pag inuna talaga nila ang panalo up against Matches.
Homsim pare, and we are gonna be starting dito sa ating set number 1 ng ㍍MATTJESS dito sa ating GR side BL para dito sa Alliance. Ano sinabi mo no, Salvatore? I feel like we need to see more galing sa mga ibang players dito ng Alliance, especially from ALG and kay Cedric, and you know, someone doesn't need more introduction para dito sa Alliance Gaming pare. Del QQ with the first blood in the entire series on to NinQ pare.
Masakit na kagad yan, Sneaky. NinQ, no? With a very huge potential para makapag-anchor nga ng site nga dito. And is also another layer na hindi masyado natitingnan ng mga teams kasi nga nakakalimutan na lang talaga ng mga iba na umentry and then wala talaga silang anti-flank. So NinQ is now down. More opening para nga dito sa Alliance na kunin ng Vents pati EA split. At sa kay Cedric, papangunahan na kagad to with him priming his position head on. Isa lang ang nakapwesto dito, not on a opposition for a trade. Jason nag-iingay na nga, Froze na with an entry and a good trade will happen. Napapabor para nga sa Alliance pero hindi na pinipindot dito ni Froze ang kaniyang preno. Rekta na kagad sa may top A. Papangalawa na nga ngayon si Froze. Aldred with the trade. Nuken nakapunta na nga ng top A nga ngayon. Yaba gets another one pero palabas ng exit. Nandun si Nuken. What a counter rotation by Alliance Gaming for the start. 1-0 para sa Alliance.
Ayan, and na-take advantage nila yung magandang opening na nakita ni Del dito sa EA, no? Instant setup dito sa A site. And gusto ko yung small detail, na tumigil muna sila to try and see kung meron pa stragglers nung nalalabas nga dito sa may A site natin. Fully knowing the rotations are here. Pero si Zach, may kita na nga si ALQQ and Del QQ will fall if guarding the site itself is not the solution dito, Salvatore. Sabi dito na MATTJESS, ipupush na lang namin kayo.
Aba, no? MATTJESS, when in doubt, rush na lang natin yung mid, no? Yun nga ang naiisip nga nila, pero kailangan din nilang isipin na lahat ng pwesto actually sa RS ng BL, lason na lason yan. Head glitch mula doon sa bypass, head glitch mula doon sa arco. So kailangan pa rin mag-ingat dito ng MATTJESS for their upcoming takes, no? Pero separate action ang makukuha dito ni Nuken after him getting 2 kills. Kailangan pa rin pag-ingatan ngayon ng MATTJESS yung sarili nga nila because this is still a sure power Alliance Gaming. Kaya pa rin kumuha ng frags, especially kay Cedric with the TRG. Nuken, binabantayan lang dito yung bypass pero MATTJESS kitang-kita mga lang naman, no? Isang player lang ang kumakagat dito lang sa Minotaur Sneaks at yun yung kailangan pagtunan ng pansin ng Alliance.
Nuken low HP, kay Cedric naka-sniper. Still is definitely doable para ka dito sa Alliance pero makikita muna natin silang nakaupo dito sa loob ng RS. But after this long skirmish na nagawa ka ng MATTJESS, no, attempt on stabilizing dito sa ating base. Pero meron ding chaos na nangyayari nga dito sa may hotel side natin. So pressure on both sides para dito sa MATTJESS, no. Very risky. Very, very risky pare. Easily could have went wrong pero pili ko MATTJESS alam nila na they kinda have to play the coin flip game, especially pagkalaban dito yung ALG. Pero kay Cedric, spotting Jason, A site could be a target pero tignan mo naman kung saan papunta ang pangalawang player ng Alliance. Nuken naghahanap ng space sa B site pero si kay Cedric,
no way.
papunta ng Vents. Ako po, tamang ingay lang ba to galing B?
Wala atang alam si Zach, Sneaks. Wala atang alam si Zach. Pero nice flick. Oh my
kita sa
God,
mini
Zach,
map.
nasaan yung game sense na yun, pre? Paano mo nalaman na pa-room A na dito? Si kay Cedric, it's now down to Nuken. Napakalayo ng TRG nga sa kanya. Pero yung F14 nahihirapan siyang ipag-stabilize, pre. Nuken with a fumble sa pagkuha nga ng pick dito sa may top A at MATTJESS equalizing the fight.
Sayang yun, men. Kung yung flank ni Nuken, no, nahanap na yung player na nakahold sa HM instead of naandito sa CA. Feeling ko possible pa yun para sa Alliance, eh. Kaso, bit of a split happening and obviously para kay Zach. I think taking a little look at the minimap natin pare, may nakita siyang walang dot sa kanyang screen and it seems like information just goes his way. So, ALG, tamang 1-to-1 exchange lang with ito MATTJESS. So, no more rushes on both sides. Actually, I take that back. Tignan mo, nasa na si NinQ, men. Nasa ilalim na siya ng Miniter. Zach getting in position para kunin na sniper angle na to. And this is the full denial. Yes, ALQQ. Napakaganda ng pick na yun, pare. Diretso sa ulo ni Zach. And an immediate 4v5.
Yun ang mabilis na reaction, pre. No adjustments whatsoever. Just the pre-aim here for Del Q. At nakuha niya nga yung pick nga na yun. ALQ rather. Pero that has an insane shot para sa Alliance. At ganun-ganun lang din ang magiging dahilan para umatras na nga dito ang karamihan ng members ng matches dito lang sa may A. At dahil nga doon, Sticks, nag-prompt dito ang Alliance na mag-push na lang ng B.
Literal na numbers game yung nilalaro dito ng Alliance, no? As soon as makakuha sila ng first pick. Okay, set up na tayo para sa side take immediately dito sa hotel. And magta-trade-trade na lang tayo dito. Look at the spacing. It's very tight para dito sa Alliance. Pero kaya pa nila pumasok. Aldrin, medyo maalog na kanyang HK spray is good. But the second kill isn't. K-Cedric, nakita na si Yaba. Telq, Alq already down in queue. Getting Nuken, key player para dito sa Alliance. Pero hindi kailangan ni Frozen ng tulong sa pagkuha ng dalawang players. And ALG, off of the first pick pare, ang bilis nila mag-setup dito sa mapa.
Napaka-pre. Kasi this is matches that was given a lot of ample time, Sneaks, para panghawakan yung LA pati CA, no? Pero Alliance Gaming, inisip lang din naman nila, mag-hold na lang din tayo ng RS, no? What if antay na lang natin na mag-hold dito yung matches before we do head-on and attack? At least, no, matatraw off ang matches doon once na Alliance, masyado nagpapatahimik lang sa mga site. And that is a good call mula kay Delq na panimulan nga kagad dito yung ganong klaseng play. Matches got thrown off, Nintyo nga napilas at wala silang oras para makapag-react sa ginawa nga ng Alliance. Good start here for Yaba. Zac makakatanggap ng isang malaking bala sa kanyang ulo pero di pa nga ito sapat kahit paano nakakalakad pa nga siya. At maganda ng hawak dito ng matches sa loob nga ng TB pero look at the scatter here for Alliance. They're trying to deny TB in favor of HM na lang, Sticks, no? Iiwanan nga mo nila na panandalian dito lang si Nuken. Baka sakali may mag-overextend papuntang market. So every part of the map may anti-flank ang Alliance pero Zac pumapalag pa rin. Nuken finally taken down yung laso na tangharang ng TB. Aldrin also canceling kay Cedric Slurk. Grabe ang reads ng matches. Nahanap na nga nila yung default ng Alliance.
Yun nga, may names pa naman dito si Froze, so definitely can attract some attention dito sa B-site natin. Pero matches, already some very nice finds. And Aldrin, nakita pa nga si Froze.
Grabe, man.
First on the peak, but last on the bullet, pare. And Nuken, 1 versus 4. Granted, no? Low yung dalawang players natin. A USP can do numbers. Pero, kailangan ng individual 1v1s dito ni Boss Nuken. Nintyo spotted ang kanyang barrel and will be the first 100 HP player down. If he spots Jason, this would be good news. Pero nakita na si Zac. Tama-tama na lang dito sa kanyang upper tie, pare. And it's a 2-2-2. And I like yung setup ng matches doon to deny yung mid-control natin. The double TB setup, yung isa sniper, yung isa ratrat. Yung ratrat naghahanap lang dito sa may CA natin. And granted, no, Zac didn't hit the shot. You know, still a good idea at the end of the day. That could have been 3 versus 5 sa simula ng round para sa MJ.
Napaka-deadly na to, no? Kung isipin mo kung kaya lang gawing consistent to ng matches, we will be having a very dominant GR side. Alay mo, Sticks, those were individual fights mula kay Zac, kay Aldrin, lalong-lalo na kay Nintyo, no? And those were anchors na maaasahan mo naman talaga mula nga sa kanila. That was Alliance Gaming trying their best para ma-set up yung default nga nila with multiple positions na tinitake nga nila just to get some attention, kumbaga. No? At kahit pa paano, no, nabasa pa kayo ng matches and thus the round para nga sa kanila. So ngayon, Alliance Gaming now cooking up something very different with a 2-1-2 setup. Pero ang kaiba naman nito dito, no, ALQ sobrang lalad sa may hotel. This is a very good flank watch actually para nga kay ALQ. Kung sakaling may mag-rotate man for matches, he will be able to cut that off. Good flash mula nga sa kanya. But the rest of the attention at lahat ng ingay na pwedeng magmula dito sa Alliance Gaming entry, manggagaling dito lang sa may A-side. Pre, tinan mo kung saan na sila nakapwesto ngayon. At si Zac kakagat. Pero Zac getting the lurk player. But then again, dalawa lang ang nakatao dito. Here comes the 4-man entry, Sneaks.
Yun nga. Problema ka lang, mahanapan nila si Jason in time. Never mind, si Jason na mismo mahuhulog. Nintyo will be falling as well dito sa A-side natin. 3 versus 3 kay Cedric. Rounding the corner dito sa exit, nakababa na ang C4 pero kay Cedric kailangan mo makaisa dito, maybe even 2, HC to the face, Yaba headshot at nakatatlo itong si kay Cedric. 7 bullets is all you need to clear the rest of the players dito ng MJ and Alliance Gaming back in the lead dito sa Ankara map natin, pare.
Tumatatlo para sa bungok kay Cedric with the hold sa may exit. Beautiful call. Napakakatinon. Hindi ka naman galis, pre, para maging ganun, pre. Alliance trying their best to make sure that every entry is consistent. Pero ngayon, maagang pandangal dito mula kay Zach at ayaw nyo na pangawakan yung top A pre, nakaka-trauma daw. So, floor A challenge papuntang yellow is the usual fights that we see dito sa Ankara. Pero minsan lang siguro ilabas yun gawa ng napakadelikado nun, lalo na pag triple swing ka, tapos yung iba papunta pang miniter. Pero Zach took a risk. Mukha namang isang fake out ulit ang magaganap para nga sa Alliance. They made it work kanina nung 4v5 and they have to do it again. Pero masyado na atang nararamdaman ng matches nga ngayon that there is a lot of action dito lang sa may second mid papuntang BR. Yeah, hopefully this is going to be enough setup here for matches, knowing na marami pang oras, no lurk whatsoever. It's a full-on commitment ngayon para sa Alliance.
But still, napapatigin itong matches sa kanilang likod, pare. So, still very wary about the flank. Rose, del QQ first two in para nga dito sa Alliance. Pero si Rose una mahuhulog. Damage is still huge for Jason, but still no finishes para sa Alliance side. Kay Cedric finally a kill. Jason getting chased around the corner. ALQQ, nakita na si Ninkyu. Kay Cedric nagwawala gamit ang kanyang HK. Zach, high mid spotted. Smoke put down. Pero apektado ba ang dalawang players? Feeling ko aware sila na pwede manggaling si Zach ng HM. But it's a good boost! Galing sa Alliance. Sinakyatan na lang ang baterya. And 4-2 Alliance Gaming with a lead, pulling themselves out of the 4 versus 5, Salvatore.
Largest so far, Sneaks. Kanina pa sila nagpapalitan ng suntok pero yun na ata yung masasabi nating magpapa-KO sa momentum ng MATTJESS. Take a look at this one kay Cedric. Wala namang inspection pero grabe yung pag-clear niya dito at sa pagtingin ng mga angulo, and the icing on top of the cake kay Cedric, the madman that you are. Naka-arctic pa nun si Zach with the reaction time of like an insane player. Di-rest niya yun. Alam niyang 50-50 yun, pre. Pero para kay Cedric, dahil loko-loko ako, 90-10 ka lang. At sa akin ang 90. Ninkyu, hold dito lang sa may vents. Another multi-man entry para sa Alliance. And Ninkyu took a lot of time, pero napisuhan lang din siya. Pero alam na nga ni Abdel ngayon, that is a lot of information for the 1 HP player. They take down Jason, they take down Ninkyu. And MATTJESS, fail defense dito lang sa A-site at kailangan ng kumilos ng iba pang natitira. Aldrin, nahanap yung lurking na Nuken. Pero parating na tayo sa point na 3v2. Wala pa ring tanim. Parang hinahanap ata ng Alliance Gaming yung isa pang pick bago sila magtanim. Or aalis na lang ata sila. Here comes the plant from Prose.
And yeah, nakababa na ka sila. So room A and stairs A ang magiging preferred location sa mga players. Pero si Del QQ mas gustong harapin itong exit, and it would be nice if he can gain some space early. And Zach getting tapped out. Dalawa na nga magagaling dito sa bench. Rose, perfect position under the stairs dito ng room A. Yaba nakabawi. USP will not do it up against Del QQ. Alliance Gaming surviving the 2 versus 3 retake. And it's a 3-point lead on Ankara MATTJESS. Ayun lang, this is not the game that you imagine pagpasok niya dito sa set 1, pare. Considering backpick pa nila to.
Considering din, no, na Sneaks na ito yung gustong side talaga ng matches pa nagsisimula sila ng Ankara. Kasi dito nag-ahasek si Aldrin tsaka si Zach. And they definitely are. Pero hindi naman nila nasa-snowball to in a strength na napapaalis nga nila ang Alliance. No, they're taking their precious time para hindi mag-forward kagad ng exit in favor of what? Wala. Kasi pre, they are not allotting a lot of spaces para kalabanin kagad ng Alliance, and that complacency na kaya naman daw nila kahit maubusan sila ng oras is what's killing this duo para talaga maging effective sa kanila ang Ankara. So, Alliance Gaming with their usual. The textbook nga naman talaga na tipong pagbukas mo ng kwaderno sa unang pahina, ito mo yung makikita sa kanila. With the pick over to Ninkyu, hindi pa rin sila matitinag. Pre-entry in pa rin nila to.
Yeah, USP's in hand. And a very nice headshot dito kay Ninkyu. Periaba, nakasabog pa dito kay Cedric. ALQQ, USP, HK, nakadalawa. Pero dalawa pa nga kanyang kakalabanin dito sa exit. C4 in hand. Lilipat na lang ba tayo dito sa B-side? Possibly. Pero bait lang naman to. He's just separating yung 2 players natin. Exactly yata narinig yung pagtapak. Pero tamang silent hop lang. Papunta ka dito sa may bench side. Exactly nakatingin. Headshot! Iaabot kay Aldrin. And finally, a sigh of relief para dito sa MJ. And masasabi ko pa lang, Salvatore, I was assuming na magta-timeout tong matches dito sa last round natin considering na medyo nawawalan na sila ng momentum, medyo nawawalan na ng gears dito sa mapa natin. But Aldrin, the savior time and time again, the entry dito sa BL side, now the clutcher dito sa GR. Pero hindi yan ang magandang simula. Aldrin, the savior now, is the first one down dito sa last round ng half natin.
Pre, nilalagay mo ba sa isang sentence yung salitang matches tas timeout, pre? Parang malabo ata yun para sa matchup nga na to. Kahit sabihin mong binabaliktad sila ng Alliance ngayon, they still have that kind of momentum na kahit bruskuhin at kahit sikuin ng Alliance yung site, papalag pa rin sila. I do think lang ang kulang lang sa matches is wala silang masyadong pagka-forward na pwesto, no? Parang they are very hesitant to face the enemies head-on. Pwera lang kay NQ. 4 of the players are playing it safely. Baka sakaling mapick nga sila kagad. Pero I do think with the macro that they have, dapat kumbinsido nga sila sa sarili nga nila na lahat ng laban na makikita nga nila, kaya nga nilang kunin eh.
Oh,
And
Bravo 6.
Oh.
We've gone dark. Ayun na nga. So, we'll just be fixing that one, pare. Huwag niyong just imagine you didn't see anything kasi literal na wala rin kami nakita. Pero, honestly, the game so far has been pretty good dito sa angkaran natin. It's everything we imagined. Salvatore, Alliance Gaming, obviously, with a hell of a good start dito sa mapa natin. But you do see yung fight dito sa matches, no? Ito yung gusto ko sa matches that no matter how down they are dito sa mapa 7-2 man yan or mapa 8-1, they are still gonna go down fighting. And it seems like that toughness na pinapresent nga dito ng matches, nahihirapan tong Alliance kasi even in the 4 versus 5 rounds, pwede maging delikado to, man. I feel like matches, well aware na rin sila na merong first pick na tendency itong Alliance natin. So they're also trying to solve it in the most matches way possible, Salvatore, which is also fighting para dito sa first pick. And for some reason, it's working para sa kanila, men.
Grabe, no? Couldn't argue more, no, dun sa idea na matches. Para sa kanila, ang timeout ay ang laban nga talaga mismo, no? Doon na nga nila mismo iisipin head-on sa gitna mismo ng gera, bakit ganito kumilos ang Alliance. At nakita naman natin no, yung effectivity na to. Literal na nakuha ng Alliance game yung isang round with the 4-man push mula sa Vents. And the next round literally happened the same thing. Pero pinagkaiba nga naman, matches came out on top. Kasi nga they had the right players para pakawakan yung mga trades. So matches, in-game na sila nag-a-adjust eh. No? And that is very rare to some teams. Kasi some teams are relying on textbook. Eh, no? Pag hindi gumana to, kailangan gumana. Type of mindset. No? So Alliance Gaming, I do think that they can really be aware or kaya nga din nilang mag-adapt sa pinapakita talaga ng matches when it comes to fragging. At nakita nga din naman talaga natin. I just hope na this is not a first half thing, no. Hindi lang to natin nakikita sa first half lang. One thing is for sure that matches likes to play both ends of the floor tulad ng BL and as well as GR. Kung nakikita mo na passive nga sila sa GR, wait till you see pa nag-BL nga sila. NQ and Yaba will be having a field day sa pagkuha ng control ng TB pati CA. Two crucial areas para maka-entry ng site. Kaya kailangan yung abangan talaga ng Alliance.
Yeah, speaking of NQ pare, no, I feel like he's getting specifically targeted dito sa mapa natin. Granted, no, na it hasn't been kills mostly dito kay NQ men, but I feel like as soon as you tag him down to 30 HP, obviously kahit mamatay dito si K. Cedric, may kill cam pa rin dito sa Vents. And you do get, you know, CCTV ng Vent for literally 7 seconds dito pare the entire time. So, you know, Alliance are playing some of these fights very, very smart. Nagkakataon lang talaga na, ayun nga, Aldrin is yun nga, one of the most insane players that you could see dito sa CrossFIRE Philippines pare. And he can literally pull a clutch out of anywhere dito sa mapa natin. So it really is yung navigation talaga ng Alliance dito with their plays and with their playbook, no, trying to outsmart this MATTJESS squad who obviously is brimming with firepower dito sa mapa nga natin. So may point ka naman talaga pagdating nga ng GR side, medyo worried ako para dito sa, or BL side, worried ako para dito sa Alliance, no, considering na okay nga, mainit na naman si Zach, NQ, obviously yung NQ obviously starting to hit his shots as well. I feel like NQ men dun sa first 2 weeks natin, it hasn't been, you know, the same NQ na nakita nga natin from Impact and from yung prior Masters nga natin, no, but still it is the slow ramp-up na naman para dito sa MATTJESS and nandito na tayo sa second half ng group stage. So, Lions have to be ready for the Ninkyu storm dito sa second half natin, men. If not, then, ayun nga, MJ could be another case of an MJ comeback natin dito, pare.
Right, back to the game, no? Pasensya na nga po sa ating pag-delay nga ng laban, pero nandito na nga po tayo at makakasiguro po kayo na tayo po ay sunod-sunod na makakita ng aksyon between Alliance and MATTJESS. So, different Alliance, no? Going back to their default sneaks instead of the 4-man pushes na nakita nga natin, no? Hindi yung shoutout pala kay Nuken. And speaking of shoutout nga pala, Boss Lemon, na nagpapabati nga ngayon kung nasaan ka man ngayon, wala sa Ria 7 at Gaon na family. Maraming salamat at shoutout nga din pala sa inyo. Boss Lemon, ingat ka kung nasaan ka man. Back to the game. MATTJESS, dedepensa na nga ngayon with a very odd position, no? Imbes na may nakatao sa may second mid at HM pre, binibigay na lang nila to. And Zach is the first contact instead of the rifler. Nakakapagtaka, no? So gusto ata nila angguluhan kagad yung TB at yun ang hindi ginagawa actually ng Alliance, no? Magaling ng TB. So it's still stacked tong B-site nga na to. And I wonder how will MATTJESS react knowing na dalawa lang sila nandito.
Yun nga, no, nagtataka ako. Nasa yung sniper ni Yaba? Kasi if you run a 2-3 dito sa Ankara, you really would want to have yung second player dito sa B to have a sniper para, yun nga, no, just in case may dumaan na second mid or dito sa may HM nga natin papasok ng RS. Pero Alliance taking advantage of all the utility being thrown and si Ninkyu spotted na dito sa fence. Hinahabol na sa dito ni Del pero si Del di mapapatay si Ninkyu. Instead, it's gonna be Al. 45 seconds para makapasok ng site pero Jason denial on top. Aldrin getting kay Cedric pero si Nuken makabawi kay Jason. 2 versus 3. Di pa tapos ang labanan. C4 dropped sa may hagdan. Froze from the backside. Nuken sniper presented. Aldrin finally finishing the remnants ng mga floor A players natin and Zach will get the last kill. 5-4 para sa MJ and they are gonna keep it close dito sa ating side switch.
Yeah, definitely, no. And well played, no, for MATTJESS. It was bit disastrous nung nakikita nga natin ng mga yung mga ibang rounds na medyo nagkakalat actually ang MATTJESS, no, with their parang inevitable outcome kasi nga kulang-kulang sila na mga pinapadalang tao. They're very scattered. Natatalo nga sila sa mga gunfights. Pero we saw the 3-round recovery here for MATTJESS, forcing that 1-round deficit na lang para nga sa Alliance. Ang nakakapagtaka lang for MATTJESS, bakit hindi natin to nakita kagad, eh, no? They had to wait. Kailangan pa nila makita mismo yung laruan ng Alliance bago nga nila makita yun. And itong Alliance, we saw the flashes nga naman. Nakita din natin na it's still possible for them to maintain this kind of level. Pero kasi at any given time, pwede nga silang mag-crack kasi nga palaging naghahanap ng action ng Alliance. Given blacklist, no, MATTJESS is still that passive. Ayaw nga nila magpakagat doon sa mga ganong klaseng bagay. And feeling ko yung round na nahuli si Jason Pre tsaka si Zach doon sa may miniter, I feel like that was the straw para sa MATTJESS na mag-hold na lang, mag-passive, play TB, play CA, and then let Alliance do their thing. Nakita naman ng MATTJESS na kahit dalawa lang ipadala nga nila on both A and B sites, okay na okay pa rin yun.
Yeah, man. You can see the smiles on the faces ng mga attackers natin doon. Ibig sabihin yan, they finally get to play the BL side. MATTJESS lilipat na nga dito sa my orange natin. Lou for the side of Alliance. And Zach already. Simula pa lang ang ating second half. Nakuha na agad si Nuken. And what a way to start para sa MATTJESS for the first round ng kanilang opensa. And Alliance presented with a problem dito sa round number 10 as we're taking a look at yung replay, no. Napakaganda ng top A defense. Napakaganda ng reaction ni Jason from the initial pour of players dito nga sa A side natin. So MATTJESS, obviously after ng first pick, respeto lang. Tamang palit na baka baril yung mga ibang players natin. And would be attempting to take some space dito sa may hotel side naman. Problema ka lang, Del QQ, siya naman yung magsasnipe this time. And it seems like he's not gonna miss anytime soon, pare.
Out of time actually, no, for MATTJESS to not give any sort of information dun lang sa may mid side. Usually kasi, no, if you're BL, kung ikaw ay blacklist, palagi mong pinapakiramdaman tong CA pati HM, no? Kasi anytime pwedeng lumabas na Arctic player dyan. or usually iniismukan mo yan para masimulan yung lurk. Matches playing the riskiest game of all time nga dito, no? At ginagamit na nga lang nila yung mga barahang meron nga sila. Kumagat si ALG, ang laki ng ego mo pre, para tignan yun. Pero buti na nga lang pinagabawian ka dito. Hidelq, Yaba now with the push. Pero teka lang, masyado rin mainit dito ang matches. Marami nga silang binibigay na space. As now they set up the 2v3 kay Cedric. Kahit papano ini-equalize dito yung magiging retake nga nila. 34 seconds now. Running time na dito si kay Cedric at dapat ganun din yung paa mo, bossing. Froze and kay Cedric will now be going front line, head on. Kita yung puyo dito ni Zach. Froze getting one. Aldrin na nga lang ang natitira. The veteran, can you do it my friend? Kaya mo nga bagulangan dito si kay Cedric. 13 seconds, hinasadya na nga ni kay Cedric for the push, and Aldrin with the separation play. 1v2 na mangha ang apat na miyembro ng matches kay Aldrin.
Grabe, and it seems like there's something different about yung role ni Aldrin, no? Pagdating natin dito sa BL side, pare, granted, he is still the entry fragger, but when it comes to those 1 versus 2 or 2 versus 2 situations, pare, when it comes to the retake, already being down, you would want to be him last one left alive kasi alam niya anong gagawin sa mga chaotic na sitwasyon kagaya nga ng ganun. In matches, hell of a player to have itong si Aldrin, men, and they're very happy na naandito nga siya sa kanilang roster, men, and I feel like this is one of the main reasons why kung bakit ngumiti na nga itong MATTJESS, men, as soon as they turned dito sa BL side, especially itong si Ninq and itong si Aldrin. They know that they can cook dito sa second half. And at the same time, napaka-distraught na mga faces ng support and IGL players natin, man, because they know that they're gonna have to do the heavy work para sa mga attackers nila, pare.
Ano gusto ko sa matches to? Nakita na natin ito, pre. Stallions na Esports World Cup. This is the lineup, pre. Pero ang ginawa ng Stallions to, papasok sila ng A. Pero ito talaga, commitment papuntang B side, sneaky. Here comes the attack. Matches manggagaling para talaga ng Ares. Zach, you are so cold-blooded. 200 IQ here for MATTJESS. What a call. At now disrupted ang retake ngayon ng Alliance. Paano sila makakapwesto nga ngayon? Nandito nga si Zach. Kumuha ulit ng isa. Now down to the 4v2. Delq still has a hold ng mini tower. Paano nga siya makapwesto nga dito? And now Aldrin getting the kill. 3v1 sneaky. That was one of the most brainiest entries na nakita ka natin mula sa matches. At napakainit yun. Di man lang nakasabay ang Alliance, and now MATTJESS gets the lead.
Grabe, man. That had the same vibe as yung smoke dito sa passage. Paharap ng shutter dito sa base, and then just tap walk, he just backwards bunny hop into the B side, pare, dito sa sub base. Grabe. MJ working within the smokes and mirrors dito na mapa natin, and Alliance mukhang magugulat pa ka sila dito sa B-side, pero si Ninq naman na magugulat. This time, ALG kaharap ang buong team ng MATTJESS, pero si Jason lang mahuhulog. Aldrin with a kill in return, 4 versus 3, and this is the advantage na hinahanap ka dito ng Alliance. Zach spotting the 2F player, pero kay Cedric, alam mo ba, meron ka nakatabi dito. The silent drop is here. Aldrin doesn't hear the drop down, and kay Cedric, good mechanics galing sa kanya, pare. If hindi siya naka-silent drop doon, he would have been a dead man.
Nagawa mo pang pumindot ng escape doon? Grabe ka naman, bossing. Baka di nakakalam. No, that's not an exploit. That is skill. Zach, kitang-kita ka naman talaga kahit sa smoke. Pero hindi nga siya makakapwesto dito kay Nuken. And Alliance quickly turning back the clock at papantayan na nga nila ngayon ang MATTJESS. Grabe yun, pre. Alliance had to go deep sa kanilang bag nga ngayon, no? Para sabihin na, uy, meron din kaming play dito lang sa GR.
Yeah, feeling ko that last round was like more of a confidence check more than anything, no? Dito Salvatore na okay, gumana yung fully fledged na setup natin. We did everything dito sa last round. Let's rush hotel. Medyo dazed and stunned pa sila. Pero Alliance kasi they kinda used to that kind of play at this point. And I think alam na rin yata ng Alliance, di sila pwede magkaroon ng loser mindset dito, no? Salvatore na they did lose that one round, and suddenly the entire world is doomed. Na Alliance, they're more mentally steady this time dito sa mapa natin, pare.
Tinan mo, pre, oh. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of action kagad, pre. kita mo nga naman yung gusto nga nilang patunayan dito, no, na wala kaming hinihiling na anti-plank. Lahat talaga ng laban, Alliance, kailangan yung harapin. There is now a lot of members here for matches. All orange jerseys, Sneaky. And halos lahat din ng members ng Alliance nakapwesto na nga dito lang sa may exit, pero nakakalimutan ata nila na meron din magagaling dito lang sa may CA. Let's see kung sapat na nga ba ang nag-iisang Zac para depensahan nga to. At siya na nga naman ang naka-cover doon. Zac actually sa yellow nakatingin pero 14 seconds na nga lang. Dito tumama yung TRG pero tumama na nga lang dito kay Zac. Meanwhile, kumukuha na nga ng kills dito. Lahat ng miyembro ng matches sa loob ng site. Grabe naman yung meat grinder doon, Sneaky. Alliance natunaw sa init.
Grabe. Sobrang na-invest ako dun sa flashes natin, Salvatore. Akala ko mapasok yung mga exit players natin, but it seems like they got stuck at the entrance. And matches, once again, medyo nagmamadali nga dito sa B-site natin, and it is gonna result in the death ng kanilang sniper. Pero Aldrin will get Del QQ, makakababa pa na second mid, pero walang magugulat. Yaba with the flank watch. And matches another man advantage para sa kanila, pero Ninkyu mapapaikot pa nga dito sa may midside. Aware naman si Froze, but at the same time, that is gonna weaken yung defense ng B-side natin a bit. Kung nag 3-man push itong MJ and they got one trade going, pare, that could possibly be the B-side. Pero I think matches gusto pa nilang maging careful. Dami pa nilang utility, dami pa ng oras dito, men.
Definitely, pre, no? At if I'm Alliance, I should be able to, you know, start something dito lang sa may TV. First contact siguro, hawakan ko yung CA. Huwag na akong umalis, pero matches, grabe talaga yung reads nga nila, no? Or di ko nga alam kung parte lang talaga to ng textbook nga nila, Sneaks. They're denying the mid push in favor of the vents at napakadelikado nga nito. Matches, delikadesa ka naman talaga, Froze! Bakit mo pinikan? Wala ka pang kakampi. Should have played for retake. At tila nadapa nga dito ang Alliance nga sa round nga na to. It would have been a good 4v3 pero nakasalalay na lang kay Nuke ng kabuuan ng round. Total 100 pa nga naman siya. Eh dinouble pickan dito. Aldrin with the kill, Ninkyu with the finisher. At umaangat na nga ang matches sa competition natin, Sneaky. Back-to-back rounds of pure domination.
Yun nga, men. Such is the case of every BL side. Nga dito na matches nga, men. And it seems like the prophecy is true for the MJ squad. Offense is all they need para tapusin ang laruan natin. And with only 2 rounds left, Alliance will be caught scrambling dito sa mapa natin. Yan, sila naman yung naghahanap ng first pick na pwedeng gawin na matches. They can actually play with desperation dito ng Alliance at sila pwede pang makakuha ng advantage dito. Pero hindi. Sabi ng MJ, we're gonna play standard. We're gonna play hold dito sa hotel at Arco side natin. And possibly take over itong CA. So, meron pa silang option na mag-fake nga dito sa B-side natin, men. And Alliance playing the gamble dito, pare. It's either successfully 3 B-side defense makuha nila or fingers crossed na makukuha nila yung 2A. Pero no checks from matches, though.
Wait.
I don't like this, man.
Honestly, no, wala silang coverage masyado ng CA. Natatakot nga ba sila? There's no smokes for Arco para makuha nga nila kagad yun. Pero Aldrin with a fake kay Cedric na with a delay. So siya nga yung unang kukuha nga dito and he still continues to take some heads. Nuken, ang bilis kagad na napalitan. Matches too quick in the draw. Tanghaling tapat ba naman, Sneaky? And it's high noon here for Alliance. 3v3, Froze palabas pa lang ng hotel. As 53 seconds is ticking. Yaba, siya na nagbi미stulang GR ngayon, pre. Hahawakan ko ang RMS yung beast. Uy, Del Q kukuha nga. And he gets more. Oh my God, Del Q with the double kill. Kasama nga si Froze. And they get the retake. Yaba, nagparamdam nga kagad. Kumagat masyado sa init dito ng Alliance. And we're now 87.
Alam mo yung famous last words, no, bago yung execute na to, pare. I don't like this. Yun talaga. Nakita ko na agad na this execute would be going immediately wrong. Walang clear sa hotel, walang clear dito sa mga B-side players whatsoever, no. Maganda sana kung at least may attempt na kumuha ng map control dito sa hotel para mapastay man lang yung player na nasa loob. Pero I think na-recognize yata ng matches, or at least falsely recognize na may gap dito sa depensa, and they could have just possibly split dito nga sa B-side natin. Pero obviously with no hotel control, nabigyan ng libreng paraan itong si Froze at si Cedric na umikot galing sa TB and pressure them from the ramp side. So not really a fan ng P-side take kung TB lang kayo magagalang and you did no clearing dito sa hotel side, pare.
Nakapagtaka, no? MATTJESS as a team is usually known for clearing the most nastiest angles, no, pre? Pero dito, doon specifically sa round siguro, kulang lang talaga sila sa smoke, pre. Aldrin called one, pero yun na yun eh. Parang umasa na nga sila doon. Wala sila tinawag na smoke sa may hotel, maski man lang sa may RS. Wala ka talaga. NQ, another mission. Kukuha nga lang siya ng intel ngayon, pero may kasama atang bangkay. Baka sakaling umalis siya. DLQ narinig ka ni Aldrin. And now gets the peak. Nice flash. Maganda nga yung timing. Pero Nick, you can get the adjustment. And now Aldrin gets the entry. 4v3 na nga lang tayo, Sneaky. Tumatakbo ang oras. Pero ganun din naman ang mga paa ng Alliance na kung saan manggagaling pa nga ng bypass sinukin kay Cedric na clearing RS. Pero nandoon na nga si Yaba. 2 rounds ka ng ganyan, bossing. Kaya basang-basado ka na dito. Para dito kay Cedric. Froze now making his way to LA, pero marami pa ang oras para kumilos ka dito. Aldrin, ikaw pa talaga ang tumesting. Ikaw ang nakakaalam, pero ikaw ang tumigas ang ulo. Jason now receiving plenty of damage. Ninkyu with a 180. Kailangan mong salbahin yung kakampi mo, pre. Ninkyu with full of HP. 5 seconds left. Hinahanap na siya ni Froze nga ngayon. 3 seconds. Wala nang oras si Froze. Ninkyu ang tagapagsalba ng MATTJESS.
Grabe, and one shoutout as well dito kay Jason. No, man? Feeling ko in-attract na lahat ng attention ng mga Alliance Gaming players natin. And Ninkyu with an absolute mechanical masterclass pagdating ng HK417. A straight-up laser in the right hands. And with another performance like that galing kay Ninkyu, pare, MJ's confidence at an all-time high pagdating sa kanilang BL side. Alam nila na kaya nilang i-entry yung kahit anong site. Grabe naman yun. That was... Well, Yaba, medyo nagmadali dito sa hotel, pare, and I feel like the spread out play para dito sa MATTJESS was the call. Default and no for clue siguro, men.
Parang out of all the players na gusto ko sana magsimula ng left, it would have been Ninkyu, pero si Yaba nagawa natin dun, bossing.
Yeah,
pero understandable, no?
Good fun ako.
Where is the flash? No? Asaan yung teka lang, boss, cover mo ako, no? Wala, talagang si Yaba lang talaga yung nagtangka nga doon. And I do think this is one of the rounds na MATTJESS is already supposed to know kung nasaan nakatayo ang karamihan ng Alliance. At tatatlo na nga sila dito now on HM. Nuken with a very good position. Zack now, sniper down kay Cedric. Sinisandwich nila dito sa sarili nga nilang HM ang MATTJESS. And Ninkyu now needs to make a move kasi siya nga nagpaparamdam na dito. He gets taken down. Makalat na naman na round mula sa MATTJESS. Aldrin lumalaban pa nga rin. Alam niya nga ba? Alam niya na napupunta siya sa ibaba. Alliance pushing it 9-8-1 bago nga tayo mag-overtime.
Wow, may timeouts pala tayo.
Meron, bossing. Meron. Tinawag natin yan kanina. Oh, ito,
timeout. Okay. Naalala na MATTJESS, may timeout pala sila. Teka lang, si Ninkyu pinapawisan, pare. Kuha muna ng towel.
Kape ka mo, pre. Hindi daw yung secret
weather
nila.
check nga tayo today, pare. Weather check. Medyo mainit na naman ba? Cebu.
Parang mainit na, Filipino level na init. Yung tolerable, kumbaga.
40.
Yan. Kaya pa natin
Medyo
yan,
lang,
pre.
37. Kaya pa natin yan. 37, medyo mainit pa, men. You know, it is
37, tas kumukulong tubig na kape.
Ice tubig lang yan. 100%.
Tubig lang
Ice tubig
Pero
lang
kasi
yan.
kay Boss Ninkyu tsaka kay Layaban na nakaraan, ice coffee daw eh. Yun yung ginawa nila.
Shoutout sa owner daw, men. Dahil daw doon nanalo siya. Baka kailangan ng iced coffee, pare. Kasi medyo kailangan pa yata ang bilisan ng MJ ang kanilang laruan dito sa mapa natin. But at the same time, itong Alliance, I feel like there's still belief na kaya nilang manalo dito, pare. There is no defeated look sa kanilang mga faces dito, men. And with this kind of timeout, with a minute and 30 to converse with your captain and to kind of cook pagdating nga dito sa half natin, ayun nga, Alliance with an opportunity to probably surprise itong MATTJESS. Pili ko hold muna tayo sa start ng round dito, men. You really don't want to be surprised sa simula.
Alam mo ni minsan, Sneaks, nung nag-podcast tayo, kasama natin ang 3-time CFS championship winning coach na si Francis Katangay aka Tanks. Ang sabi niya doon, pre, in his words, no, non-verbatim, na yung mga taong yan, kayang-kaya nga nilang maglaro. Kaya naman nilang manalo. Pero kailangan mong ipaniwala nga sa kanila na kaya din nilang manalo, pre. Parang ganun kasing bagay, no? So, Alliance right now is in the form of like understanding what they need to do. Parang hindi pa nila iniisip nga ngayon na eto yung kailangan natin gawin. May solusyon na sila kagad. Right now, they're figuring it out. They don't have like this definite answer na kaya nga nilang ibigay kagad sa ating mga manonood na ito na yung gagawin namin para manalo nga kami. And I do hope na this is the perfect time para talaga sa Alliance kayo na to recover so much of the strength that they had nung first half para mapatumba ang matches to give us extra 4 rounds. Kasi yung extra 4 rounds na yan, pwedeng ikagulat ng matches because they are now in the position to close it out. At alam naman natin ang nangyayari, Sneak, sa mga teams na isang round na lang matatapos na pero na-force ng overtime, no? Usually sila yung nagpa-fumble, sila yung nasisiraan ng mental. And Alliance Gaming, kung naalala nyo, para mag-qualify kayo dito sa ating SEA Masters, saan nyo dinala ang acceptance at ilang rounds yung nakuha nyo, 4 na magkakasunod-sunod yun. And this is now the time to do that once again, Alliance Gaming, as matches now. 5-man entry dito lang sa A-side. Gantong-ganto din yun, Sneaky.
Nako po, gantong-ganto rin yun, man. The flash from Yellow. Bulag na bulag dito si K. Cedric. But is he actually? He's still shooting right in front of him. Ninky mahuhulog. ALG with the drop shot! With the EBR! And finally, the kill galing kay Jason. 2 versus 2. Shot from Del QQ. EBR from the top side. USP. Gagana para kay Zach. 1 versus 1. Zach versus Nuken. Head-to-head on the snipers. Pero hindi makakaharap si Zach Nuken. Saving Alliance at ilang beses ko pa bang sasabihin yung sentence na yun, pare, Nuken saving Alliance in order to go into overtime dito sa Ankara map natin, men. Grabe.
Good crossfire, pre.
What a map.
Good crossfire, pre. To start off week 3, no, binigyan tayo ng isang malupit overtime na wala akong dahilan para magalit sa overtime. Usually, kinamumuhian natin yan, Sneaks. Pero ito, with the exception of this match alone, I like the barrages of attacks na binabato nila talaga sa isa't isa. No? Wala nang ibang team kundi Alliance Gaming na marunong makabasa ng 5-man entry at may magpa-flash mula sa Yellow, pre. And with the defense that they had, yung pagka-ambisyoso ni Del Q, yung pwesto ni ALQQ, yung pagka-heroics dito ni Nuken, that was indeed the icing talaga para maisalba ng Alliance tong laro nga na to, no? And Ankara, it would be decimating, masyadong mapanakit sa puso to pag kinuha ng Alliance tong mapa na to, Sneaky. And the odds are stacked against now ㍍MATTJESS kasi, pre, they were 1 round away. It looked desperate talaga on paper para kunin kagad yung A-site nga na yun with little to no default whatsoever. Wala na nga silang tinawag na counter flank. Lahat talaga ng miyembro ng ㍍MATTJESS nagpursige na kunin yung A-site na yun. Pero it all had to end in a 1v1 between 2 snipers. Kita na nga naman kung sino mas marunong dumiskarte doon. Pero feeling ko, pre, Zach was a bit of overcooking knowing na using the TRG, gusto niyang kunin yung exit kagad doon. So medyo na-off lang ako doon for Zach. But nonetheless, Alliance, kita nga naman how they handled it perfectly.
If you gave Zach 2 more seconds, pare. If you gave Zach 2 more seconds, man, that would have been the craziest ending to one of the best Ankara maps that we've seen so far dito sa group stage natin. Pero Alliance, checking their corners. Yung parameters natin sa OT. Are you teammates with A7J, Dracifer, or Tetsu? Mukhang hindi. Gucci pa kayo, pare.
Hindi na, pre.
Hindi na magta-12-12 yan. So, okay naman. Steady ang ulo ng mga players natin.
No way, bro. No way. At the first round of overtime, talagang dito nyo pa ilalabas pero wala kayong flash. Si Ninky pa talaga yung unang kumotak and he's not done. Gets the second kasi hindi niya pinakawalan yung spray nade Q. Punong-puno talaga ng kamandag. Yung braso netong player nga na to finally goes back to earth pero yung 3K na yun, pre, nagpasira sa Alliance push.
Don't sleep on the spray control dito ng HK417 while running pare, pero gustong bumawi dito ni ALQQ. Jason down, MJ playing safe this time dito sa top 8 natin, pero masasabugan si ALQQ. Sakto ang HE sa kanyang likod. Nuken getting jumped on by 3 players of MJ. And matches, first blood dito sa overtime natin. Alliance still reeling yata galing sa last half natin, men.
Babababam. Grabe nga naman yan, matches. Ang kanilang pasabog nga ngayon. And hindi pa rin sila natitinag, Sneaky. Pero tatapat pa rin ang matches nga dito. Wala munang paramdam. Froze, ang daming ulong nakauslit. Pero there goes Ninkyu, at least with the kill. Masyado sila nagpapaingay nga ngayon with the M14s. They're now stacking the M14s pre para mas pababor dito yung mga smoke bang nga nila. And finally, the dust has settled sa sobrang dami nangyari. Tig-isa lang silang kinuha, Sneaks.
How the hell did Alliance end up with less health dun sa fight na yun, pare?
Pre, paano nabuhay si Ninkyu ng ganong katagal? Ang tanong.
You the real attacker. Grabe. Pero Jason now with the sniper. And MJ now pulling out the double sniper. Interesting. So, ibig sabihin na
Sila, pre.
defense. Pero si Zach nagulat dito sa bench. Yaba lalaban dito kay Froze. Pero meron pa dalawa na buhay na nasa floor A. Del QQ down. Kay Cedric will get
No way.
Yaba. Aldrin
Oh my
Tiso.
God,
Jason
damn
as
HP.
well. Nako po. Isang bala na lang talaga para sa mga players. Kay Cedric sumasayaw sa floor A. Makukuha si Aldrin. Jason the captain with probably the worst gun in this position. Pero meron siya USP pare. TRG,
Ayaw niya gamitin, pre.
di na kailangan. USP, Estir gun.
Alam mo, Jason, pwede ka mag-revive ng kakampi. Utusan mo si Yaba na mag-revive. Ay, mag-recon. De, joke lang. Wag yan. Ano ba mo? Shadiest move
Yaba,
ever,
ano lang,
no? Pero
escape,
bawal
space
yan.
lang, par.
Yan. Kailangan mo lang
Tapos
ng
space
pre.
ka. Enter ka huli.
Jason with the angle!
Uy, Jason pa rin!
Lip click, pre! Pinipindot yun para pumutok yung USP. Tapos isa
Ginagawa ni
lang
Marco.
kailangan mo. Oo naman,
Yun
pre.
lang.
Naglog yung mouse ni Idol.
Nako, men. Nag-click siya, men. Tapos yung wireless, nag-process pa, nag-log pa yata. The individual
Wala.
hurts not reaching the mouse dito ni Jason pare. And si Jason will be the first one down. ALQQ double kill with his EBR. Ito na ba ang ganti ng ape dito ng Alliance? Zach lalabas ng long. Nasa smoke. Good flick on to Del QQ. Taking Nuken down too. Kinugusto pa nga dito si Cedric. Zach peeking. Finally dead. Aldrin the last one left alive. And meron siyang sniper. Aldrin, kaya mo bang i-channel ang element ni Revenge sa sniper na yan, pare? 1 versus 3 is all you need to give MJ11.
Para maging payapa at mabunga ang side switch nyo, pre. Kunin nyo na yung lamang nyo. Tumatalon ka nang naririnig ka, pre. Pero marami ng ulo nakatingin sa'yo. Aldrin buhay pa rin at hindi kaya kunin ang kaluluwa ni Revenge dito ni Aldrin. As Alliance Gaming takes the lead of our first overtime. Lipat nga tayo ng side no, Sneaky, and I do feel like dito na pwedeng lumabas yung pag-channel ng energy ng matches. Kanina pre, nag-aas ng BL sila pre. Push ng LA, push ng HM, no. Walang nag-hold masyado ng EA. Si Ninkyu tumitingin ng bench kahit wala siyang kapalit. Dito nyo pwede gawin yan, matches. Alliance Gaming, if there is a time para mag-init si Nuket, this is the time. I hope this is the one. Kasi nga, this is going to be very mad for matches. Knowing na yung potential nga nila na mag-overheat, I feel like is one of the key factors na kahit mag-overheat sila, okay lang naman. Pero isa sa mga bagay din na nagsiseparate sa matches sa mga ibang team sa aggression nga nila, it's effective in its way. Yaba and Ninkyu can get some trades. Si Aldrin pwede rin mag-survive, kaya pa rin mag-rotate sa mapa at kaya din mag-mid-round. Alliance Gaming, this is where Nuken shines, no? Siya yung magkakat ng rotation. Pwede nyo nga siyang pag-lurkin kung sakali, no? Do hope, no, Alliance Gaming, ma-close out nyo na to. Kasi malaking sira sa sistema to ng matches pag nakuha nyo tong Ankara. Promise.
Yun yan, it's the most difficult closeout that you can ask for dito sa group stage natin. BL side para sa matches at umiinit pa nga sila from the prior rounds. Pero Alliance Gaming, somehow, some way, finding the solution dito sa BL side. Pero ngayon, kailangan nila hanapin yung susi sa pagkapanalo pagdating dito sa GR matches. Pretty silent at the start of the round and same mode, long A control na gusto nilang kunin dito pare. And I really don't like this galing sa Alliance unless talaga na hindi na naman i-clear ng matches itong hotel. Ayun nga, the lack of presence dito sa may high mid side natin could be costing din, pero just allowing itong matches to set up and doesn't really instill confidence sa akin pare, especially considering yung amount of setups na meron itong MJ sa PL. And Nuken, first one down already. Ninkyu catching Froze sa room A.
Uy! Nakita!
Ay, nako.
Man. GR kayo, Alliance. GR kayo. Tumatagas ang
Uy, likod
dugo.
mo, par!
Teka lang, likod mo, pre. At ayan na, 2v2 na kahit papano. Yung kabilang Aldrin, dun sa may Alliance, umuokay pa, puwapalag pa rin. At na naman ngayon si Yaba now with the
Oh my
push.
God.
Grabe nga naman talaga sa kamakita. USP ang mananalo laban sa EBR. And now with 12 HP. Wala akong makikitang Arctic dito na pwede pulutin si Yaba. Pero habang kompleto pa at braso at pinte, pwede pa naman daw lamaban. 2v1 now. ALQQ na nag-iisa. Kompleto pa ang buhay dito, bossing. No? 49 seconds. Here comes the plant. At nakapwesto na nga si Aldrin probably for dual angle taking. At talaga yung dalawang Aldrin pa yung natira dito, sneaky, to score the first point ng matches sa ating second overtime. ALQ manggagaling nga ng TB. Aldrin tama lang yung tinitignan na angulo.
Playtime.
Now, di niya maririnig yung pag-defuse dito, no? At si ALQ nilalaro na nga yung smoke. He's sticking. Barilin mo na, Aldrin. Hindi mo baril. Mas magulang yung isang Aldrin. ALQ saves Alliance Gaming.
Grabe naman. Ba't pag ginagawa mo yung salvi di nagana?
Hindi ko alam, bro. Parang
Pero pag si Aldrin pare, hindi makatama na smoke and Del gets the defuse. In competition, it works pare, pero pagdating dito sa ating mga 8v8s, unfortunately, it doesn't. So, seems like it's a different kind of ball game entirely dito sa competition natin pare. 12 para sa Alliance. And all because of a singular pick-off. Ganda na sana ng simula, no, men? Kaso, nawalan lang ng preno yung mga players natin. Unfortunate. Sayang nga yun, diba? I mean, spawn plant. Feeling ko double RS angle na yun, pare, para mahirap i-clear, no?
Anong niluluto natin, Matches? Pinapauna mo si Zach? Pinapauna niya sa HM, pre. Tapos pinakahawak din ng second mid. What are you cooking, Matches? Kaya na lang natin na ang outcome mismo ang makita nito. Tayo mismo. Pag talagang nag-full effect na to. Ninkyu, masyado nang maingay, pre. Yung presensya mo nararamdaman ng 3 players na gusto na nga kunin yung leg mo nga dito. Sinukan, hindi ata siya aware na pwede na nga siyang malikuran. Nasaan yung pinapatama mong bala, Aldrin? Nuken now on the backstab of the RS. At nabasa na nga nila yung naglalurk nga dito. C4 nasa RS, pre, at si Jason kailangan niyang pumasok sa lungga ng mga demonyo, pre. Nuken is gonna get taken down. Nakuha niya pa yun. And now Alliance now playing passive. Yaba, hindi mo kailangan mapilas dito. Kailangan ikaw mismo ang pumilas. Jason, bakit na tayo nag-reheat? And Alliance Gaming kinuha ang angkara ng matches. What a way to close out ito ang ating set number 1. An upset in the making. Alliance Gaming continues to give us an amazing crossfire.
Grabe, para and confused celebrations para dito sa Alliance. Parang napapatikit pa si Abdel. Nagawa niya. Natalo natin sila. Damn. I guess it seems like Alliance is better than expected, no, dito sa ating series. And it seems like yung mga dark horse natin ay may giging mas malakas pa nga dito sa week number 3 natin. But it is etong Alliance instead dito sa Ankara map na kukuha ng ating panalo. So Alliance, interesting overall yung kanilang naging game. Granted dito sa BL side, medyo, or granted nung nag-BL side na dito yung MATTJESS, medyo nag-slip off sila. But at the same time, you really want to compliment yung MATTJESS, no? Pagdating dun sa BL nila, the setups were good, the baiting was nice as well. Pero pagdating dito sa overtime, especially in that very last round, pare, feeling ko na-recognize nila na, okay, medyo sinaspam na nila yung A site natin, men. Let's have a bit more focus dito sa HM, maglagay tayo sa RS, maglagay tayo dito sa 2F. And pag nakuha tong B site, might as well just retake it, no? Yung retake mindset pagdating nga dito sa B, if you have hotel control, if you have TB control, pero may site take naman yung mga kalaban, I think that's fine. You have multiple ways to get back into the site. So tama yung mindset ng Alliance going into that last round especially to kind of try and thwart itong matches, no? Was obviously trying to find yung first pick palagi sa mapa.
Feeling ko talaga, pre, no, dinagana talaga sa puso dito ang ㍍MATTJESS at kinabahan talaga sila ng husto kung ano yung magiging lakas ng Alliance in that round particularly, no? Like Nuken and as well as si Delq, ang ganda ng pagka-holgan nila. And I do hope ito pa rin yung makita nating Alliance pagkapasok nga natin ng Eagle Eye. At iba to na nga natin sa ating mabutihang panel dyan na si Mochi at si ̍Suave para ma-breakdown pa ng husto ang laro na to. Mochi at ̍Suave, it's time!
Our time! Thank you so
It's
much sa ating
time.
mga casters, no? Sige, Frank, and as well as Salvatore. And oh my gosh, Kuya Josh, no? Dahil dati mga reaction doon, biro mo, napaabot nila na overtime. Umabot sa point na naubusan na ng variation ito si MATTJESS at talagang ang lala talaga ng performance ngayon ng AG.
Ito nga yung sinasabi nating test, yung litmus test ng AG, kung kaya ba talaga nila makipagsabayan sa mga old gods. And I like this so much.
Yes.
Na-showcase itong Ankara kung gaano kalalim yung strat book ngayon ng ng Alliance Gaming na yun nga, umabot na talaga tayo ng ultimate. We saw quite a few different looks, no? More centered on the extremities of the map na medyo na-abuse ng MATTJESS towards the around the halfway point, no, ng Ankara. Pero towards the end, yung adaptation dito na ginawa ng Alliance Gaming na hindi in-expect ng MATTJESS was more of that mid presence. Yun nga yung tinawag natin kanina na that 8M presence from them na nakabantay kung saan man pwede manggaling ang MATTJESS na
Nakikita mo yun dito, malala naman talaga ito si MATTJESS, especially mga plays ni Ninkyu, yung matinding game sense dito, yung
Si
mga
Yaba
members
din.
nila, such as ni Yaba, and as well as itong sila Jason, no? Pero unfortunately, when it came down to the mid-round calling, to the point of adaptation na kailangan nila umakto depending sa kung sino lang yung mga naiiwan mga players dito, doon talaga nagkakaroon ng kakulangan. Kaya naman tignan natin ang ating mga stats ngayon, no? Kasi talagang makikita mo kung sino ba naman yung mga nag-pop up para si kay Cedric na
yan.
parang nung isang beses lang natin siya nakita naglaro. Pero ngayon, 25 bomb na agad ang na-offer niya dito in the team alongside with ALQQ as well, no? While the rest of the squad, syempre tamang suporta lamang. But here, for MATTJESS, abay, grabe din naman yung ginawa dito ni Aldrin, no? But once again, in terms of individuality, okay naman sila. It's just that how would they be able to use each other and aid each other in times of need?
Yeah. And not to mention, sub no more para sa Alliance Gaming na pinoint out nga natin. Kay Cedric is back and he is here for the show. Mochi, kakaiba nga yung pinakita niyang debut dito sa ating group stage. And you know, despite the efforts of MATTJESS and the improvement of MATTJESS, we need to recognize na maganda yung pinapakita ng MATTJESS dito. Kulang pa ng konting luto pa. Ito, kay Cedric ang ating MVP for this first set. 1.67 ang ating KD para sa kanya. And resounding performance galing sa kanya dito sa Ankara.
Well played talaga, no, for kay Cedric. I remember him na medyo kinulang siya nung sa nakaraan na laban nila dito na natalo sila. Pero ngayon, iba talaga yung comeback, no? Talagang lumala at pinagporsigihan niya pa talaga lalo. And I can't wait, no? Ano kaya ang magiging adjustments din dito ni MATTJESS pagdating sa second map natin in terms of Eagle Eye? Kasi parang ang naging resolution dito na, you know what? Wag natin i-leave into unpredictable adaptability yung mga galawan natin dito
Yep.
for matches. Kasi dun sila magaling eh. So what if amp up natin yung speed, tapos mas maging malapit pa tayo in terms of taking all the spaces na maaaring pinaglalagyan nila dito. And they performed pretty well, no? Taking that map.
Yeah, well, that being said, no, tapos na ang ating unang set. Magbabalik tayo mamaya at maya para sa possible conclusion ng ating match dito. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapunta niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it to trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. SA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
After a couple of minutes, tayo muling nagbabalik dito no, sa laban natin for Alliance Gaming and as well as matches. Any expectations dito, Kuya Josh?
My expectation is to see a little bit more Aldrin dominance, but at the same time, we need, ang kailangan ng matches dito, Mochi, is to get their, parang find their identity. I feel like matches are at this point in time na meron na silang identity crisis. Magde-decide pa lang sila kung ano nga ba yung gagawin nilang pure form at this point in time. Kasi na-develop na yung chemistry nila. Makakakita na tayo ng magagandang plays galing sa kanila and the good macro as well. But it's not fully formed yan. Kumbaga, hindi pa siya fully evolved.
It's a matter of trying to make the most out of kung anong meron sila dito, no? Kaya, tignan natin, no? Kasi makikilates yan ng ating casters. Salvatore and Sneaky Frog, kayo na to.
Ay bumiyahe papuntang Eagle Eye. Malalaman nga natin kung dito na nga ba tayo magtatapos o kaya pa tayo dalhin ni Matches sa ikatlong set. Welcome back to more action dito lang sa ating SEA Masters Spring Week number 3. Matches and Alliance Gaming. Ang hirap nilang paghiwalayin sa loob ng Akara Sneaks. Namangha tayo sa mga nakita natin and I hope ganun pa rin na makita natin sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye.
Yun nga, no? Parang nakita natin yung interesting approach ng dalawang teams natin pagdating ng mapa. Obviously, matches more, timing based, more assertive, no? Pagdating nga sa kanila map control, and para naman nga dito sa ating alliance side, it's more counterplay, smart play, pare. Let's use this setup para i-counter itong setup na to. So, it's an interesting dance na nakita nga natin dito sa Ankara. Some of yung moments na nakita nga natin from matches were basically clutches ka, galing nga dito kay Aldrin twice, obviously. And you can't really rely upon yung mga ganun na rounds para makakuha ng panalo. We need to see more definite wins galing dito sa matches especially. And Alliance, so this is your opportunity to finally close out yung series considering na may experience naman yung matches pagdating sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, pero Alliance obviously have been cooking behind the scenes dito sa mapa na to. So, let's see kung effective ba yun, pare.
Well, the effectivity will be seen later on naman, no, Sneaks. And yung batuhan talaga ng matches playstyle, no? Parang it's kind of odd kanina nga no Ankara, pero kailangan dun pa talaga sa punong dulo na magkaroon nga ng onting sabit, no? From the start of their first half, okay naman, no? Yung distribution dito ng space ni Yaba, yung pagkuha ng Kisiniki was not impactful para ma-close out talaga nila yung round nang hindi dumadaan sa 1v1 or sa 2v1. Pero nung second half, papuntang overtime, dun talaga nagkatalo-talo, no? Parang it was kind of very questionable for matches. Paano nga talaga sila nag-fall off na to the point na isang round yung nakuha nga lang nila dito lang sa ating overtime, whereas Alliance Gaming continued to improve sa pag-a-anchor nga nila and taking those elevated spots. Ganun din naman sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. There's a lot of elevated spots nga dito like the hotel or even yung top A nga natin, yung mid tower, no? There's so many positions na pwedeng makuha dito ng Alliance para ma-excellent nga nila yung sarili nga nila in taking an advantage over the round. Pero matches, if there is any map na pwede mo talagang sabihin na bukod sa sub-base, eto talaga yun, Sneaky, no? And we've been putting them in Ankara for quite the most part, pero ilalagay ko sila dun sa may bandang A tier. Eto talaga, S+ tier na to ng matches. They taken the likes of Pacific, Team Secret, and as well as itong execration natin sa mapa nga na to, no? And those were amazing performances mula kay Ninkyu at Yaba na ngayon sana makita nga natin, no? Kasi so far si Ninkyu pa lang dito nagpa-pop off. Si Yaba medyo kinakapa niya pa nga yung sarili niya nga paano makipaghalubilo dito sa kanyang mga kakampi. Pero overall, with the Alliance macro na nakita nga natin kanina, they just need to shut down the right player para gumana talaga ang Alliance, Sneaky.
For sure. Ayun nga, no, maybe a pick-off dito kay Cedric or kay ALQQ or dito kay Nuken would definitely be helping yung efforts natin na pagdating nga dito sa defensive side ng mapa. Ayun nga, para sa Alliance naman, I'm really thinking kung ano yung magiging spots dito ni Del QQ, especially kung if he's gonna be the guy permanently staying dito sa base at naghahanap dito sa hotel, or will he be the active sniper dito sa A side to try and pick off kung sino man na nakatayo nga dun, no? So there is still a lot in the air para nga dito sa Alliance. So matches naman, yeah, the right players have to perform, no? Tama nga yung point na yun, Salvatore. And Ninkyu obviously was there pagdating nga dito ng BL side nga natin na mapa, and were some spots as well dito sa mapa natin as well. Pero nung GR side, I wanted to see more output from him, especially, no? Medyo matesty siya pagdating dito sa events, which you have to be, no? Kasi yun nga, you're the first buffer pagdating nga dito sa floor A, papunta nga dito sa top A. And yun nga, he has to probably do a better job of controlling his trigger finger, no? Pagdating nga dito sa kanyang mga lurks. And it's actually quite funny kung paano nag-end itong last game natin. But we're gonna make a cut to that story. Instead, it will be Eagle Eye 2.0. Time for set number 2. Nuken.
Flashing ako dito, flashing ako dito.
First shot didn't hit.
Tapay! Palaglag.
Guys, I think may
Yun,
tapping.
ang lakas. Feeling ko pre feeling ko lang. May nasa top A ngayon. Pero ayan, nag-stairs na dito si Zach. Pero hindi yun maririnig ng Alliance. Hindi ko lang makakatulong ngayon sa kanila. And good scouting actually dito kay Zach. Tumitesting dito ang Alliance. Sina-challenge pa rin nila yung top A dito. Zach, what a move! Mula dito kay bossing mo, Zach. And he's not done. Nakapwesto pa rin nga siya dito. He's so open. At itong Alliance Gaming nga na to, matigas din ang ulo. Pumapwesto din sila. The QQ brothers doing it. Delq and ALQ opening it up para ka sa Alliance at lahat ng depensa ng matches na wala na.
Grabe, Del QQ hitting us with the nastiest drop shot dito kay Zach, pare. Si Yapa magagaling sa likod, pero well aware naman ang Alliance. Pero likod ba talaga kung taas ang hanap dito ni Yaba? Kay Cedric still on the backside, and I think well aware itong si Yaba na meron pang tao na naandito sa long, so the defense on site is only too strong. Problema nga lang, they still haven't found Nuken. Del QQ first down sa site. Nuken spotting itong si Aldrin. Nuken around the corner, shot in the head, 59 HP. Itong si Yaba, kay Cedric on towards the long side. Pwede na umakyat si Yaba, pero hahabulin siya yata dito ni kay Cedric. Kay Cedric, the defuse is on! The defuse is on! Hindi nahabot si kay Cedric! And the plant was successful, but the defuse was way better, pare.
Magaling magtago si kay Cedric. Pero di niya kaya pumatay na nagde-defuse. Aray ko naman, nakaw sa kalagitnaan ng araw. You love to see it, Sneaky. Gusto ko yung mga ganon na nagmumukhang pub game. Froze now picking at isang mala pub game na pick din yun. Aldrin, ba't tayo nag-i-swing sa may BR? Nakakapagtaka nga naman. Pero, you do you. Ito naman nandito ang veterano nga naman. At si Nuken nakaakyat na nga. Pero nakita ka kagad ni Zach with little to no adjustment. Sneaky, insane movement here by MATTJESS as they already got one. Para palitan din kagad dito si Aldrin. 4v4 kay Cedric.
Uy!
Actually, he's priming himself. And may next patient sa clinic ni Zach Pre. Isa-isa lang ang appointment.
Ako po, this is not good, man. Froze tags a site. And probably will fall shortly dito, pare, as he does. Last two left alive para dito sa Alliance. Kay Cedric swinging the corner. Jason with the second one. And ALQQ, the last one left alive. Wala na yata siya masyado magagawa dito, pare. Unless tamang plant ng C4 and maybe get a cheeky duke, pero unless magulat tong si Yamba, which di na nila ipupush, man.
Balikan ng base siguro. Tapos gawin mong
Spot.
VIP na Scar. No, ALQ. Pero joke lang yun. Here comes another plant. Pero parang di pa ata siya aware na may nasa exit na. Kailangan niya paghiwalay muna ngayon si Jason. Pero kaya i-stick to ni Yamba. Pero imbis na i-stick niya, nilaban niya pa rin. That is all ego mula dito kay Yamba as they get the defuse and the kill. MATTJESS, dalawang magkakasunod.
Yeah, props to kay Ninkyu as well, no? Ang laki ng tiwala ni Zach kay Ninkyu, pare, na i-hold down itong A-Long while he is speaking tower the entire time, pare. And he was fully well aware na itong Alliance, they will try to go for some of these cheekier angles. Si Yaba, makikisniper na rin dito sa mapa natin. Nuken will fall, pero mahuhulog din si Zach. So, tamang pasahan lang tayo na snipers all across the board dito na mapa natin, pare. Kulang yata bag ng...
si bro ay inutang muna ang TRG. Okay. Nothing much to be said siguro sa setup dito ng MATTJESS, pero more on the Alliance. Parang ang dami nga nilang ginawang ingay lang sa may garahe. Tapos sabay umalis nga sila. Pagtaka, no? Bakit si kay Cedric lang hinaguhod nga dito? Probably to catch off guard dito ang MJ sa kanilang paglabas nga ng site. If ever man, nasimulan nga ito ni Ninkyu, baka hindi nga siya manggaling ng exit. Baka LA nga yung kalabasan niya nga. Grabe kaya ba pag tumama nga yun. Pero here comes multiple utils ng Alliance to cover out ang ating exit, pati ng ating itong room A. Froze na manggagaling nga ng lane. Aldrin, nabasa nga ito. Sinususpetsahan na nga. At tama lang yung rotation nga nila dito. Aldrin is now getting picked at tatabuwa nga dito yung buo niya ni Froze. He gets a double. 1v3 now. Ninkyu nag-ahasik. Forces to 1v1. Ninkyu, the cold-blooded player ng MATTJESS. Laban sa piso na Froze na nasa top A na nga ngayon. Wala sa kanya yung C4. Nakakapanghinayang. Nasaan na nga ba yung round sana ng Alliance? Sa gandang simula. Magkakaroon ng pait na panapos. Pero habang may buhay pa, pwede pa pumalag. Isang bala lang naman kailangan dito ni Froze. Pero kailangan asintado nga naman talaga, Sticky. Ninkyu nilalaro. And Ninkyu winning the round. The heroic play from MATTJESS. Yun ang magdadala sa kanila sa 3-sorry.
That's the thing about yung MATTJESS defense, no? Pagdating ng Eagle Eye natin, pare, may flank na mangyayari from Aldrin or Ninkyu from either side of the map as soon as any execute starts. At yun yung danger ng Alliance dito, pare. Pagdating sa mga side takes natin, parang naka-timer sila, men, eh. And if you do not take the sites by 20 seconds, malilikuran kayo dito. Grabe. But Ninkyu, man. Ninkyu with an absolute hold on the EBR, pare. And we've been asking from him especially na gumawa para dito sa MJ ng napakalaking porsyento ng kanilang opensa. And it seems like MJ, everybody has caught the offense bug dito sa ating BL side or ating sa GR side natin, men. And ALG, hindi sila makahanap ng opening.
mahirap dito pre, no? Kasi wala silang mid-control. So mahirap nga talaga hanapan yung pick nga nila. At si Alfio kanina pa nga nakatambay, pero umangat nga siya ng bahay. Bakit naman, bossing, no? Nang wala tayong kamuwang-muwang sa mga nangyayari, doon pa tayo nagiging delikadoso. 38 seconds, Frozen nakaabang sa may HM. Good pick. As Alliance now playing the post plant, pero si Aldrin nauna na nga dito para kunin si Frozen. Now setting up the 3v1 sneaks.
Del QQ. Lone on site, 25 seconds. Unang peek kay Jason, pero si Zach tinakbo na lang sa loob ng site. And the USP will get the head. 4-0 para sa MATTJESS. And pansin ko lang dito no, Salvatore. Feeling ko one of the main reasons why kung bakit nahihirapan tong Alliance Gaming pagdating sa BL side. They're not getting the same parameters na nakita natin nung nung Angkara pare na they're getting the first pick and then magbaback sila and then dun sila magpo-push pare. And feeling ko fully well aware na tong MATTJESS na Alliance magiging aggressive sila sa simula ng round para kumuha ng opening or maybe just to split the defense in half. So ito naman si MATTJESS, they're playing as far back as possible. At the same time, itong si Ninkyu, parang jiggle lang sa long. They're actually looking for the tower and mid players kasi parang alam na yata ng MATTJESS at this point na hindi matake itong long men dahil sa dalawang players.
I'm just in shock din, no? Na nawala yung presence of mind dito ng Alliance na it's the same old default setup ng MATTJESS, no? Tao sa bunker, tao sa top A, tao sa exit, diba? Tapos may mga nag-jiggle lang dun sa may second mid, pati rin sa may hotel. Di na ipapanalo ng Alliance. Feeling ko na to-throw off nga sila kasi akala ata nila every round is going to be very different, no? When in fact na sa apat na nakadaan, no, Sneaks, by the time of round 2 or even round 3 siguro bilang allowance, okay na sana yun para malaman talaga ng Alliance na it's no longer within your scope na kalabanin sila between the long angles. Ang dali kuunin ng mid-site, no? Na ang pwede mong kunin yung door mid, smokean mo lang takag dito yung lane. Ayun, nasa RS ka na ng kalaban. The thing is, walang split play na nagaganap kasi for Alliance Gaming and they're trying their best na mahanap agad yung pick na sa may top A bago sila umatake ng door mid dito, no? So, ganun talaga. Mahirap talaga para dito sa Alliance na makuha yung complacency na yun na itong atake namin ngayon, magiging madali na at dito na kami magiging consistent when in fact they're not even doing step 1 is yung pagbasa nga talaga ng default ng matches. They're not getting enough picks kasi nga hindi sila pinagbibigyan ng space. At yung kung ikukumpara mo naman, Sticks mas lamang talagang nakukuhang space ng GR, no?
Yeah, I know. So, whatever they cook dito sa practice pare obviously hasn't been working dito sa Eagle Eye map natin and it seems like reality has a different story para sa mga Alliance players natin so far. But still, timeout could solve their issues. Obvious naman na yun nga, Alliance not getting the same first picks as they did dito sa last game natin. So that could be a priority para sa kanila. And pansin ko rin dito sa matches actually, Salvi, they're hanging back as far back as possible. So very well aware sila sa desperation ng Alliance to get that 4v5 sa simula ng round. And I think the double sniper is gonna make this a lot more painful, especially tumatama dito si Yaba. Will not hit the first one though.
Ay, binati mo pre. Dapat di mo muna sinasabi. Yaba, pinapatama yan. Yun, di ba? Dapat. Sa punong dulo mo nga sinasabi. Eh, here's another after timeout play ng MATTJESS. Hawakan ko ang baba ng BR. Tapos kunin ko yung labas ng hotel. Aldrin and Yaba. Very underrated. Pero dito nga siya gumana. So, apparently, no, Sneak, sa technical na sinabi nga natin kanina, ang meron lang talaga ang MATTJESS is good defense, no? This is not even the issue of Alliance not even taking mid-control o kaya yung bypass. Wala silang enough challenges, no? Doon sa mga long angles natin. Pag lumalaban ng Alliance, hindi ko sure kung paano nila hindi na-utilize yung smoke. Hindi ko rin sure kung bakit din sila nalilito kung nasaan sila Yaba at Aldrin, no? Kasi siguro din naman, Alliance, kung nasa GR kayo, palagi din kayo nasa hotel, no?
Patay si Ben.
Wala pa, boss. Wala pa. Napisuhan lang. Para,
kala ko magsiswing si Aldrin.
Triple TRG. Para kay Alkyo at Nuken, no? Paano kayo magbubogdan yan ngayon? Pare. Shansi, pre, no? DM Shansi, sniper only. Pero Eagle. Oy! Yan! Meron din si Yaba. Meron ding mata ng Agila, pre. And now we're heading on to a flawless round, MATTJESS. Tigi-tigi sa silang piraso dito sa hapagkainan. Lahat makakakain at lahat nabusog.
Yun namin, yung niluto ng Alliance. Kinakain dito ng MATTJESS, Ben. And Alliance just like what we said, there's no solution to this so far. And aggression will not even do it para sa kanila, pare. Long A take. Isa lang, or actually dalawa lang ang nabawasan dito sa side ng MATTJESS. But this HC, huge! Pero si K-Centric, wala pang nakuhang kahit ni isang confirmation sa mga players ng MATTJESS. Yaba, nag-aantay gamit ang kanyang USP, EBR on the other side of the door. Sa kamay ni Del QQ, Nuken with the sniper, pero sa simula pa lang ng round, parang alam mo na yata yung ending.
Nakuha naman, pre. Don't tell me, no? Dalawang magkakasunod-sunod na round na makukuha ng matches na wala man lang napapas lang sa kanila ni isa. Oh, teka lang, nabati ko nga, pre. Pili ko talaga, pre, na may kapangyarihan tayo, Snicks, para sabihin yung mga nangyayari.
Imagine.
And he's so close to pulling up a 1v5. Nagawa mo na to sa FERVID. Kailangan mo lang to gawin ulit ngayon. Sa isa pang Cebuano squad. Nuken. Trying to separate. Kung hanapan na nga mo na dito si Aldrin. Eh, yun nga lang si Aldrin ang nakatapat niya. And now MATTJESS scoring an insane 6 consecutive rounds over to Alliance.
And Alliance, yun nga, aggression in that last round. It seemed more frustration more than anything, no? Para nga dito sa Alliance na di nga sila makakuha ng opening pick, makakuha lang sila ng opening trade, and even then, sila pa yung lumalabas sa 4 versus 3 dito. And MATTJESS pagdating sa mga ganitong rounds, na nag-hold naman yung Alliance, they're just gonna welcome it, pare. They'll play as far back as possible. Ninkyu, now playing itong mid position natin, and Zach will be playing more aggressively towards yung house A side natin. So, bit of a change on the setup for the MJ boys. Maybe try to see if they can bait yung mga Alliance players pabalik ng A side.
I don't know, pre. In terms of baiting, I don't think MATTJESS is one of the few teams na masasabi mong kakagat doon sa pain, no? And in terms of Alliance nga naman, I don't think they are a team that necessarily relies on baiting. Pero I do think na kaya nga nilang i-default to. Or sinabi ko yun ng maaga, tapos may mapipilas ditong isang miyembro kung susubok nga si Aldrin. Pero Aldrin high-low yan. Kahit ikaw di mo kaya yan, bossing. Literal, di ba? There goes a very good high-low dito bilang isang magandang panimula ng Alliance. MATTJESS seemingly canceling itong setup nga nila sa may BR at hotel in favor of more spaces. Dito lang sa ating mid-side. Yaba, papangawakan na nga yung taas nga ngayon ng second mid, Froze. Hinahanap pa nga rin yung pagkakataon na ang MATTJESS ay mag-overextend. Pero kahit naman sa angkara, di nila magawa-gawa yun eh.
Yaba, info to. Okay. Yun lang, Froze. Down immediately. Good find galing kay Yaba. Nuken catching, Ninkyu crossing dito sa doors. Pero di na makikita yung pangalawang player na nakakross na. Zach. Del QQ down. C4, paparating na nga ng B-site natin. Pero nakaposisyon na agad ang MJ para sa retake. Nuken. Hinulog na agad ang sniper, naghahanap ng rifle, makakapulot ng EBR, makakapatay kay Jason! And Zach will be next on the menu with this flank. Finally working para sa Alliance and a point on the board. They have been clawing at it pa rin, nakuha na nila.
Most calculated weapon throw of all time, no, para dito ay Nuken. Nakalain mo nga naman, pre. Wala ata siyang plano kunin din yung M14. Okay na sana kung TRG yung gamit niya, pero kailangan talaga pulutin yung M14 kasama sa kwento at kasama sa angas yun. Good hold mula dito kay Lazak, pero nakalimutan nga nila na hindi lang B at A ang meron dito sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye, meron ding mid. At yun ang hindi napangawakan nga ni Yaba nga kanina. As we now head into a very crucial round for Alliance na makuha pa nga ulit ng isa, Yaba. Yaba, pwede ka pala magganyan. Hindi namin nakita sa'yo sa angkara. Pero binati ko na naman, pre, yung init ng panahon, hinihigop dito ng MATTJESS. Parang minsan ayoko na magsalita, pre. Parang nababati talaga natin.
What if mid-flash? Parang di ka pa nakikita eh. Galing dito sa Alliance, men. NinQQ now playing the mid position instead of itong samahan na si Zach. Pero Jason, naka-headset na agad gamit ang kanyang EBR. Zach playing the spawn side. LQQ spotting Jason. NinQ from the behind. And ito na nga sinasabi ko. You push A. NinQ pushes from the behind. LQQ Last one left alive. USP sa kanyang muka. 7-1 Alliance. You may have gotten one round pare, pero MJ hindi nila bibitawan yung momentum.
Malakas ang momentum, malakas din ang labang pre. Kita mo nga naman, naanim dito ang agwat. At lahat naman ng yun nagwala talaga sa mga malalakas nga na rounds. Froze sumusubok nga. At yung subok nga na yun nagbigay nga sa kanya ng isang kill. At wala talagang bumipigil sa kanya dito pre. Asan na yung brake fluid mo bossing? Kailangan ba na palitan niya? Kasi dire-diretso ka nakapasok. Walang nakapantay. Napas lang si Jason and Zach shuts him down. Buti na nga lang, may mediator dito pero nanggaling pa nga talaga sa kalaban at ngayon, Alliance gusto sana ng isa pang malakas nga na round pero ganun daw, ganong klase, nainit yung gusto nga nila ipamalas. Nuken and Zach, Battle of Patrician dito lang sa may garage pati na nga rin sa may top A. Set up para ka dito kay ALG para mag-ingay. At hindi ata sila aware, masyadong maingay dito ang Alliance sa loob nga ng A. Pero yung dalawa nandito na nga sa B, forcing MATTJESS na kumagat dito.
Uy, that's a key kill actually. Na makuha nila si Nuke and rotation has not been cut off pero yung sniper. TRG buhay na buhay pa kay Cedric with the spray. Onto Yaba, finally the second para sa ALG. And Alliance Gaming, tamang back and forth lang sa tail end ng ating first half. Ngayon, sila naman yung magde-defend this time. MATTJESS on the offense. MATTJESS obviously specialists pagdating nga dito sa offense natin. Alliance, obviously offense no, has had its difficulties dito sa Ankara. Pero ngayon, kailangan din nila mag-lock in. And they might have to pull out yung triple sniper or double sniper setup simula pa lang pare.
Di ko sure no if MATTJESS definitely did what they had to do pero they just had to be random at a certain time nga naman talaga to not make it an 8-1 matchup. At ito na ata so far yung nakikita nga nating side ng MATTJESS na wala talagang awa kumbaga. I feel like Alliance as a team, they really nourish talaga yung ideya na pag hindi natin tinitriple pick yung lahat ng mga to, medyo malulugi tayo, no? It's not even giving mid-side, it's not giving A. Pero the fact na kaya nga nilang gawin yung ganong klase bagay just means na they're just hesitant. Na dahil nga sa lakas ng MATTJESS, pwede maging 2-for-1, pwede maging 3-for-nothing, no, kung sakaling pagbigyan. Pero gumana nga naman. I feel like doon naman nagsimula yung ikot ng makina dito ng Alliance is the fact that they got one pick tapos na-snowball nga naman nila kagad. And this is going to be a start, no? No adjustments whatsoever. Alliance will be playing face value crossfire. Yung tipong basta may MATTJESS, kakalabanin natin.
That's what he might have to do, no? Dito sa sitwasyon na to pare. Obviously, not much of a defense dito sa may mid-side. More of a surprise para sa baka B players natin. And taking a look at that last round, almost a disaster, no? Surprise nga ako hindi nakita ni Froze si Zach sa may window side. But I think he was fully focused on something else entirely. A good cleanup either way para sa mga Alliance players natin in that last one. Pero yung problema nga lang, ngayon, meron na kayong one-man lead. Can you take advantage of it, pare? Yan ang tanong. And of course, it's ultimate.
Then Q down. Next target. Next patient daw. Pasok daw. Dito sa loob ng ospital ni Nuken. Lahat mabibigyan. Lahat makakasubok. Okay, MATTJESS. At least, no, nag-gets nyo na may tao talaga sa may room. So, nice adjustment now. Putting his direction now to LA. Delky with a huge push. Parang kanina lang din. Nasa loob ka nga ng hotel. Okay, Cedric will be getting the last kill and Alliance slowly crawling back into relevance nga dito. No? Isang magandang round na pwede nga nating makita ng paulit-ulit.
Ayun nga, AlQQ, are you gonna send it again pare? It seems like he will. And mag-aantay na lang ba ang MATTJESS? Good shot. Galing kay AlQQ. Here comes the assistance. Galing kay Del. Nakuha na kasi Zach. I think mission complete, pare. We've eliminated the sniper. We've eliminated the head of the dragon, pare. So, satisfied na yata dito yung Alliance. Pwede na sila mag-sight lang dito.
4v3 Ninq. Gusto ng TB3, pre. Destiny Ninq. Hindi yan nag-chill, pre. Si Froze. Ayan, talaga, pumrepare ka pa. Ano, di tayo nakapagpigil, boss, no? Di tayo nakapagpigil. Parang wala, di ko pa nga sure kung alam ni Froze yun eh.
Mali mo, di ba?
Pero, mali mo nga din naman. Pero, re-hit dito ng matches sa loob nga ng A-site. As Kay said, jump spot, pero di nga nahuli ni Aldrin. Or should I say, revenge.
Oh.
Sa mga oras nga na to. Pero di pa ata nila alam na si Yaba nakapwesto na nga. So, Nuken now making his way to room A na nga ngayon. Yaba sumisetup na nga. Si Aldrin gusto ata pumasok ng door mid para makansela dito yung mga in-off angle ng matches. Nuken gets the kill. More para nga sa Alliance at they're definitely cooking dito sa GR side sticks.
Yun nga, it seems like the defense paying off a lot more para nga dito sa Alliance. Aldrin will be founded out dito sa may mid-side in queue. The only one left alive para sa kanyang team. Has produced plenty of clutches para nga dito sa matches, pero this one will be the most difficult one. 4 against 1. Snipers already trained sa mga entrances natin, and ALQQ will get the final kill. 4-7, Alliance. Teka lang. Timeout dito ang matches. Okay, they have remembered that they have the timeout dito sa Eagle Eye and will be taking a quick pause. Alliance, uminit dito sa last 2.
Mood. Napaka-mood. Gets na gets, no? Bakit nga ba naman kasi yan lang yung nakikita natin wala sa kanila. Nasaan na yung mga nagpopogi ang mukha ng matches tsaka ng Alliance, no? 'Di ba? Buti. Pili sa timeout pre, sa timeout. Ano sa tingin mo iniisip nila?
Dami iniisip pa rin. Nakikita mo talaga yung
Feeling ko webcam, yung isa doon, pre. Webcam yung isa doon.
Omsin.
Oh, yun, webcam.
Nakikita mo talaga yung lahat ng brain cells nila really working out and all that stuff, pare. Pero, tignan nga natin kung gagana na nga ang brain cells ng mga players natin in and after this timeout. Obviously, itong matches, no, in this game really had a hard time dun sa last 2 rounds. Obviously, parang medyo mas naging random yung approach ng mga Alliance Gaming players natin. And at the same time, it is also a spite of overconfidence galing dito sa matches that they can just kinda start swinging no matter what side of the mat at makukuha nga nila dito. And I feel like, with that kind of approach, pare, definitely they can get back into this series.
Hopefully, makabalik nga ang matches nga dito, no? Tulad din ng mga angulo nga nila sa camera, pre. Kasi hanggang ngayon, hindi pa nga rin maayos. Si Jason, may tinatago atang angas nga dito. Ay, bossing, binababa na nga nila. Diba? Boss, sayang yung ginawa ng pag-uulma nga sa kanila. At higit sa lahat din, sayang nga din talaga yung ideya sa matches na parang hindi na nga nila napapaikot ulit yung offense nga nila because they're already getting picked off. Feeling ko nagiging ambisyoso nga sila sa ideya na pwede tayo mag-LB pre, tas sasala si ALQ. 2 rounds magkakasunod na hindi sumala si ALQ pre. Tapos nagawa pa nilang i-challenge yung LA na kung saan wala man lang smoke sa may room A or even no contest doon lang sa pagkuha ng mid tower, no? So yeah, it's kind of like matches overthrowing themselves na okay lang yung ganto kasi ganto yung kalaban namin. Hindi dapat ganun eh. Like matches should be able to still respect na Alliance Gaming can still hold themselves nice kasi nga GR to ng Eagle Eye, which is one of the strongest sides na meron nga tayo sa ating mapol, no? Yung GR ng Eagle Eye. Probably next to port, no? Pero itong Eagle Eye na to sobrang punishing pag di mo nakuha yung mid control na yun kasi doon mo makikita lahat. BR, pati yung top A, pati nga siguro yung yung bunker pag may nag-overextend talaga. So it's that kind of control na gusto ko makita para nga sa matches.
Wouldn't be surprised if Matches start setting up yung mga mid-rushes natin and or ayun nga, no, maybe attack more from the mid side in general nga na mapa natin, no? Kasi ginagawa lang naman ng Alliance sa start ng round. They're literally running it dito sa LB, running it dito sa may LA side, maybe sniper gets a pick or 2, pare. So yung gusto ko makita galing sa kanila, pero kahit anong abang ni Zach, Nuken will still get his head dito sa bypass natin. 4 versus 5 and Alliance, one of the parameters has successfully been fulfilled dito sa mapa natin. They got the 4 versus 5. Kailangan nila makuha yung round mismo.
And pre, paano ba nila makukuha yung round na to kung
They got 3 snipers, pare.
nagiging mainit ang Alliance sa early eh. Yan ang di ko mag-grasp ng gusto. Kasi nga parang ang hanap ng matches is pananadya ng Alliance na tumingin sa mid. Pero Alliance, hindi na nga talaga sila mismo nagpapatinag, no? They're trying to be sure dito sa mga crossfire nga nila. And they wanted to make it effective, no? ALG. Kamunti ka na. At si Delq yung mag-hit sa kanya nga mismo. And he gets taken down. Overestimated na nga kayo ng MATTJESS pre. Wala silang kaalam-alam sa ginagawa ng Alliance sa depensa nga nila.
Yun nga, MATTJESS seem confused. Dito sa A-take natin, Inkyu gusto nang bumalik. Jason, headshot as soon as he jumped. Aldrin will be up next. Froze kay Cedric securing. Inkyu na lang natitira. Paikot na nga dito sa bypass. Spray's gonna be good on the last bullet. Pero kay Cedric, isang idlap na lang dito sa kanyang kalaban at pamamatay na nga siya. Lukin, someone tell him that this last player's low. Nako po, walang nagsabi sa Alliance na barag na itong si Ninkyu pare at nabigyan pa nga ng TRG. Guys, let's not give Ninkyu yung chance, no? Baka lang naman.
Mali mo nga naman. Oh, he's calling a pseudo timeout pre. Or
Yes,
at
para
least
sarili na lang, sarili na.
Papalag pa rin siya. Sumala yung una. Pero itong short tong Colt na to, tatama nga naman talaga. Lions getting yet another round. At sa tatlong magkakasunod-sunod, lahat yun. Mukha namang mainit dito ang Alliance, no? Literal na you cannot stop yung picks dito ni Nuken. Yung pwesto nila kay Cedric at nila Delq, hindi pa rin nasusolusyonan ng matches.
Jason, big responsibility para sa mga B players natin. No? Finally, nakita na tayo ng round na hindi sila napick agad dito sa B-long. Pero Froze at si K. Cedric doubling up the hotel side. Recognizing na tong MJ, no? Kanina pa nga dito sa A-side na nagpe-fail ang kanilang mga executes. Pero I like this. Galing sa matches route. Possibly towards the mid side. Pero pabalik sila ng A. I don't like this. Yun lang. That's why I don't like it. Mr. Salvatore, Jason na wala na ganang buhay.
Jason pa nga talaga.
Solo niya ba?
Pero as we all know, MATTJESS in their element ngayon. Mapilas man yung kapitan namin pero hindi naman kami kasi buhay pa naman. Rekta naman daw kami sa pagbubuka ngayon nila Delq. Yaba now cutting off the rotation. Hindi chinek ni kay Cedric. At late yung pagtingin ni Nuken. Finally a breakthrough in the system. May nangyayari na umiikot ng gulong ng MATTJESS. Zach, nochohan lang. At hindi kinaya ng Alliance dito ang mainit na entry ng MATTJESS 8-5. Hindi pa nakakalapit ang Alliance.
Yeah, I would have imagined na they would have been very well aware ng late lurk dito ng MJ, no? Especially knowing na very prevalent yun dito sa Ankara map natin. Pero I feel like the panic has already set in nung Alliance nang nag-execute na sila ng A-side. Ang ganda ng first pick. Pero ang ganda ng pag-pull ng mga players dito nga sa A-side natin. Yeah, Delq, he needed that first kill pa. He needed that first kill.
Double kill.
Grabe men.
Sakit nun.
Grabe men. Pakapagtaka, ALG could have had like a better spot actually, no? Pero it was just that scattered. Feeling ko the pressure was just right there. Pero ngayon, pwede pa siya makatago dito ng EB. Kung bababa nga siya ng stairs, ALG, medyo nag-overtake na akala niya flash yun. But it was indeed a spoke, pero good presence of mind still for MATTJESS. Na-coveran pa nga rin yun. At hindi na nga lang to i-challenge. Gumana naman yung A-side pre, pero parang dun sa papwesto.
Wala ka pang flank, men. Yun rin yung sumira dun sa Alliance sa last round. They walang nag-flank sa kanila dito to actually clear the mid player. Pero K. Cedric spotting 2 in towards long. K. Cedric, meron ka ng katabi dito pare. Jason, ALQQ will get Ninkyu. Pero nakadalawa rin dito ang mga players na MATTJESS. Make that 3. Nuke and down. 2 versus 2. ALQQ getting itong si Zach. So the sniper will fall. Bit of danger for the side of MATTJESS. Meron nang naka-occupy dito sa may tower side natin. ALQQ having to hit the shot of a lifetime. Good awareness galing kay Aldrin. He is still crouching just in case na meron ka na dito sa tower, which there will be. Pero Del QQ spotting left side of the map. Yaba making sure na clear nga dito yung tower side. Pero hahanapin muna na yata nila dito si ALQQ. Yaba on a quest for killing, pero siya pa ka namatay. Aldrin, another clutch situation for the CROSSFIRE veteran. Years of experience right behind him, pare, pero kaya niya bang i-clutch to? Aldrin spotted sa house,
Hindi,
spotted sa
pre.
bunker. Kahit sa bunker, hindi siya makakatago dito.
Ano nga naman, an overcooking of post plants. At lalo't lalo na nga rin na matches, kailangan na nga nila yung round na yun. Nabitawan pa nga nila. What is the problem with matches sa pagkuha ng site mismo? Nandun na lang kayo mismo tumayo. Nandun na yung bunker, nandun na yung top A. They're very hesitant in taking control of the high-low advantage ng A site. At ngayon, here comes a desperation push ng Alliance.
Uy,
Ay, gusto nga nila kunin dito. Nagkasalisihan. Need Q. Finally gets taken down. Magiging 1-for-1 nga to. Zach getting the kill. Pero grabe naman ang paikot ngayon ng Alliance. B-side na mga atake ngayon ng matches. They're now stacking. Jason now with the peak. Nuken gets the kill. It's a 3v3 pero nagbubukan 3v2 na nga to. At nakatras na nga ng gusto nga dito ang matches na kay Yaba nga to. Maraming oras na malalagas. Sneaky pag naitanim to ni Yaba. Wala nang kailangan na i-clear pa siya dito.
Hindi pa nakatalon si Cedric men sa second mid. Oh my goodness. No check whatsoever. Del QQ, why are you peeking, my friend? We could have used that number. We could have used that player for the distraction. Pero si Cedric na magmumukhang kukuha dito sa long. 1 versus 2. Tagged up. Nuken. Patay na nga. Cedric known dito sa long. Pero Yaba mapapakanan dito. Mapapamatay dito sa top A. Cedric. Present dito sa mapa natin ang Eagle Eye. 8-7 Alliance. Keeping it close dito sa mapa natin, pare.
Cedric nga pala. Kanina pa kumaklatch. Down 7-2. Ngayon, isa na nga lang ang lamang bossing. Alliance 1 round away from pulling off a daring upset laban nga dito sa matches. Wala pa rin gumagana. Hindi pa rin naiisip ngayon ng matches. Bakit last year napakadali ng BL para nga sa kanila ngayon? They're being outclassed by Alliance. From every angle, LA, LB, Dormid, Garage. Ay nako pre. Matches na kukulangan na nga ng angas ngayon pre, no? Look at this replay pre. Tinan mo lahat ng fights na kinuha ng Alliance.
Weren't they destroying this team last year, pare? Weren't they in the same league dun sa impact natin, men? And that was the time na nanalo pa yung matches actually. If I can remember correct, no? Kung tama ka yung fact na yun, feel free to fact check me, pare. Pero oh my goodness me! That is not an impact peak, that's for sure. What a shot galing kay Froze. Aldrin will get one in return. Kay Cedric gumugusto at makukuha etong si Ninkyu. 3 versus 4. Gumugusto pa nga. One more peek but you will be dipping your hand too far into the cookie jar, my friend. Di mo na malabas. Pero si Nuken, ako po sumala pa dito sa bridge. Naka-AC pa nga kay Aldrin. Yaba tamang upo lang dito sa A-site. And all of a sudden, 55 seconds and it's a 3 versus 3. Pero nakabantay ba dito si ALQQ? ALQQ, you have to hit this first shot.
Oh, there goes the first shot. Pero magbumula nga to kay Yaba. Na hanggang ngayon, di pa nga rin umatras. Sobrang ingay mo na bossing. Pero si Delkyun nabingi. 3v1 now, Nuken. Ikaw na nga lang ang natitira. Pero hindi kinaya. At si Aldrin gamit ang kahon. Pinadala doon lahat ng mga bala at tumagos pa rin sa katawan ni Nuken. Match point for matches. 2 chances para naman sa Alliance.
Grabe, ALQQ who was once the savior. All of a sudden, man, one missed shot. And the entire defense falls apart para sa Alliance. Froze mahuhulog. Kay Cedric with one in return. Pero matatrade out naman si Zach before he even crosses back into hotel. Del QQ, desperate sa bridge. Maghahanap pa ka ng isa. Maghahasik ng game del QQ with an EDR. You could possibly save this round. Good tag on to Jason pero di na siya makakross. Dito sa bintana, very well aware of the presence of Zach. And here comes the second presence del QQ. Makakababa ng hotel. Makakapik. Jason down. Yaba, 1 HP. Where is an AT where you need it? Itatapon ni ALQQ pero walang matatamaan. Nuken na lang natitira. Nuken getting Ninkyu. Yaba, Zach low. USP will be the way to go para sa kanya. Minute and 30 on the clock. Yaba crossing. Yaba hotel checking in and checking out in an instant. Di siya makakadaan ng bypass. Here comes the kill. 1 versus 1. Head to head. Sniper versus sniper. But it's an EBR in the hands of Nuken. Zach, window, side, hotel, HE, face. Will survive the explosion pero mapapaikot yung dalawang players. Zach mapapabalik ng LB. Nuken didn't see spotted na mag-cross dito sa bridge. Left, right, and center. One fast shot from Zach or a headshot galing dito kay Nuken could make all the difference. Pero Nuken making the executive decision na umikot na lang. Pero tinigil niya ang ikot. Babalik siya dito ng bridge. Zach. C4.
Oras. Di niya nakuha, pre.
No sound whatsoever. Zach with the turnaround. Quick scope. Risking it all on the quick scope was not the choice. Zach. Nako po, he lives or dies by the sniper. And he dies for it, pare. 9-8 Alliance. Kapit patalim sa Eagle Eye.
Alas mawala na tayo ng hininga, Sneaky. Alliance, 1 round away from forcing yet another overtime, pre. At alam naman natin kung ano nagiging resulta ka nito pag yun ang nangyayari, pre, for Alliance. Matches with a very dangerous hold dito lang sa may hotel. Hindi yan pangkaraniwan. Bakit ganyan sila kalalim nga kagad? Pero buti na nga lang, may tinawag nga silang smoke. Grabe yung round na yun, pre. There was once a time, pre, na 3v2 na yun. All Matches had to do is dumiretso ng A-site. Pero Matches with the most egoist round. Talagang nilaban at nilaban pa nga nila. May RS naman na pwedeng daanan. Pero pinilit pa rin nilang kunin yung bypass. Pag nga naman talaga may saltek Matches, pag nga naman talaga nasa kondisyon na maging palo, dito pa talaga tayo nagkatalo-talo. Na wala yan.
Ka ni Zach pagkatapos, pero kung tumama yun. Pero kung tumama yun, par.
Tingin sa webcam, no, pre, nakapaka-aura sana nun, pre. Pero feeling ko, pre, tumaas yung mga narinig na decibels dun sa loob ng Caloocan, pre, nung nakuha ni Nuken yung round na yun. Grabe yung hiyaw na yun, that's for sure. 59, Sneaky. Matches now with a 3-man entry, pero dalawa lang ang nakatao. Si Zach may iwan. Will this be enough, though?
I'll kick you highlight day, man. Has to be. Oh my goodness, Del QQ.
No way Del Q.
Playing a dangerous game. No, yun lang pare. Del QQ, first one down. Pero ALQQ, makakatalawa sa loob ng site. Cold headshot, looking for it still. Pero mas madaming bala ang USP. Jason finally getting ALQQ. Nuken makabawi na isa. 2 versus 2 na naman. Alliance Gaming, Matches to the side. Kung map 3 ba talaga tayo or sweep na ba to, Nuken with the swing. Zach will get it. K. Cedric looking to extend. Backside, Zach spotted. With that one, overtime sa Eagle Eye 2.0. We will go to new compound. Map number 3 it is. The series goes long, pare.
We go the distance, bossing. MATTJESS holds on. Wala nga sang kapit, bossing. Ang puso ay tumitibok. Pero ang laro ay matutuloy ngayon. MATTJESS overcoming the odds and the pressure. Ang kanilang naratibo na sila pa rin ay contender ay nananatili pa rin ngayon. And the Goliaths will still stay the same. No? At ating mga David ay makakaranas pa ng isa pang mapa para mapatunayan na kaya nga nilang magpatumba ng mga Gigantes, pre. Back-to-back maps of pure masterclass para sa ating dalawang team. Kung may oras ka, palakpakan mo ang Alliance pati MATTJESS. Pero that was one heck of a series, Sneaky, no? Doon sa loob ng Eagle Eye, pati na nga rin ng Ankara. At di na ako makapag-antay sa new compound.
Oh, for sure, man. I mean, this will be quite a different map, no, kumpara nga dito sa Ankara at sa Eagle Eye natin. Obviously, new compound, it's more of a methodical, more of a strategic map, and it will be a lot more direct individual fights na makikita natin, which, in my opinion, would benefit itong matches, no? Pero Alliance, with what they're cooking dito sa Eagle Eye and itong sa Ankara, you know, we might not know what's gonna happen dito sa map 3.
Gusto ko na lang talaga makita to ng tuluyan, pero marami akong gustong malaman actually kung anong inputs dito, no, ng ating panel. Kaya maganda na kayo panel kasi makikinig na kami sa inyo. Mochi and Suave, ano masasabi nyo?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, si Sikipag and as well as Salvatore. Grabe yung laban na yun, no, Kuya Josh. Akala ko mag-OT pa yun, lalong-lalo na after all of the heroics na inilatag nila ALG as well as sila Nuken. Sayang, hindi nila pinaabot.
Sayang nga talaga. It was really interesting, no? Yung masasabi natin yung start din ng mapa na yun. Shoutout kay Didum, sabi niya kanina. ALG needs to be studied kasi paano yun nangyari, no? Na 0-5, if I'm not mistaken, yung simula natin dun sa dito sa Eagle Eye, nahabol pa nila yun, no? It becomes a point of contention na if nakapag-activate ng mas maaga siguro yung Alliance Gaming, kaya pa ba nilang madala sa OT or maybe even win it earlier?
Well, I wonder, no? Especially na nung unang half natin, sobrang layo na diferensya, nahihirapan na mag-navigate itong si Alliance Gaming and may mga moments where hindi na alam kung saan manggagaling o may nakatingin na pala sa kanila galing dito kay Matches, pero talagang pinrove lang ng Alliance Gaming that they can scale, no? Kaya ako sa ibang uri ng laro lang tayo pwedeng mag-scale. May palit game din pala dito, no? Nakanguntikan pa. Talagang hindi maisara ito ng matches and the challenge just goes on and it shows that Alliance Gaming, it's already gonna be up to them, no, kung paano nila i-interpret itong mapang ito sa Eagle Eye. Kasi talagang pinakita dito na hindi biro yung kanilang mga pinagdaanan and as well as how they were able to play it out into a really close 10-8 in terms of a scoreline. And kitang-kita naman kung paano nagpasiklab si Yaba kasi tignan mo naman yung KD niyan.
Yeah, man. 24 kills para sa kanya. That's a kill differential of 10. And then on the other side, Alliance Gaming, we saw so much galing kina Nuken, galing kina ALQ na sila yung sumasalo, no, in the points of pressure kung saan umiikot yung matches sa mapa natin. But, well, all things considered, no, evolution, masasabi natin galing sa MATTJESS na from map number 1, nakarating tayo dito sa Eagle Eye, kung saan just because I think, no, sobrang lakas ng momentum nila going into Eagle Eye, yun talaga yung nagpadala ng panalo sa kanila.
Let us check out, no? Sino nga ba talaga yung nagpanalo, no? Ewan ko na lang talaga kung sino yan. Pero may ideya na tayo kung sino yung MVP natin. And
Magulat ka na lang kung hindi.
Yeah, magulat ka na lang kung hindi, no? Parang kanina may pa 20 bomb din tayo above for Alliance Gaming ngayon. Si Yaba naman daw, no? And I like how they were able to reciprocate the same energy onto each other, no? And I do think that there will be a lot for us to await pagdating dito sa new compound natin.
Yeah, man, new compound is gonna be the decider para sa ating best of 3. We're gonna be looking towards yung mga snipers natin na parang buong serye sila nagpapakita, nagpapasiklab kung ano yung lakas talaga nila dito, no?
Yeah, sobrang lakas talaga. Kaya titignan natin kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari because I'm pretty sure the next round will be full of surprises. ㍍Match will be back after a quick short break. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakuputuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the double. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent trades here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
And it's time para sa ating ikatlong mapa ng new compound. Any predictions dito, J.Y, sa maaaring mangyari dito?
I think we all have a prediction for this series to go the distance. Maybe another OT. Pero parang magtitiwala pa rin
pwede.
ako dito para sa Alliance Gaming. At least for me. No? There were a lot of highlight plays from MATTJESS to open up Eagle Eye. And I feel like no, ngayon na nakapag-adapt yung Alliance Gaming, they're getting tested again and again. Doon lalabas talaga yung adaptability ng roster na to.
Future seems bright for them, honestly. It's just up to MATTJESS kung paano talaga nila ipapatunay na sila pa rin talaga ang nasa tuktok dito. Kaya naman, inapag na natin ito kay Salvatore and Sneaky Frog. Musta naman dyan?
Goods na goods lang kami, Boss Amo, no? At eto na nga ang ating last dance, Sneaky, once and for all. Magtatapos na nga tayo dito sa ating serye sa loob ng new compound. Kung saan ang hirap paghiwalayin sa loob ng angkara ng dalawang teams nga na to. Tapos pumunta pa tayo ng Eagle ay binigyan pa tayo ng isang magandang pag-asa na kaya pang IOT ng Alliance. Pero sinara na nga to ng MATTJESS. Nix, gusto ko lang malaman ano yung insights mo nga dito sa parating na new compound considering that these are two teams that excel on both ends on GR and BL despite the GR-sided map.
Pili ko mas may emphasis tayo pagdating sa mga riflers this time. Pagdating sa new compound, obviously nakita natin yung triple sniper setup dito sa Eagle Eye from the MJ side para i-try nga i-counter ang aggressive quote-unquote defense na ginagawa nga dito ng Alliance natin. So, would be interesting to see kung mas tumaas nga yung performances nga dito ni Ninkyu and ni Yaba. Granted, no, Ninkyu was already frying dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 in some parts dito ng Ankara map natin. We need to see that exact same fire galing sa kanya, men. Si Yaba medyo nakakahabol na rin with that MVP performance dito sa map number 2. His lurks especially yung naging effective para dito sa MJ to finally close out yung kanilang mapa dito, Ben. So, yun nga, the exact same expectations para dito sa matches, especially knowing na magsisimula sila dito sa ating GR side on compound. So, yun nga, they just have to have the right points na kailangan nila i-defend. Obviously, na hindi naman nila pinupush every single round yung mapa natin. So, they do have some semblance of discipline at least para dito sa new compound.
Gusto ko lang din malaman, no, if there's anything that MATTJESS had learned during Eagle Eye is the fact that Alliance wants the pressure for them. Gusto nga talaga nila na pumasok at lumusob dito ang MATTJESS with no splits whatsoever. Pero the moment na makakuha ng first pick ang MATTJESS, tila na pa-pressure down dito ang Alliance at parang hindi na nga nila sila makakilos ng maayos, no? So that's one pick up from Eagle Eye na pwede nga nilang ilipat sa loob nga ng new compound. Kung maalala mo, Sneaks, MATTJESS versus JY, the defense of a life para nga dito sa MATTJESS is that hindi sila kumakagat sa mga LA takes. Wala silang nilalaban papuntang B-side. Kung gusto nga nilang hanapan yung mga players doon sa may con mid, wala kaming pakialam doon. Ang gusto namin, EA tsaka Z, no? So MATTJESS is that passive doon nga sa kanilang GR. When it comes to the BL pre, talagang sinusulit nila yung mga oras at possibly, yun nga makita nga natin. Ladies and gentlemen, Manila versus Cebu Derby. Dito lang magtatapos yan sa loob nga ng new compound. Alliance at MATTJESS nagnakawan ng map pick. Sino ang mananalo? Ito'y malaking tandang panalong. Welcome everybody to our set number 3. MATTJESS versus Alliance.
Yun nga, once again, matches dito sa GR side, BL side para sa Alliance team natin. And MJ, probably the farthest back defense that you could ask for dito sa mapa natin. No control whatsoever on curve. And or itong tower side natin. Alliance going through it. Ninkyu with the fadeaway. Punishing Froze na gustong pumatong lang dito sa may box natin. And Alliance, nasa inyo yung long control pero nawalan ng buhay yung isang player, pare.
Pwede ba yun, pre? Pwede ba i-report yun sa mga league ops natin, pre? Parang ano yun
Ref.
Eh, alam kayo na hindi namin alam. Ano yun? Flagrant yun.
Flagrant 3 pare.
Flagrant 3. Walang flagrant 3 kaya ganun kalala yung ginawa ni Ninkyu at si Yaba. Putting a clinic sa kanyang Arctic and oh my god pre. First round pa lang. Nagpapainit na nga dito and matches with one of the rare occasions na makakita ka ng Jason na naglalurk. Abdel madadali na nga lang dito ni Ninkyu and what a round starter para nga sa matches. Lahat ng kills mula sa Nakaw.
Yeah, nakakapagtaka lang nung nakita ko yung double sniper setup then finally nag-click pala that it was a mid defense for Yaba and itong kay Zach just from different points, one on curve and one on the EA side. So a far back defense rewarded para sa MATTJESS and a few angles left unchecked unfortunately para sa Alliance. I mean, what can you do men? Na-pick off lang kayo one by one sa mapa. I mean, that shot by Ninkyu was just crazy pero Yaba tagged up sa simula. Alam nilang may sniper presence dito sa long. So, at least -1 yung snipers that you have to worry about dito sa mid push natin.
All good though. All good in the hood. Para nga dito kay Yaba, no, yung Arctic player siya. We talked about this no nung una sneaky kung sino yung magiging secondary sniper nga natin nung nawala nga si Relsa. And we thought about Ninkyu. Kinonsider nga natin si Jason mismo. Pero Yaba was one of the players na hindi natin ina-expect just because of the playstyle, no. Isa siya sa mga tao na nag-opener para nga sa BL side ng matches. Pero in terms of GR, mabibigyan mo ka nga siya ng magandang pwesto pagdating sa kanyang mga picks. And now, finally, gumana na yung box boost na gusto nga nilang gawin kanina sa may store A, pre. Kaya Alliance scores na first blood dito sa ating round number 2. So, back to my point, no, Yaba is one of the players that you would want to use the HK nga naman sa kanya. Pero dito sa era nga na to na matches ngayong taon, they're putting more responsibilities to Aldrin instead of Yaba na naging success nga naman ng matches last year. Pero ngayon, with this major adjustment, we're now seeing a split here for matches. Probably they put Aldrin in a very good spot para makapag-double kill. Pero nakalimutan mo ata na may kasapi pa dito ang Alliance. Kaya nga sila Alliance, pre. Marami silang lulusob.
Uy, pero di pa to yung full offense ha. Meron pa magagaling dito sa A-site. Ninkyu spotted. Jason, napaikot ang kanyang ulo. Pabalik dito ng A-side pero talaga kailangan nilang kunin. Zach will get frozen. QQ will get Zach in return. Jason, tatalon na lang dito yung USP ni QQ. So first round going in the way dito ng Alliance finally. And I have a gut feeling na nagiging back and forth ko pare itong compound natin.
Definitely, pre. Dapat lang naman. We need to see a series, no? Parang palagi na lang tayo nakakita ng 10-4, 10-6, 10-7. Dito lang tayo makakita talaga ng laban na alam mo talagang may pinaglalaban itong dalawang teams nga na to. No? That one win para sa ating head-to-head na pwedeng maka-make or break sa pwesto ng playoffs. This is indeed the one. Both contenders. Pero yung isa kasi may gustong patunayan after failing a spot from last year's Regionals Alliance. Gusto nga nilang magkaroon ng sarili nga nilang kwento that is built around success. Ito na nga tayo sa ating ikatlong round. More passive actually no, from Alliance dito sa ating store A. Whereas tong mid curve pati na nga rin tong pillars okupado na kaagad ng Alliance. I feel like MATTJESS could really use a bit of a pressure dito lang sa may Cat B. Pero di pa tayo sure kung atake pa nga nila yon. Here comes Aldrin now. Saka na naman ang mga kapwesto ka dito pero masyado lang maingay. Aldrin could not recover and he's gonna get taken down. Buti na nga lang dito pa si Yaba na hindi nakahawak ang Arctic pero dugon ngayon si Cedric at si Delq. Yaba still needs to get more. Buhay pa nga rin siya. Little to no HP dito si kay Cedric pero pumapalag pa nga rin siya. Jason with the quick trade. At ngayon magiging tabla na nga. Masyadong magulo tong LB nga natin, Sneaks.
Also, are we playing on the right compound pare?
Compound 2 to pre. I'm seeing compound 2.
I'm seeing compound 2.
Yep, kasi wala yung extension doon sa may taas na Tsaka may radar tayo
po.
Kung compound 3 to, wala tayong radar.
And Nuben will get Ninkyu. Jason, last one left alive. And we might have to make a fair few adjustments after yung round na to pare. Jason, down to 75 HP. Pero ALG, ikot ba? Well, now he checks Z. So Jason will get the face full of TRG pare. Alliance will get the 2-1. And we continue dito sa compound.
Very odd spectacle, no? Wala dito sa Alliance, no? Na para simulan namin yung round, lahat ng ingay namin magagaling dito lang sa may LB. Kasi itong matches naman na to, no? Nasa kanila yung buong site. Pero ang nasa isip nila, laban natin to, pre. Laliman pa natin. Kasi di pa natinag si Aldrin nung napila siya isang beses. Kailangan mangyari pa ulit, eh, no? So, it's very concerning, no, for matches with the challenges that they're doing. Bakit palagi nga nilang pinipilit? Bakit ganun ka-complacent ang matches na pag nangyari ng isang beses, although magkamali sila, kaya pa rin nga nilang i-recover, no? When in fact, the opposite happened at wala nga silang nagawa dito sa mga picks. And yeah, that's not a good look here for matches, knowing na itong mapa nga na to is a good starter for matches.
Oh, gets. POV me, hindi nagbabasa ng announcement. So, week 3 daw, babalik tayo sa CP2. So, first 3 weeks, we're actually testing ito Compound 3 pare. Actually enjoyed yung time natin sa Compound 3, dude. That was actually lit, no? For the time that it was here. Pero si Yaba, his situation is not so lit. He's getting shot by 4 players sa loob ng site. 55 seconds. Nako po, Aldrin. Still not showing his head. And he shows his head this time. Yaba known entity dito sa may box. Pasayaw-sayaw lang pare. Nako po, napakatibay ng kahon na tinatayuan dito ni Yaba pare. Nakailang bala pa nga bago siya mamatay. Pero B-site na ba talaga to? But the amount of delay is enough already. Pero si ALQQ, nako po, nakita ang EBR ni Jason. Option to go for the A-site is now open para sa Alliance. MJ, mapapaikot.
Yep. This very long turnaround mula dito sa matches. Not even sure if this is the right side for them to take. Actually, ito nga yun, no? Zach, missing! Dun ka pa talaga sumala. Pero syempre, yung mahirap, dun ka tatama. Zach now! Oh, Zach is cleaning up a site. Hanapin mo na nga ngayon si Nuken. Pero ginagamit na nga ni Nuken yung oras nga dito. Nuken now push. She gets the quick scope. Zach with the 1v4. Grabe ka.
Oh my goodness, Zach. What was that?
Number 1, pre.
Sumala yung
Number
first
one.
bullet man, tinesting niya sa second na player, gumagana pala. Oh my goodness me.
Nag-limit testing. Si Loco.
So, si Yapa,
Tignan ko
grabe.
muna kung-
Lakas ng lakas ng armor niya dito sa kahon, men. Pero si Zach, mas malakas yung TRG.
Bag.
Dumana kay Froze.
Bag.
Dumana kay ano.
Oh my God, pre.
Sana all.
Number 1. Number 1,
Sana all
pre.
kayo nakagaling.
Top 10 play na week 3. Number 1 na kagad yun. Hindi ko na kailangan makita yung mga susunod pang laro. That is insane, pre.
Holy.
Okay, move on na tayo, pre. Sa atake ni Alliance, oh.
Kaya ba, Aldrin?
Si Aldrin naman.
Ito yung temptation ni Aldrin, men, eh. Kung pipik ba siya ng corner o hindi.
Nangyari. Aldrin, baka naman. Dalawang beses na nangyari! Aldrin! Dalawang beses na yan, pre! Hindi ka pa rin natinag nung una, nung pangalawa, tas pumangatlo ka pa. Ay, nako, Aldrin.
Inaantay ko, eh.
Nasaan yung
inaantay ko,
Aldrin?
eh.
Nasaan yung Aldrin na pinagsasabihan ni JYK na huwag mong pikan yan? Di ba? Wala na ngayon, eh.
Hindi nakinig kay Jason. Sabi, sorry par, di ko naintindihan. Froze will get min Q.
Diabolical pull, Sneaky.
So na mismo nagsabi, hindi ako ah. Si Aldrin na mismo nagsabi, is getting trouble with the comms, Mendel. QQ, may katabi ka na pa. And si Zach nadapa dito sa site. Jason, may usa dito sa long pass. Ayun lang. Hey, Cedric will get it. An Alliance with a round on the board. So, that is the question, no? Paano dito sa matches natin as we take itong timeout natin. The trigger finger naman ni Aldrin. We already saw this dito sa last map actually ng matches dito sa new compound. And ayun nga, it's the exact same problem as well para dito kay Aldrin. No? It's that trigger finger na meron nga siya dito sa B storage especially. Pero feeling ko tinitiis itong alliance, itong outside ng B storage natin para ma-force talaga yung peak nito ni Aldrin. Kasi hindi naman pwede na you can't defend itong B storage without existing information kung ilan talaga ang nasa kabilang side. So they're kind of forcing yung play forward basically para dito sa ating MJ squad. Also, interesting na teams are still adjusting siguro galing sa transition natin from CP3 to CP2. And yun nga naman, wala nang server room na makakatulong sa inyo doon, pare.
Wala na pre. Pero hindi magagawa ni pre, hot take, pero hindi magagawa ni Zach yun kung binasag nila nukin yung salamin sa may room A. Yung A site. Paglalaroan lang siya doon ninukin. Pero
Namiss na agad.
itinadhana para dito kay Zach yung round nga na yan eh, no? Pero of course, no? MATTJESS with the usual, si Zach yung sumasalba sa kanila. Kung hindi si Zach, hindi natin kalala kung sino, honestly. No? Kasi MATTJESS is relying on heroics pre para magkakuha ng round eh. Di dapat ganun eh.
Hindi pwede yun. Kasi heroics yung nagpatalo sa kanila sa map 1. Granted, may excusable pa dito sa map 2, no? Kasi that's less heroics, more systematic galing dito sa MATTJESS. Pero bumabalik sila sa style nila na nakita natin dun sa Ankaramin, dun sa maka-round sila na they're really realistically just throwing things at itong alliance. And just like what we said no about itong alliance gaming team natin, they will find ways to creatively win yung game nga natin. And it seems like that little bait play na nakikita nga natin sa B storage is now causing an immediate 3 versus 5. So, ano yung move para dito sa MJ natin? Will it be the adjustment? Will it be more inside B play? Or isang player sa loob ng B, isa nasa loob ng storage? I feel like they need that second layer eh. Dito sa B side, di pwede yung parehong naka-commitment.
Pili ko pre kasi batteries no. It's like one of the best spots you can have. Kasi covered mo both EB pati na nga rin yung store. Ang kaso nga lang no, they're forcing themselves at tulad ang gagawin ngayon ni Aldrin ngayon pre oh. Tignan mo. Dalawa na ulit sila dito. Dalawa na naman ulit sila pre. And feeling ko it is going to be the theme. Hanggat di gumagana no. Aldrin pushing the narrative na wala namang sira eh. Kayo lang nakakita nun. Diba? Habang gumagana pa. Oh my God, Yaba. Sorry we doubted you. Asa na yung apology natin pre?
Kanina pa pinitik si Aldrin dun eh.
Pero at least ngayon, umatras na sila talaga ng gusto. Pero si Aldrin, hindi pa rin siya bumababa ng batteries, pre. Umakit pa rin siya ng cut-B, pre, oh. Ganyan siya kalala. At si Aldrin, tinitesting nga siya ngayon. Tumatalon-talon ka pa. Aldrin, gets namin. Masyado talaga ang nakakaanik, pre. Nakakaaning pag nakakita ka ng kalaban at gusto mong pindutin yung left click. Pero may oras para dyan. Di ba?
Grabe yung low cortisol gameplay ni Aldrin pag di siya nakakarating ng Aldrin sa kanyang tenga pare. Na, magbaka na para, wag mo na labanan yan. Sige na lang yan.
Never change, Aldrin.
Pero si Aldrin sabi na, di men, lalabanan ko to. What if I get
si
one
Aldrin.
more? What if 3v5?
Ako pala si Aldrin, highest KD ng Masters Summer noong 2025. Yun lang. Yun eh. Doon na nagtatapos.
Yun lang pare. Yun lang. 2025 was a bit rough para sa kanila pare. Pero pag tinamaan ka ng Burabon pick pin.
Burabon pick is crazy. Ito talaga pre. Zach now 2-3. Oh my God. Zach, isa ka pa. Na demonyo talaga. Pero tinadhanang pinaglaro ng CF pre. Hindi mo kami malaloko, boss Zach. And he gets a triple kill of his life.
Grabe naman yun. From one of the most legendary players to one of the most legendary bowl cuts in the scene, pare. Nako po, Zach. Oh my goodness! Thank you! Giving free haircut sa mga players ng ALG. Mukhang may 4 na customers na paparating ng A-site natin at gusto magpagupit. Pero Alliance, nades will save you from this position. Pero tama ba ang mahanap ni Ben? Naku mo, dito na sila.
Ako na dyan na si Zach. Of course, tatama yan. Po pangalawa. Kahit double pick nyo. Tingnan natin. Tingnan natin ano mangyayari. Here comes the flash. Zach half-blinded na nga ngayon. He gets the second. Pero kailangan tumama ng pangatlo. The quick stop not hitting. Pero piso na nga lang ngayon si Delq. Buti na nga lang may USP pa siya. Here comes Jason from the backside. Tinalage nyo talaga yung site na merong NINQ at Zach Alliance Gaming. At eto yung nangyari sa kanila.
Grabe, titinry nilang i-triple pick tong mid, no? Feeling ko aware naman sila na nandito si Zach sa A site, but the punish was not good enough galing dito sa Alliance. Zach still getting what he wanted and really good positions within the site itself, pare. Pero kay Cedric, what a shot on Yaba! Gets him on the second crouch, pero Aldrin stuck na nga dito sa may pillar side natin. Zach looking for the peak. Dalawa agad ang bawas para dito sa MJ. The overconfidence once again is killing them dito, pare.
Grabe naman, pre. Alliance with the micro adjustments. And you can feel the change of landscape. Matches, unti-unti na nga nila nabibitawan yung round. And Zach needs more kills, pre. Hindi sapat to. Nakukulangan ang lakas ngayon ng matches pag nanghihina ang kanilang kapitan. Now NINQ. Di ko alam pre ha, pero sa nakikita ko kay NINQ, hindi dapat ganyan yung paghawak ng curve ha, pero dahil NINQ yung pangalan niya.
Oh my god, he got the cross.
NINQ, nakatakas ka. Paano mo na-scout yung tower, pre? Nang di ko man lang nabawasan. Hindi siya nabawasan, pre. Here comes the flash. And he's still alive. Nagawa niya pang crouch pickin dito. Si Delq, napaka-ambisyoso na naman ng matches. And now Zach gets the kill, forcing the 2v3. Jason now gets the wall bang. And finally forces a miraculous 2v2 matches. Saan nyo nakuha tong round na to? Froze, nahanap na nga si Jason. Not necessarily hitting, pero pareho na nga silang piso ka dito. Finally, Froze takes him down. Zach gets the crouch pick. And it's down to 1v1 kay Cedric. Nakuha nga yung Arctic dito ni Nuken, pero Zach confident na USP na lang yung kailangan niya nga dito kay Cedric. Tinatakbo na yung site.
He's gonna flash and curve. Kaso alam ba ni Kay Cedric? Kay Cedric still very wary na may magagaling dito sa may EV side and he is just delaying the inevitable. Pero kay Cedric, di nakatingin sa tamang lugar, Zach! Tamang U-turn at detour lang dito sa CB at nakarating sa destinasyon. And that's the fifth para dito sa MATTJESS, looking to see if they can get the majority ng ating first half rounds.
Rep, si Zach sumasabit, wala ka man lang tawag. Tatlong rounds. 3 impactful rounds, Nikki. At feeling ko internet na lang talaga yung pumipigil dito kay Zach, pre. The most insane sequence we've ever seen from an individual player ngayong week 3 ay pinapamulan ng isang sniper mula dito sa MATTJESS, pre. Wala pa tayo sa ikalawa kahit long set, pre, pero namamangha na tayo. Panimula pa lang to. And that was MATTJESS. Losable round na yun, pre. Alliance forced a 5v3. For reference lang ha, for reference. Pero MATTJESS hindi nagpapatinag. 9 kills. Zach is averaging 3 kills per round, Sneaky.
He's averaging 40.
40.
How is he doing this? Nako po. I mean, we've seen performances like this. Galing kay Zach, NINQ, Jason on the long side, and Alliance na wala ng buhay. Ang dalawang players na nasa long pero naiwan na C4 sa CA. Froze try to look for alternative dito sa site natin, dito sa mid. Pero wala sila mahanap kay Yaba na makakuha ng dalawa. Alliance only Nuken left alive. The very first and last bastion dito ng Alliance. And MATTJESS gusto yatang pagdamot ang titulo na dark horse ng liga natin, pare. And ALG down 3 by the time na iikot na tayo sa second half natin. And Alliance, granted, they will be defending this time. They will be on the GR side ng mapa natin. MATTJESS still pretty dangerous, no? Especially considering kung ano yung itsura ng opensa nila ng mga ibang mapa. Pero that was Ankara, that was Eagle Eye. New compound is an entirely different conversation.
Yeah, new compound is one of the punishing maps tulad ng Port at ang Eagle Eye pagdating sa hindi pagkuha ng tamang space as BL, no? Kasi if you're blacklist, of course, no? CA is your best friend, pati na nga rin yung CP. Pag hindi mo nakuha yung dalawang sides na yon, not contest any pick, kasi may tendency na magmalalim dito ang Alliance Gaming, that's going to be pretty bad. At sa sobrang chill ng matches, si Jason nagsiselfone. He's chill, he's chill like that, bro. He's chill. Alam niyang wala kaming pakialam, pre. Chine-check niya yung ano niya, yung mga bars niya, pre. Yan natin kung tatama. Pero pre, that is an insane feat actually, no, for MATTJESS to be able to get those rounds. Pero MATTJESS ba talaga yung gumawa nun o si Zach, pre? Pero Alliance Gaming, I do feel like kaya nga naman nilang i-punish yung CA dito, no? It's their best spot possible para makuha nila yung buong control ng mid. Kasi kita na nila yung curve, kita na nila yung tower, yung mid-con, pati na rin yung CB, no? If Alliance is able to get this, walang lurk na magaganap for MATTJESS. I'm confident to. Kasi mismong Alliance naman yung magsisimula ng counter rotation na yun. So, yun yung susi ko, no? It's risk. It's a risk, no? Pero yun yung risk na willing naman i-take siguro ng Alliance knowing na ganito kalaki yung lamang. Or if not, siguro i-canvas muna nila yung round bago nila simulan yun.
Yun nga, no? It's the gamble-based gameplay na pinahanap ko actually galing dito sa MJ, no? And especially Altrin who's ready to put the chips on the table 24/7 tare. MATTJESS will be expecting someone, or at least one person, to be as forward as possible para sa kanilang team. But with Nicky now on the beat inside tare, this guy especially, nako, if Alliance do not neutralize itong si Ninkyu maaga-aga pa lang dito sa mapa natin, men, now Alliance will have a hard time defending dito.
ALG. Yung angulo na kinukuha mo nga kanina pa, pero yung F14, grabe nga naman yung defense sa kanila sa metal box, pero eto na nga yung granada, pero sobrang lawak. Buhay pa nga rin sila Zach at sila Jason. Ang dami ko naririnig na F14 na bibigyan na ako sneaky. What a mayhem inside of LB at pumabor yung trade dito sa MATTJESS.
Grabe yung boxman, tag for 505 dito sa LB natin, and it seems like there's two dead players on the LB side as well, and will be the responsibility ni Nuken na i-defend nga itong long side. I would have wanted, no, na nakatayo na lang si Nuken dito sa kabaong, pero knowing MJ kasi i-investigate pa nila yung mapa. They could take long, they could take curve kung makuha nila si Froze. So, itong MJ, they're exercising their options sa mapa natin.
Good crossfire for Alliance. This is going to be diabolical, pre. This is going to be insane. Ilalaban talaga nila. I'm not even sure if may util nga sila dito. They just have flashes and smokes. Pero hindi na nga nila ginamit. And Nuken is wide open sa may 2F. And Nuken is missing. Walang tumatama. Ninkyu now getting the kill. Yung key player sa loob ng 2F sneaks. Wala man lang nakuha ni isa.
Yun lang, kahit isa lang, pre, would have been a very huge addition para dito sa Alliance. Kay Cedric, I mean, he was barely breathing at this point. 7-3, Nuken, the man who we keep pinpointing to dito sa Alliance na kailangan mag-step up pala lang dito, pare. Siya pa nga ang unang nagbintis. And MATTJESS, it seems like, yun nga, yung title ng pagiging Dark Horseman, gusto na talaga nilang ipagtabot dito sa group stage. And Alliance, the dream gets farther and farther para sa kanila, men, kung tuloy-tuloy ang momentum ng MJ.
No way, pre. Paano nangyari itong round? Ito si Alq pa yung pumatay, pre. Si Alq yung nagpanimula ng chip damage kay Zach. Pero ewan ko, MATTJESS, Plat Armor, kayo ang lamang daw sa series nga na to, no? Pero I digress. Na MATTJESS is indeed one of the teams that usually does not have a good experience sa compound, pero kita nga naman sa ngayon they're having a good time. Yung nangyari sa kanila sa execration, propaganda lang yun, bossing. Pero yung mga sumunod na series against JY at ito Alliance, ito ibang pahina na nga to. Now, the rest of MATTJESS, Ninkyu, hindi ko alam sa mo nakukuha to, pero sige, ikaw na mag-opener ng curve. No security whatsoever. At sure ako, Sticks, ipupush nila tong smoke na to.
Lions needs to focus to RP pare. And this is a really good reaction galing kay ALQQ. Yaba will be founded out. Di na nila kailangan pumasok ng B. Pero bakit ka pumasok din? We can just chill pero never mind kay Cedric. Going inside of the smoke causing chaos within the site. Aldrin taps EBR. Gets it successfully. It's TSPMO. TSPMO Salvatore. Bakit hindi na lang nag-hold ng... Bro, you could... Storage by the way. Okay.
Pinilter na ni Sneaky yung sarili niya, Alliance,
merong
please.
dalawang entrance itong B side. So, pwede may pressure from both sides. So, may retake na pwede mangyari dun, men. I don't know why kay Cedric and the boys are sending it sa site as soon as they see a single BL player breathing on it, pare. Kaya, I don't know. Parang feeling ko yung panic nag-set in na rin para sa Alliance na, okay, we need to get this round. We need to kill everybody sa site. Pero, that's the responsibility of the IGL, man. Kailangan mo i-stabilize yung team mo, especially when it comes to that kind of situations. Nakuha nila si Yaba. That's the only person you have to worry about in this B hit at this point. So, ayun nga. Alliance, I feel like that's the experience or the inexperience ringing sa kanila, pare, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, no? Sa sobrang gulo, siguro ng mentality ngayon ng Alliance, Sneaky is saying words na hindi mo pwedeng banggitin pag sinabi mo talaga yung buong phrase na yun. Pero buti na nga lang in-abbreviate niya kasi literal na valid, no? Valid crash out para kay Sneaks pero valid crash out din para kay Nuken. Pagkatutok ng camera, he's just completely frustrated kasi so many rounds, Sneaks. Hindi lang actually nung first half pero dito sa pangalawang to, so many rounds were given to MATTJESS because of overstepping bilang GR, no? Gets ko naman na gusto nyong i-retake, gusto nyong ilaban. Pero the best friend of Alliance is definitely time. Kasi marami pang i-clear yung matches. Marami din silang kailangan i-force. No? And this is Alliance na ano pa lang yung binabato. Bidcon smoke. Smoke pa lang sa may store B. Ang dami nilang pwedeng ibato sa loob ng B-side. Pre, para ma-delay talaga ng gusto yung matches. And then, tsaka nyo i-triple pick. Hindi natin nakita yan for Alliance for the 2 rounds na nakita nga natin. At eto pa, masakit talaga marinig to. Pero partida Sneaks, walang ginamit na util ang matches.
They just sent it. And then yun nga, first time ko makita na kumunot yung noo dito ni Nuken. Usually this guy has one emotion, which is staring at his screen. Emotionless pare. Pero it's the first time I've seen him vent frustration dito sa team. And naaramdaman ko yung galit niya kasi obviously the miss was bad dun sa 2F. At the same time, yun nga, bad protocols dito sa B retake. And the panic was recognized, no? Hindi na mo, no? Ang ganda na ng point. As soon as Yaba got the kill, buhay pa yung B storage. At yun nga, kung may mangyayari ka sa kabilang side ng mapa, maybe there would be a bit of trade action going on para sa mga players. Kaya pakiramdam ko meron ding nanggaling ng CR. And he kinda had no choice in the matter para dito sa ALG at this point. Yun hindi ko nakita na detail pala. So, MJ, they're kind of just forcing mistakes sa Alliance at this point, pare.
And that's a rare move, no? That's a golden move actually, no? Ikaw ang matches para magmukha kayong malakas. Bigyan mo ng dahilan tong kalaban mo magkaroon ng pagkakamali. At Alliance, bilang na nga lang ang rounds na kailangan namin makita nga sa inyo. At bakit ang tagal mag-pick na kakampi mo? Buti na nga lang, napalitan ka agad ni Froze. Pero there's a lot of information already. Naporotate na nga kayo ng Alliance. Dito lang sa may B-side, Zac. Nakita na nga na may tao. Dito lang sa may Ares at CR. And there goes Zac. Still struggling. Pero sa wakas nakita na nga nila si Nuken. And MATTJESS outclassing the defense of Alliance. Paisa-isa ang pasok, Snakes. At eto ang nangyayari sa kanila.
Oh, man. And another miss shot galing kay Nuken, pare. To make Zac cross into spawn or into CR para makita nga itong si Del QQ, and the pillars are falling para sa Alliance, pero ALQQ gusto pang lumaban. Colt in hand, jumping shot para kay Jason with the USP. That Seri on top of already the biggest wound and the biggest salt galing dito sa NJ, pare. Kung usapang salt, maalat na dito yung Alliance, men.
Kung may oras kayo para patunayan, Alliance, na kayo ang pinakamalakas na team. Eto na yun. 9-3, Sneaks. 9-3, Alliance faced with a huge margin. Pati malakas din na Opedsa. Ninkyu is fearless. El Cero Miedo Ninkyu. Both E and Curve. Wala yung crossfire na yan sa tutok ni Ninkyu. At Alliance, one by one, tumutumba sa kamay ng MATTJESS. And finally, the apex has been reached. Tapos ang boxing MATTJESS 2-1 sa ating serye.
Grabe, the story of an Impact team improving in less than a year and possibly approaching playoffs and even beating the best of the best. But in the words of Shrek, Salvatore, like that'll ever happen. Yun yung sabi dito ni MATTJESS sa ating labanan, pare. Hindi na nangyari ang storyline ng Alliance Gaming. The MATTJESS role continues dito sa ating liga. And it seems like this is a painful lesson para sa akin. Kasi natutuwa si Salvi kasi tama yung prediction niya eh. Hindi ako natutuwa kasi this is the last time I'm gonna gamble up against itong MATTJESS, man. I didn't learn my lesson last year, unfortunately. And when it comes to week 3 to 4 performances, man, MATTJESS really are the team to watch out for.
I just have to give them the first 2 weeks, Nikki. Yun ang natutunan natin last year and sinapuso ko ngayon. There were some games though na MATTJESS really look like team that they were struggling naman talaga. Pero in this case alone, with a match up against Alliance, they showed na kailangan nila patagal and they have to simmer themselves for that specific matchup lang naman talaga. At nararamdaman ko na ngayon yung magkabilang ating ngiti ngayon ni Dadum kasi as a MATTJESS bias, kita nga naman this result is definitely giving everyone who supported this team a run for their money nga naman talaga. Pero everyone, no, congratulations to MATTJESS. NT para sa ating mga tropa dyan sa Alliance. Hopefully we get to see more of you guys sa inyong susunod na serye. Pero gusto ko naman marinig, JY at Mochi, ang kanilang insights para ka sa mainit na serye nga na to na dinala nga tayo sa 3 mapa. Mochi at JY, kamusta kayo dyan?
Actually, no, thank you so much sa mga casters natin. Actually, in all honesty, medyo nalungkot ako. Kasi biro mo, ang lapit na sana eh, no? But it's just that MATTJESS been able to prove time and time again that they always perform and are bound to perform.
Yeah, they perform when it matters most, Mochi. Lalo na pinag-uusapan natin kanina was yung standings leading into the later or the latter parts of our season. And yun nga, with Alliance Gaming having lost this head-to-head against MATTJESS, mas mapapahirap yung road nila to the playoffs. But man, congratulations to MATTJESS. No, sabi natin kanina medyo kailangan nila ng konting evolution. Mukhang ito na nga yata. Magpapakita ng konti yung final form nila.
Yep, and actually, no, if you would hold yung or uphold yung name ng MATTJESS dito, parang talagang yun yung kailangan mong ipakita dito, no, being the gatekeeper para dito sa ating mga semi-newbies, no, na hindi mo dapat silang mapapadaan dito, pero still, no, valiant effort para dito sa team ng AG dahil talagang pinakita nila na somehow when it comes to their performance back in Ankara and sa ating last map kahit paano talagang nakakasabay sila dito at naipulo pa nga sila or nila ito into overtime. It's just that here in new compound, it's better versed then itong mga players natin dito na talagang nagpasimula is of course other than Aldrin is the usual duo of Ninkyu and as well as itong si Zack, and at certain occasions talagang ganda rin yung pagsuporta pa dito ni Jason. Actually lahat talaga sila, they've been able to show na sila talaga ang merong hawak ng beak dito sa mapa ng new compound.
Yeah, and I want to say that this is also a real test, no, para sa Alliance Gaming, yung series na to. Ang haba ng inabot ng series natin. We almost went to overtime all 3 maps. Almost. So talagang yung experience dito na hatid ni Aldrin will have helped ground yung MATTJESS dito, lalo na leading into the end ng new compound. And I na-mention actually kanina, when we saw that small glimpse sa itsura ng Alliance Gaming after that one round na medyo tagilid talaga yung nangyari. Unfortunately, the mental resilience may still need a little bit more development, no, para sa kanila.
Yeah, actually, no, couldn't agree more with what you have mentioned. I feel like those types of moments may indeed break a bit, in terms of your confidence. Pero at the same time, yun talaga yung habol mo every single round. Kung gaano kabilis yung mga nangyayari dito, dapat ganun yung kabilis na ma-clear out ang utak mo in order to present or to be ready in the present or what's about to come, no, para dito sa Alliance Gaming. And I am pretty much impressed, no, kahit naman na nalugi sila dito, no, sa mapa ng new compound. Pero here for matches, man, well played naman talaga.
Yeah, I feel like also, no, yung matches na sabi natin kanina, kailangan nilang ma-pressure, kailangan nilang ma-test. Ito nga yung pinaka kailangan nilang ma-experience as well, no? Kasi kung masyadong madali naman yung road mo to playoffs, what then happens once you get to that point, no? Paano kayo makakapag-develop kung hindi talaga kayo mahihirapan? And yun nga, nag-develop sila on the spot here sa ating best of 3.
And I do feel like na here for matches, I feel like that it's no longer a question, no, pagdating sa standings natin dito kung makakapasok sila because they're always at that level of caliber naman din ever since. It's just that in terms of challenging or parang turo na nga tayo, no? Parang tinuturuan na nila kung sino yung mga nakakatapat nila dito from our former Impact players na how they would be able to handle this type of pressure kasi talagang nag-overheat sila the moment na napunta tayo sa ating second and third map natin, which is of course a nice try. Kahit na nakikita naman natin that there are some moments na nagpa-pop off tsaka nakipagpakitang gilas itong mga miyembro natin such as si Kay Cedric and as well as sila Nuken. Unfortunately, hindi ito sasapat and again in terms of trying to stick sa kanilang playbook and more on innovating sa depende sa mapa natin, yan talaga din yung magiging additional challenge nila.
Yeah, not to mention hindi pwedeng hayaan natin unrecognized yung mga hero plays dito. Galing kina Ninkyu, galing kina Zach, those 4 kill, 3 kill rounds galing sa kanila na talagang nagpahatid sa kanila over the finish line, no, for this best of 3. Pero at the end of the day, no, 3-10 yung naging yung yung performance, no, from MATTJESS.
Yep, and definitely shows here, no, for Zach taking that 18-6-6 din, no, sa ating KD, which is definitely well done here for MATTJESS. And almost all positive KDs, no, on the board here. But here for AG, grabe talaga, no, na nahirapan sila dito and it came down to just Del QQ being able to actually tie it up kahit papano, no, with the number of kills and deaths niya. And it is definitely evident na hirap sila dito, no, sa ating mapa ng new compound, which makes us realize how different or a bit far, no? Hindi naman sobrang far, but there is indeed a gap, no, dito sa dalawang matchup natin. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP na si Zach. 3 KD, which is insane. I feel like we've been able to mention this before the series actually happened, no? Na umpisa pa lang, if Zach would be performing to his best of his ability, which is oftentimes the case, dude, well, it's going to be a really, really hard match dito para kay AG. And they proved us right.
And I think we also want to answer the question or try to answer the question of whether or not matches have found that consistency that they want. I think they're getting close, but I feel like kulang pa ng konti, no, kasi nga, no, the number one example was Ankara kanina na medyo naging questionable and how close Eagle Eye was as well for this one. But no, yung macro gameplay and they're just being able to keep yourself on the ground, keep your team functioning well was done very well para sa matches to make sure na no full performance sila for this entire series.
Yep, kaya naman tignan natin, no, sino nga ba yung talagang palong-palo. Abay, siya pa rin, no? Isaac pa rin talaga. Siya pa rin talaga, no? Which, my oh my, lack of a better term, nandurog itong si Zach talaga, no? And even dun sa mga previews na mga laban natin, like I have mentioned, it just keeps on showing kung ano nga ba ang ma-offer dito ni Zach for the team.
Yeah. Grabe yung impact na nahitin niya dito, and not to mention MATTJESS adapting sa ginagawa na playstyle dito ng Alliance Gaming. So solid performance from this Cebuana squad, and the adaptation as well on the fly to the game sense or the macro galing sa Alliance Gaming.
Hindi mo man lang din nalalaman kung paano nyo nakukonect yung ibang mga shots dito, no? Just by basing here from the highlights ago, so alone, parang sobrang grabe. Kulang pa ng hype, no? Kulang pa ng traction itong si Zach, honestly. I feel like with how he's been able to play all throughout the map of New Compound, it is just crazy. He's treating this as if it is quite of a rank match for some reason, no? Sobrang lala ng naging performance niya doon. And I do think that we have a chance na ma-interview itong ating match MVP. Kaya naman, i-welcome na natin dito ang matinding tumutok na si Zach. Hello, Zach. Hello, good afternoon. Grabe, no? Congratulations! Lala ng performance mo kanina, no? Actually, I want to pivot and put a focus on your performance sa mapa ng New Compound dito. Anong iniisip natin the entire time?
Ano yun? Natsambahan lang namin yun. Yung tatlong third map.
Ayan tayo eh.
Tsamba lang yan. Oo.
Any questions, just Suave?
Zach,
Wala na.
anong mapapaniwalaan nyo na when it comes to yung long-term game nyo dito na yung full 3 series? Paano kayo nakapag-reset pagkatapos ng pagkatalo nyo on Ankara?
Ano yun? Ano tawag doon? Dami sayang yun. Yung nasa Ankara. Miscoms. Yeah. Need namin i-adjust. Yung mga mali namin.
Pero ang bilis din naman din ng pagka-adapt nyo, no? Pagdating dun sa mapa ng Eagle, ay parang
Muntika na yun.
nagdire-diretso na kayo, no? So, I guess, Zach, no, pwede mo nang i-shoutout lahat ng gusto mong i-shoutout after such of a very nerve-wracking performance. Ayan,
Sige.
the floor is yours.
Sige, shoutout kay Boss Mate, yung manager namin. And yung sa mga kaibigan ko dyan, nanonood. Shoutout. Ayun lang.
Yun, thank you so much,
Yeah.
Zach. Side note, hindi kami naniniwala talaga na puro chamba lang yun, no? Pero maraming salamat and congrats sa inyong laban. Makakapagpahinga kayo ng maaga.
Yeah. Lamat.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Grabe yun, no? Chamba lang daw. Parang hindi talaga, no? After all of the quick scopes na tumama dito, no? All the way from downtown, the map of New Compound, dude. Talagang sobrang lala. Pero natapos na ang ating unang serye. We have FERVID and Querdas next. Any expectations here?
I'm gonna lean towards the side of the Cebuanas for this one, Mochi. I feel like FERVID, nakapagpakita sila kung gaano sila kalakas, and now Querdas being tested against a more experienced team on the other side, no? We will see eventually kung kaya ba nilang tapatan itong hybrid Cebuana squad natin ng FERVID.
Yep, A7J o Vincent, malalaman natin yan sa ating laban as we rest na muna for a few minutes. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Hello everyone! Nandito na muli tayo ngayon at nagbabalik sa CFS SEA Masters Spring 2026. At nandito na nga tayo sa ating ikalawang match for today. It is going to be FERVID versus Querdas.
Yep. A matchup of Cebuana squads, ladies and gentlemen. Ito yung magiging spicy. Now, Querdas are in the kind of in the same boat as Alliance Gaming. No, Mochi, they have moments that they look really good na kaya nila makipagsabayan, but there's also the mere fact na sobrang experienced ng mga kalaban nilang teams here. I mean, FERVID new-ish compared to everyone else, but at this point in time na yung current FERVID iteration of this roster looks really good, not just on paper but on the server.
Especially after some integrations here from the people of the former execration and as well as a little sprinkle of Pacific Mactalo. So let us check out ang ating lineup ng FERVID as we definitely acknowledge no kung gaano naging kahapde itong ating lineup dito as we have A7J alongside itong si Dracifer, no? Dalawa ang utak which is matindi. Tapos sinamahan mo pa ng D. We have that brother connection and as well as at certain occasions, no, meron pang suporta ni JK. For Lance, already being able to integrate himself, no, dito din sa ating team so far in a really stable fashion.
Yeah, parang I don't know, they look like they've been together for a very long time. Kaya sobrang solid ang itsura ngayon ng FERVID. And as you can see, no, good vibes dito. May pa-heart pa nga ang ating mga tropang nasa FERVID bootcamp ngayon. Wala bang mag-ano dyan? May partner heart? Or kalahati lang sila ni Dracifer at ni Lance?
Wala, nakafocus na
Wala,
lang
ayaw
masyado
nila
sa goal
mag-share.
natin eh, no? Yeah, dire-diretso lang sila dito. Pero kasi wala talaga silang binibiro. Kasi tatlo lang naman yung panalo nila based from their previous matches so far that features opposing the likes of Alliance Gaming, JY Esports, and as well as Rydas, no, na kung saan for STS and VP is natalo sila pero parang marami ring napahanga sa kanila nung na face up against nila itong si Virtus.pro and I think that is the map of port. Please correct me if I'm wrong na lang, no, kasi di ganun ka-sharp yung memory ko pero naging matindi din yung mapang nakuha nila during this series.
Yeah, at hindi nga talaga dito kung kaya nila makipagsabayan ng at least one map against Virtus.pro, beating Alliance Gaming and JY as well. Considering yung mga natitira nilang mga laban pa in the next few weeks, I think they're on a really good trajectory. But, similar to our first match, itong FERVID versus Querdas ang magbibigay sa atin ng full idea ng more solid na picture kung ano yung magiging itsura ng standings natin dito. Where does the separation of tiers begin?
Yup. We are gonna check nga no kung ano ang meron din sa lineup ng Querdas maya-maya. Pero balita ko, meron ding sinasabi dito ang isa sa ating member here from FERVID, from GQ mismo, no? Lahat sila, susubukan namin silang talunin para makapasok kami sa playoffs. Omsim. Tama ka dyan, Boss JQ.
Omsiminization para kay GQ, no? Na we talked about FERVID as one of the teams na pwedeng makipagsabayan or pwedeng laban here for the top 3, top 4, top 5 spot alongside execration and matches as well. So I feel like this FERVID roster really has a lot to prove. As you can see, no, by J. Kim's statement, no, gagawin nila ang lahat.
Yes, gagawin do. Grabe, no? Hahamakin ng lahat. And what I also appreciate din dito sa mapa ng FERVID so far, or hindi pala mapa, just the way how their internal operations work for FERVID so far, is yung fact na they always prioritize the body system.
Yep.
Like, never or bihira mo silang nakikitang gumagawa o tumatrabaho on their own. Laging merong kasama. Which, here for Querdas, let us see, no, ang kanilang lineup. I believe here for Querdas, yes, there are some glimpses of that one, no? ever since nawala itong si Ilaga at si Yetja, ang pumalit, Yetja has been able to perform quite phenomenal for their team. But I think there is still some lapses that needs to be catered para dito for Querdas, especially when it comes to challenging yung mga powerhouses natin in the lobby. Especially with the guidance of Vincent, na-acknowledge naman, siya na rin nagbanggit sa previous na interview natin that gustong-gusto niya or sobrang appreciated niya yung mga teammates niya so far. Parang kailangan lang talaga ng konti pang pagpapatalas.
Yeah, that is for sure, no. When we look towards yung numbers actually itong Querdas roster, Yotib is kind of carrying a little too much of the burden. So yung magiging susunod siguro na magawa dito ng Querdas to get over their current form is to be able to make it more consistent, to distribute yung bigat na kailangan nilang danasin lahat para makapanalo ng isang match.
Yeah, I highly agree with what you have mentioned. No, I feel like Yotib is bound to perform. He's like the Zach of this team.
Oh yeah.
Kumbaga, no? So, nakita naman din natin from our history of matches dito for Querdas. Talo sila sa STS, sa VPN as well as sa matches. But for VPN matches, they garnered a single map as well, which might definitely give us an idea, no, sa what is about to come here for the map of, or rather the match against FERVID. Lalong-lalo na kanina we just showed na MATTJESS has been able to fight against the likes of Alliance Gaming, and this time quite of a pretty similar caliber. Parang ito yung magiging challenge kay Querdas ngayon. So I do think that meron din silang mga dito, may mga quotations. Wow, para may mga pala tayo, no? Background siguro mamaya na lang. So tignan natin. So tignan natin ito sinabi ni Boss Mensky, no? FERVID daw ang gusto nilang makaharap because they are experienced players and are well-disciplined. We're hungry and we want to play in the playoffs. And hopefully, no, na talagang mailaban na maigi ng Querdas ito, no, Boss Mensky.
Yeah. Iba yung nakikita nating gutom dito para sa Querdas Esports na to, no? Kaya nga talagang gagawin nila ang lahat na pwede nilang gawin, tatahakin lahat ng pwede nilang tahakin na landas para pagalingin at palakasin pa yung team nila dito to be able to go up against yung mga powerhouses.
Yeah, and kasi nandun na yun, no? You can already see
It's so
the
close.
potential dito for Querdas. It's so close. It's just that everything, no, lahat naman na nakita natin na merong potential, hindi enough yung potential lang. Dapat hinahasa talaga yan. And I really do hope na makita natin yun, no, for Querdas especially, na maggaling talaga ang kanilang mga players dito, no, and how they were able to eat each other, no. Doon na lang talaga magkakatalo. I am also wondering if there will also be the presence of a Black Widow map in here and as well as Ankara, because by far, parang yun yung medyo nagiging weakness dito ng Querdas, yung Ankara, and strength naman nila dito ang Black Widow. But for FERVID, I feel like there is less pressure on their end kasi parang anywhere they go, all they have to do is to focus on the coordination that they have nang magkakasama talaga sila.
Yeah, parang sobrang solid ngayon ng protocols na nakikita natin out of FERVID. Like you said, na yung body system, they will not take these risks alone, which is, I think, no, medyo konting frustration ng maraming teams or the fans rather, that to see a lot of teams take risks na hindi nila pwedeng bawiin. And that's why FERVID is such an inspiration dito na mapanood kasi they look so clean. They look so practiced, no, in the protocols na hindi nila kailangan i-call out na mag-double peak tayo. Let's stick to the game plan, stick to the protocols, and then that makes it so much easier to focus on the micro, to focus on hitting your shots.
Yeah, it appears that for some reason they have that natural finesse, no, here for FERVID. Parang saktong-sakto yung bagong iteration nila ngayon. So let us check out ang ating predictions kasi we have our the both of them is gonna be 2-1 here, no, na pabor for FERVID. But on my end, it's more of a 2-0 na pabor kay FERVID talaga. So, of course, no, we acknowledge naman talaga yung lakas na maaaring i-offer dito ng ating mga miyembro from Querdas. I just think na sadyang mas polish ng itong si FERVID. How about you, Josh?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you there, no? But I do feel like there is a little bit of extra spice na pwede natin makita galing sa Querdas na pwedeng ikagulat ng FERVID. Again, like these guys are grinders, man. They play the game every day. So for sure, ang Querdas, they have learned It's just a question of how much have they learned and will it be enough to at least get one map off of FERVID.
Feel free to prove us wrong, no, Querdas. And if you know us, quite of a sucker kami in terms of the stories dito na nambabaliktad talaga, no? So let us check out na nga ang ate mga mapa para sa seryeng ito kasi sigurado sobrang init ng mga mangyayari dito. Wala ang Eagle Eye, wala ang port, and instead sa base tayo re-recta. We also have Ankara and new compound. No Black Widow in this lobby so far, Suave.
This interests me to a degree na I think Querdas are setting themselves up for Yotib's success. Starting on sub-base and new compound as well. Prime example kanina was the double sniper setup na nakita natin out of MATTJESS. So, Yotib's gonna have a field day here. It's just, again, a question of can everyone else pick up the slack na kailangan hawakan dito ni Yotib? Kasi it's not a one-man show. It's still gonna be a team game at the end of the day.
For sure, no? And I am wondering ano na kaya rin yung baon dito ng Querdas sa mapa ng sub-base natin. It seems like they have like a bit of an expected explosive entre pagdating dito, no, sa mapa ng sub-base, which is nakaka-excite. And let us see, no, I feel like the floor is already up to them. And of course, to our new set of casters para sa ating match ngayon. Pakilalanan natin ang ating bigating duo na si Dadum and as well as Ramon.
Maraming salamat Mochi at Suave para sa pagbukas ng kwento sa FERVID versus Querdas Esports. Ang laban ng dalawang halos magkadago patungo sa paghanap ng lugar nila dito sa SEA Masters. Ramon at Dadum nga po pala para sa paghatid ng aksyon para sa isang matchup na makatapos ng AG versus MATTJESS. From face value alone and player quality alone, maaaring umabot tayo sa distansya. Pero very quickly, no, Dadum, going over the stakes of this game with FERVID improving up to top 3, maaaring komportable sila sa kinatatayon nila. Whereas Querdas, unti-unting nauubos ang stability ng roster na to. Tingin mo ba yun yung nasa isip natin ngayon, pre?
Sorry to cut you off there early, Ramon. No, I would like to counter the statement a little bit because we've seen some very shining glimpses mula dito sa Querdas. No, some would say that they are performing as expected against these playoffs teams, but I would argue that this team hasn't showed us everything they've got yet. I mean, paulit-ulit kong binabanggit tong team na to doon sa weekly recap natin. No? Just because I think the potential is still very, very high para sa Querdas. Case in point, Ramon, na hindi pa natin nakikita lahat ng kaya gawin dito ng Querdas. This is the first time that they have picked sub-base in the entirety of the group stage. It's the first time as well na may kalaban silang dadalhin na playoffs worthy in that map in particular. At FERVID yun. It's kind of like a big challenge. Kumbaga, FERVID, bring it on. Nice katol, bring it on. Kasi nakita naman natin yung mga strats na nilalabas dito ni Coach from FERVID, no? So, I think this is going to be an action-packed sub-base map. Yun na lang, iwan ko na lang sa ganun. Ankara, medyo mahihirapan tayo, but I also think there's a chance for Querdas as a team with actually a lot of solid map control strategies, Ramon.
Yeah, for sure, pre. I mean, from the playstyle itself, you can definitely tell that this team has a little bit of a kick in it sa ating naging SEA Masters so far, di ba? And while I do also put out yung point na sinabi ko kanina, nirespeto ko din yung idea na baka nga hindi pa buo yung pinapakita so far ng Querdas. And they have a little bit of time para maipakita yun, no? Kasi na-realize ko lang din kanina that we're reaching into the latter stages pa rin naman ng SEA Masters, pero time is still not pretty much empty for them, no? Para marami pa silang oras para humabol at marami pa silang oras para mag-improve sa standings natin. Pero that also leaves a lot of conditions, kumbaga, para mag-improve sila lalo, no? They need the consistency from Yotib. They need to make sure that the calls are clear-cut from Vincent as well as the Justin connection in the form of where their macro has a little bit of that parang room for improvement. Pero this is still a roster talaga na kaya makipagsabayan sa ating mga top 4 teams na dapat nga improve ngayon laban sa FERVID, no? Whereas for FERVID naman, I do believe that while I like the sub-base opener na naikuha nga naman ng Querdas dito, The rest of the map still kind of tells us that this is still favored towards this FERVID roster. No? I like the flexibility coming through from this roster ngayon. Yung paiba-ibang playstyle na nakikita natin where they could go from a dual attacker setup to a triple attacker setup where minsan makikita natin si E7J, sinasamahan na lang yung D and JKM combination no? And usually nilalabas nila yon sa kanilang mga paboritong mapa katulad ng Ankara, katulad din ng Black Widow natin dito no? But for sub-base opener just like this, I think right at home pa rin naman ang Querdas Esports roster na ito no? There's some experimentation to be said. As you mentioned, this is also a map na parang minsan lang nilang pinalabas dito, lalo na sa SEA Masters, diba? So it's a new identity para sa Querdas na baka ngayon nilalabas ang trump card laban sa isang FERVID na baka preparado pero baka hindi prepared laban sa isang map pick na gantong nilabas ng Querdas ngayon.
It's kind of hard to say, no, Ramon? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say na yung Querdas is unfamiliar with sub-base, but I agree with your sentiments. Could be a trap card. Could be something na tinatago talaga nila para sa FERVID. I mean, nakita naman natin yung statement kanina from the Querdas representative. No, they really want to face up against FERVID because that's the team that they absolutely respect. I mean, I would definitely agree with Querdas, no? FERVID looking like an upgraded version of what they were last year with the firepower being bumped to a next level and the brain power na nandun pa rin si coach, no? On top of having a lot of prospect in the form of D and that IGLing from Dre and A7J. Talagang nakakatakot tong roster na to from FERVID. I do say though na may chance ang Querdas dito because of that set number 1. I think sub-base, Ramon, is going to set how the rest of the matchup goes. If set number 1 goes well for Querdas, I think they have a chance of taking this match. If not, I think that's where we're gonna fall off. Kasi totoo naman yung sinabi mo, Ramon, no, na in sets number 2 and set number 3, hindi natin magpapakaila na in Ankara and New Compound, you cannot deny the fact that FERVID absolutely love playing these two maps. Lalo na ngayon in the third week ng ating group stage, no, bumalik na tayo sa Compound 2.0 na kinasanayan na dito ng mga players natin, na Masters caliber players from FERVID from last year. Pero enough about us talking. Let's start talking about sub-base, Ramon. Eto na, set number 1, Querdas versus FERVID.
Let's Querdas.
Yung ata flash dream, i-smoke kira niya flash. Dagan.
Sinahanap
Yung ata, ay, inyo
na side na yun, no. Medyo nakapag-prepared sila ng okay na setup doon pa lang sa may woods, an early smoke off, and passive hold. No sniper na pwede makapag-hold dun pa lang sa may second mid. They're giving up luwag and they're giving it all up to Justin para ma-hold lamang yung site na yan. No? Kaya ba ni Justin labanan ng 4 ng mga players ng FERVID na nakaset up na sa pagpasok nila on the way towards the site? Justin now calling for the assistance. Gets the headshot. JKim nandito din. Pero si Vincent nangrarengan lang. Sinagasaan bigla si JKim. Yotib with the long angle. Secured up na si D. 2v3 FERVID down numbers.
Dracifer and Lance, medyo magkahiwalay at yung bomba nandun sa loob ng A, flashed away. Pero si Yetja, nabasa niya si Dracifer, gets the easy headshot up in CR. And Yotid to close off round number 1 for Querdas. Here was the problem, Ramon. Hindi nag-utility yung FERVID. At kita mo naman, you can't do that against Querdas.
For sure, pre. The call of assistance para nandito din si Vincent, no? Just kind of softened up yung naging opensa ng FERVID. Sa pagkapasok nila, yung isang nakita nila, dumoble mismo yung depensa so far ng naging Querdas. No? And it didn't help as well na nasa right place lamang tong si Yotib at nasiguro pangalan nila yung CR, no? So parang double layering yung nangyari on both corners of that map, giving an opportunity for Querdas to get that first point. Ngayon, FERVID, hindi sila sa kabila. Justin, spotted na yung isa. Yos with a second. Pero JKim, a good cross in to get that trade. Laban sa dalawang Querdas na nag-hold down sa machine. Yetja! Grabe naman yung 1-2 punch na yun. Knockout si Dracifer, JKim. Sila lang natitira. Pero with the adjustment, Yetja just going on with a 3K ngayon.
Yetja, the man that has been the one to watch for Querdas in the firepower department in the past few weeks. Si Yetja yung nagiging solusyon sa mga problema ng Querdas in finding those advantages. Certainly looking like the case today. Siyempre, complemented by the sniping of Yotib. And if you think about it, Ramon, no, madaming parallels din naman between FERVID and Querdas. And you look at one hand, you've got D, the rising superstar mula dito sa FERVID. And then on the other, ㍍Match, an even more rising. Sort of, mas mababa yung pinamulan dito ni ㍍Match as a former Impact player na ngayon na promote into our master scene. But also, is performing with the same highlight performances. No, granted, this is their first time facing against each other. So ngayon natin makikita talaga kung gaano katalas yung tunggalian dito ni D at ni ㍍Match.
For sure, pre. Where one is a story of, sabihin natin, in my own words, syempre hindi nagre-reflect sa iba, the right nepo baby na nilabas nga naman. Kasi may talento pa rin naman si D. At may pinapakita pa rin naman na talent laban sa mga players natin ng SEA Masters talaga. And it's not just because na kapatid lang naman sa E7J. He's been developing since last year. At ngayon natin nakikita yung kanyang resulta ng development na yun. So I like the confidence coming out from him. And I also like the comparison that you've had with him as well as ㍍Match. ㍍Match being somebody who is coming out from Impact na talagang through the past few weeks na nakita natin din yung kanyang development. Not only is he doing well as a star rifler nga naman para sa team na to, pero he's doing it up against teams like FERVID, teams na talagang gumagawa ng paraan para i-secure yung slot nila on top 4. Even in their game up against Virtus.pro, si ㍍Match din naman yung parang pinag-uusapan natin ng paulit-ulit, diba? So the spotlight really hasn't been lost para sa parehong kuponan natin. For both of these two players, I feel like the time is set for them para mailabas yung kung ano yung resulta ng development na yun. And a lot more of that room para may pakita nga naman yung sarili nila in the top spot pa rin naman sa SEA Masters. So it's a nice story to kind of have so far sa naging stakes natin ngayon. And something to follow through habang tumatagal din na serye natin.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see kung ano yung impact na makukuha ni Vincent dito as the designated lurker and IGL. Pero no, MR push na naman. ㍍Match gets the opening kill. And that's the double kill for ㍍Match. Querdas again find first blood. At si ㍍Match, nakita niya ba yung bomba?
I don't think so, bro. He spots at D. Objective ignored, pero yung objective niya, tayo na lang ata yung bawat membro. Players natin on FERVID, it's ㍍Match. So spot shot 1 kay ㍍Match. Natulog yung panandalian ng rising superstar, pero si Kapitan, pinatay na lang si ㍍Match ng ganon-ganon lang. Lance na lang ang natitira, siya yung nag-lurk all the way back in towards Mas may RS, pero si Yotib gamit lang ng USP. Sinaktoan ng sniper to get another round para sa Querdas.
3 in a row. Querdas taking the fight to the enemy. MR push and ㍍Match dumaga dun sa mid. Able to pick up a kill. ㍍Match napigilan and that's J-Kim picking up the kill with an HK. ㍍Match, bawal ka nang pumasok ng MR. Mid control secured as well para dito sa FERVID. Kaya hindi makakapag-peek sa ngayon ng Querdas. Reposition muna kay ㍍Match sa may 2F. And it is a quiet sub-base for now. Napigilan na yung early aggression dito ng Querdas and FERVID taking their sweet time. I mean, this is a team that we tout very heavily for their map movement. And this might be one of those rounds where they showcase exactly that.
Interestingly, hindi natin nakikita yung focus kay Yotib, Definitely should be the focal point dito sa GR side nila, Heavy presence on the riflers. Speaking of a rifler, si D nasa loob na agad ng shutter. Patay si ㍍Match. Definitely getting a lot more of that space for FERVID doon pa lang sa may B site. While Querdas have given up that space, ang FERVID ay makapag-plant ng C4. 5 versus 3. All coming from shutter.
Wow, Yotib opening kill onto D and Vincent coming in from shutter. Opens up DR at Querdas.
Wait.
The retake so far so good. A7J from behind the missile. Spotted by Justin. At yung FERVID, Ramon, isa-isang nalalaglag. 3 versus 2. Sa 2F, doon manggagaling si IGL Dre. Pero inubos na ni Yotib at ni Vincent. What a retake. And that's the timeout called immediately for FERVID. Kahit ako nagulat, paano nakapag 4-0 yung Querdas?
5 versus 3.
I know.
Yung nangyari sa laruan na yun, men. And they were all coming from the same shutter push. Kung saan, dehado yung FERVID sa numbers nila. Pero isa-isa nilang pinunteriya yung mga nag-hold from FERVID. They cut through with a double push sa DR na layer din nila yung pagpasok pa lang on the way towards the site itself. And they even took out the 2F player. And they all did that in a matter of seconds nang walang namatay kahit sino sa retake na yun from FERVID. This is one hell of a Querdas Esports opener. Eto ba yun niluto nila nung pinik nila yung sub-base game?
Maybe, probably. I mean, more than likely, Ramon. At si Vincent, siya yung nagsimula, no? Retake na yun, no? Taking control of DR was key to enabling that post-plant retake. Tapos si Vincent, sinwing niya lang yung DR, no? Getting a kill. And then taking control of the site for the rest of the Shatter players to come in mula sa Querdas. All things considered, no? Ang ganda ng rotation ng FERVID doon. They got the contact from MR. Lipat sila sa second mid. Tas doon sakto, walang tao. Ang Querdas, nakahuli pa nga sila ng isa, but then the retake happened. Hindi na nakaposisyon yung players ng FERVID, no? Kahit na nakaposisyon sila even in some of their players, certainly wasn't enough. And that's the comfortability na pinapakita ng Querdas. And sub-base seemingly have prepared more than FERVID have expected sa mapang ito. Calling for the early timeout. What adjustment can FERVID do para mapigilan itong Querdas squad? Ramon, it's gonna be a tough task.
It's easy to say na dapat linisin na yung post-plants sila, no? Kasi, tutusin, yung entry protocols ng FERVID na to, hindi naman sila nagkukulang, di ba? I mean, you have two very talented attacker players na pwede nga naman makapag-secure ng site at counter at makakuha ng mga duels sa kahit sinong GR na face nga nila. So yung pagpasok, hindi yun problema. Yung problema is yung siguro, no, kung paano nila ipoposition yung sarili nila on the post plant. Pero from the previous round lang din, di din naman sila masyadong nagkamali eh. Kasi understandable na kung wala silang read sa initial retake from Querdas in the first 5 seconds, titingnan nila lahat ng entrada. That's why naghiwalay yung dalawa from the site itself na para tingnan mismo yung either lockers or yung passage. They will never expect a retake to come out from just one side. And Querdas really did the unthinkable talaga. Which is, I'd say, no, an unthinkable predicament na nakuha ng FERVID ngayon. Kasi solido na nga sila sa first 30 seconds ng round natin. Pero nagiging magulo na kapag ka naman nasa post-plant sila. So, how will this be the bounce back for FERVID? It's very early to tell. 40-0 na ngayon ng Querdas. Sila naman ngayon ang lalapit. MR goes for Yobs and even gets the kill kay Lance. Walang kahit anong entrada ang FERVID sa kahit anong sector na mapa natin as Justin will continue the spray down and even gets the 2K galing sa FERVID dito. A7J, Dracifer, pinapatulog na agad ng Querdas. 1 versus 4. At si Yotib, agad-agad tinrabaho ang 5-0 para sa Querdas.
Vincent, kunot yung noo. Parang ngayon ko lang ulit nakita na hindi nakangiti si Vincent even with the success. Yes, the opening kill and Querdas again swarming MR. Parang ini-8v8 nila dito yung FERVID, Ramon, and it's certainly working out. Nalaglag na rin si Bossing Angelito. At si Lance na lang ang natitirang buhay para dito sa FERVID. Walang control ng mapa at walang alam saan manggagaling yung sniper ng kalaban. You can see Vincent and Yobs firing up. And Querdas, nag-iipon ng malala dito, Ramon, 6-0.
Iba-ibang mukha nakita natin kay Vincent. Nakakunot na no kanina, ngayon nakangiti. Anong base ng emosyon na nilalabas ng IGL? Yetja, ano niluluto mo? Gets the flank and gets the 2K! Gawin natin tatlo! Sige, Yetja, kunin mo lahat! Querdas! Wala nang binigay sa kahit sino sa FERVID! Natubos! Walang pantubos! FERVID down! Querdas gets another round!
Anong nangyayari, Ramon? Anong nangyayari dito sa Querdas? Nakinig mo naman, di ba? Pinag-uusapan namin ni Sneaky to kanina. Sabi niya, man, this won't be close. He was right for all the wrong reasons. Querdas are steam-rolling FERVID in a game that nobody has expected so far. Yobs constantly taking control of MR. Pero si Lance, Kahanap ng kanya. Yetcha nakaakyat in 3F. Paano ba yun? Hindi nakita ni Dre. And the headshot connects. Lan still trying desperately to get control of this game. Pero naikutan na sila ni Yobs. Ramon, nasa woods na si Yobs.
You know, to be fair, this is the best possible chance na makuha nila yung first round dito, no? They get the kill kay Yobs. Kerso, hindi eh. Si Yobs doing the unthinkable. Possibly from the flank, they could actually steal the round away. C4 down. J. Kim trying to hold him off, pero Yobs nakapanalo pa. Si Lats mapapatay pa.
No.
Querdas continuing the steamroll. And FERVID hindi pa binigyan ng isa pa.
Man, this is ridiculous from Querdas. I mean, I said it myself. I was the only one in the post-week highlights who said that this is a team to watch. Kahit ako nagugulat, Querdas, saan nyo napulot yung gantong pormahan in sub-base? Kahit nagpupush lang sila sa MR, men, palagi silang nananalo. And Yobs now going the flank route on top of getting MR control every single round is absolutely deadly. Dagdag mo pa yung last round na yon na nag-2v3 sila. Oh my goodness, Yobs. And Querdas, anong nakain nyo?
Cebulechan ata, boss. Or kung ano pa bang pwede na makuha dito sa Cebu, no? Baka gusto ko ata malaman kung saan kumain ng Querdas bago sila nagsimula dito sa sub-base, no? Kakaiba nga naman. A perfect first half so far, and they could possibly officially seal it. If Querdas gets this next round, D gets the headshot. Okay, good start para sa FERVID. Second mid, pwede na lang i-push. Kaso di nila alam na nasa loob lamang ng vents nung si Justin. So naka-open trap na ang mga players natin on Querdas. Pero FERVID continues to get that kill. Lance with that shot. So a 3 versus 5. Nakita natin to kanina. Pero Utib possibly end their lives right here, right now. Good shot from Lance. And that's the east side wide open para sa FERVID.
Pero si Justin dito pag CR finds the opening kill. Yobs, umikot na naman. Takes one from Shatter. But a good kill for D. Gets him the double. And that is a 1 versus 3. Para ito kay Yobs. Nabulag pa nga siya pero nakababa na ng si Kep. Kitang-kita ni JK at sisilip ng saglit lang. And there you have it. Kita natin dito, Ramon, no, when it comes to the standardly structured rounds kung saan nagkakaroon na tayo ng default, lumalamang ang FERVID, no? I mean, I don't know how for the 8 rounds na nanalo ang Querdas, nagulat nila dito yung FERVID, no? Nagpupush sila, nagpupush tapos gumagana palagi. Pero dun sa isang round na nakapag-default ang FERVID, dun natin nakita yung mid-rounding nila. And they know exactly what happened. Tignan mo, mga nakangiti yung mga FERVID kasi kahit sila nagulat. Anong ginawa natin dito sa first half? Bakit tayo nagkaganon? But the silver lining para sa FERVID dito, they have a chance. They still have a chance to come back. 8-1. Certainly not the best score. Pero may 2 round differential pa sila dito na pwedeng paglaruan. So, a little bit of room to work with. But FERVID, if there's any team that can make a comeback this big, sila yon, Ramon.
I believe in Coach Aris, pre. Ultimo,
I
mga
believe
30
in D.
seconds. No, I believe in him. I believe in D. I believe in every bit from FERVID, no? Kasi undeniable. Kaya pa rin naman sila pumalag at hindi pa rin naman natatapos yung sub-base game natin. Truthfully, and this is no offense to FERVID, it just started. Kumbaga, di ba? So, dapat yung mentality nila round per round na lang. Wag na lang bigyan ng kahit anong mistakes or wag sila magpakita ng kahit anong mistakes sa Querdas. And truthfully, no, on a macro perspective, hindi naman sila nagbigay ng malaki yung mistakes, kumbaga. Naaabuso lang sila ng Querdas on the micro, kaya natatalo sila sa mga 1v1s natin. So maybe on GR things will be different, no? 8-1 is the score. FERVID now on GR. Diretso, papunta sa CR. Ang majority ng FERVID. Pero mga players ng Querdas, no, very methodical. Hindi na nila contest ang kahit saan muna. Labas dun sa woods at diretso sa kabilang side ng mapa lang yung ibang mga lurkers. Querdas have a lot of space.
Lots of eyes watching passage. Niintay ng Querdas na merong lumabas mula dito sa FERVID. Pero tingnan naman mga position nila dito, Ramon, no? Kahit yung sniper nila, conservative yung angle ni Lance dito. Standard from CR, nakatingin sa luwag. Hindi kinalaban ng FERVID dito yung machine room, oh. And consequently, 3 players na agad or 2 yung papasok dito sa LR.
7J Cross yun nga lang Yetja, grabe yung entry.
Ay.
And the 2F push from Justin. It was free reign para sa kanya. Yotib with the shot. And now down to the 1v2 para kay Lance. Let's see what the mainstay can do. Lance in dark room, quickly shut off by Yotib. And we talked about this guy, no? He needed to activate. Pero paano pag isa-isang nag-activate ng Querdas dito? 9-1 set point para sa Querdas.
And the thing I don't understand, Ramon, is nakapasok sila ng B site without me seeing a single smoke in the entire map.
No flash!
Paano nila ginagawa to? They don't use a lot of utility, pero nananalo lang sila sa mga duel, Querdas. Parang may spider sense yung mga players nila dito. Ramon, alam kung saan titingin. Alam aling anggulo yung iiwasan. Yetja, nasa baba na ng luwag. Pero si Tracy Per, mas maganda ang tutok. Yobs for the trade. And that's missile control for Querdas.
Parang naghahanap na ng away, naghahanap ng suntukan. Yobs binigyan. At dalawang bungo ang mismong binigay kay Yobs. D with the kill, pero Vincent still here, trading each other off to make it a 2v3 para sa QD. C4 down very much early sa round natin, forcing the fight. At grabe naman yung popcorn courtesy of Yotib. Si Jacob na lang natitira, gets the 2K, yun nga lang Yotib. Sinarado ang sub-base with just one bullet from the TRG. Querdas dominate FERVID.
Wow! Ridiculous start of this match for Querdas. At sinasabi natin, Ramon, wala pa tayong nakikitang upset so far sa ating master stage. Siguro ito na yon. I don't want to jinx Querdas, pero yung... Man, they just 10-1 FERVID dito sa unang set nila. And couple that with the fact na sila yung sinasabi nilang pinaka nire-respeto nilang team kasi sila yung malakas, and then binasura nila sa sub-base. Teka lang, Ramon, gigisingin ko lang si Mochi at saka si JY dito kasi baka tulog pa sila, baka di nila alam na tapos na yung laro. Ang bilis eh.
Man, mas nauna pa yung pagluto ng hapunan ng ibang tao dito kumpara sa naging game natin ngayon, no? Speed kung speed, pero pedal was in the metal para dito sa mga players natin on Querdas na naglalaro na parang may nalaman lang eh, no? What a performance coming through from this all Cebuano squad, and I'm pretty sure that there's a lot to talk about this eh, no? Pero syempre, hindi natin yung trabaho pre kasi tapos na tayo sa set number 1, di ba? Ngayon, ilipat na natin sa panel natin. Mochi at JY, gising kayo naman dito.
Maraming salamat sa ating casters. Grabe man, ang lala. Did you remember what I mentioned earlier na baka nga may niluluto sila dito sa mapa ng sub-base? Well, they did not disappoint because FERVID got demolished.
Oh man, wow. I thought it was gonna be a close map. I thought MATTJESS dito yung FERVID, and well, they got tested. It's just that they failed. Catastrophically failed dito sa sub-base, man. Kakaiba yung ginawang aggression dito ng Querdas. Hindi in-expect ng FERVID, and even their body system, yung mga protocol yung sinasabi natin kanina, hindi sila makaresponde. Because Querdas are all up in their feet within the first 10-15 seconds of the round.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is insane. Every single person here sa Querdas are just healing themselves. Nakita mo kung nung napunta or nagpan doon sa mga popcam nila, lahat sila tumatawa lang. Because that how everything unveiled dito, no? Sa mapa ng sub-base, parang natural lang sa kanila. Eh, di ba lang ito inilintana ng kada mga players nila dito, yung manpower issues? Hindi, kasi laging every single round, lamang sila. At talagang hindi ko rin ma-point out kung sino yung mga nag-pop up dito kasi lahat ata sila online sa mapa ng sub-base. I cannot fathom that 10-1 na scoreline natin sa mapang ito. Insane performance kung Querdas. At since FERVID got lots of resetting to do.
Oh man. I mean, Yetja, Yobs, Yotib, again, ang sinabi natin kanina, pressure is gonna be on Yotib and for his teammates to help pick up the slack ng mga hindi kayang buhatin ni Yotib ng mga round. Well, I guess we got exactly what we asked for para sa Querdas. I mean, look at this, man. The numbers here, A7J, D at the very bottom of the scoreboard, 3 and 5 kills respectively. Kakaiba na sobrang unexpected to. But this was definitely expected, Mochi. Yo Team MVP dito para sa set na to. 5.50 KD. Panimula pa lang yan dito sa match natin.
And from time to time again, no, Yotev never fails to perform, no. Laging whenever it comes down to securing and ensuring that the sniper role is done and dusted and well catered, well, siya talaga ang magpapakita dito. And oh my gosh, lots of people were I'm pretty sure ang daing mga mixed reactions dyan sa audiences natin so far, and sa kawawa yung mga nakipagpustahan, I guess, o pwede yun sabihin sa broadcast. Well, guess what? Querdas already removed that from here, pero tayo ay magbabalik mamaya sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
And thus, we are back. Honestly, felt like we didn't even catch a break at all, no? After yung mga nangyari dito, no? Sa ating unang mapa. Parang walang nangyaring break. Napapaisip pa rin ang lahat. Kasi for some reason, Querdas is just in their flow state.
Yeah, it's a completely different form of Querdas today. Hindi ko alam kung
So good.
somebody flipped the switch. Did somebody give them the best keywords and the best mice over the weekend? I don't know, no? Kung ano yung na-unlock, ano yung nagpa-unlock sa kanila, but by God, it's a good one.
And I am excited if they can carry through this type of momentum, no? Lalong-lalo na with all of the takes that just transpired dito, parang sobrang ganadong-ganado talaga ang Querdas.
Oh, man.
Kaya naman, tignan natin kung magkakaroon pa nga ba ng bawi ang FERVID dito. Hand it over na natin dito kay Ramon and as well as kay Dedo.
Darker times para sa FERVID pero exciting ones naman para sa Querdas, no? But will there be a chance for light in the darkness? Malalaman natin yan ngayon. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Dave Dumat. Syempre, this is set number 2. Ang kara naman para sa map pick ng FERVID. May chance na bumawi after a disastrous of that sub-base game na syempre, no? kudos sa naging Querdas, map pick nila yun, kaya komportable sila. Pero ngayon, napupunta tayo sa bahay mismo ng FERVID, dapat magbago yung naratibo sa team na ito talaga, Daydon.
Yes, especially dahil ito lang yung chance nila, Ramon, no? I mean, I said it myself kanina na sa simula ng serye natin, Subbase is going to dictate how the rest of the matchup is going to go. If manalo ang Querdas sa Subbase, they have a chance of sweeping ang laruan natin dito. But you have to remember this one fact, Ramon. FERVID is one of the best Ankara teams in the entire PH scene.
Yes.
Case in point, tinalo nila dito ang malalaking kalaban. For example, Virtus.pro nanalo ang FERVID laban sa kanila in Ankara and Alliance as well. I mean, granted, Alliance is one of the midfield teams natin dito so far in the group stage. Sila din yung may magandang Ankara dito no? Going as far as overtime, pero nanalo pa rin ang FERVID doon up against them, no? So this is going to be an absolute challenge for Querdas. One thing's for sure, Ramon, hindi na pwedeng gawin ng Querdas yung paulit-ulit na paglaban nila dito sa mga angles natin, no? Hindi na pwede yung mala 8v8 na playstyle nila. Because I'm pretty sure, hindi na nila mapapagana against FERVID yan dito sa Ankara.
Yeah, at least now, hindi na may papakita na para sa Prime STS dun sa Subbase. No? Ngayon, ang Ankara, it's a new battleground and it has to be a new playstyle for them. FERVID starting on GR, they will facilitate the aggression coming through from the other side. As Querdas are going to be the ones to set the tempo as they already have yung control dun sa crossfire nila. CA now open. May tao din sila dun sa vents. Querdas have all the time in the world to make Ankara their own playground.
And let's talk about the stakes of the matchup dito. FERVID, expected kasi silang manalo for the rest of their group stage matches. Kapag nanalo ang Querdas dito, because of the fact na nakalaban na ng FERVID yung top 2 natin na STS tsaka Virtus.pro, there's a chance for Querdas to upset the potential standings sa group stage dito. Pwedeng malaglag from the top 6 ang FERVID kapag nanalo ang Querdas in this set. Kaya malaki ang implications ng Subbase win na yun ng Querdas.
Wow, implications. Big word. And I'm gonna give you another one. Responsibility na hinuhold lamang ng dalawang players natin on FERVID. Doon pa lang sa may second mid. However, they don't have the time to stop yung Querdas sa pagpasok nila on vents. That is a Vepr in the hands of D. A shotgun. Sa kahit sinong papasok sa vents, they are gonna be a dead man. Yobs. Dapat saktuin niya yung entry niya dito. Kunting tension. No, tensionado para kay D. Lang isa lang para sa kanya. FERVID stabilizing with 2 more kills, make it 3. The setup on A site was more than enough. At ang Querdas, walang entrada. FERVID gets that first round.
Perfect read from FERVID, and this is where they start off good. This is why they're a team heavily touted sa mapang ito. From the shotgun pickup to the quick rotation, basang-basa nila yung round 1 antics dito ng Querdas. Oh, and the peek from Lance makes it even better for round 2. Yotib is down. At ramdam mo na ba yung pressure dito ng FERVID, Ramon? Ibang-iba sa Subbase.
Yeah, just like we talked about kanina, dapat hindi maulit yung mga 8v8 tendencies na ginagawa nila sa Subbase kasi ang Ankara map that actually facilitates a little bit more of that slow tempo is enough to actually give a sort of battleground para sa FERVID to slow things down. Dracifer, nice shot kay Yobs, assistant with the need as well, no? So a lot of damage done sa mga attackers natin on Querdas. Down to a 3v5. Vincent with relatively low HP as well, no? And with the space that they have, LA now given to Querdas, they're fighting up against a crossfire from both CA as well as Vents. If they do actually go to mid, meron ding di na nakaantabay lamang dun sa corner na yun, no? So relatively, FERVID have so much security that is doubtful na mabibigyan nila yung round na to unless Justin and Yetja can cook up a miracle sa mga fights nila.
Like they did in Subbase, but this is looking very different kasi wala pang nakuha map control apart from LA. Querdas at mukhang nabasa na nga sila, but Vincent says otherwise. Dracifer wins the battle of the IGLs. Pero may isang manggagaling sa bypass. Mahilig din mag-lurk dito ang FERVID. Dracifer usually the one with that task. Yetja, tumingin ka sa likod mo. Yetja, ay, napuslitan ka na. J. Kim will be rotating. And it didn't even matter kasi naubos na yung players ng Querdas sa LA. Yetja is the only one left standing. And he will find D for a bit of consolence. But with 30 seconds, Ramon, I don't think there's a lot to do here for Yetja. Nabulag pa nga siya ng flash grenade doon. They will be able to spot out the players. Yes, it should be the round para sa FERVID. Jake him to take him down. And ito, Querdas should be able to read how FERVID plays this map. There's a lot of priority for FERVID whenever they go to Ankara to take control of Hotel para ma-enable yung lurk ni ̍Match dito. Querdas need to address that if they want control of LP.
Hindi Hotel ngayon, no? All the way down into the mid side. Lance through the smoke. Okay. Maybe the red dot at the right place at the right time. ̍Match with the second for FERVID as well. So, syempre, may disconnection na in terms of that communication as well as yung trading system that will put ̍Match on the 2K itself. Yotib with that shot that leads makes it a 2v4. So, in terms of pressure, FERVID have all of that strength and numbers. Justin, Yotib, not down to the last two. Wala sa kanila yung C4. At yung sinasabi mo nga naman, Matt, no? Yung double layer ito Hotel, it never happened. They never attempted it. And Justin also down 6 feet under na din. So si Yotib na lang ang natitira. And he also has a big task ahead of him. 1v4 with that sniper. Without the C4, this is definitely impossible. As he walks into the mid side, Lance continues to be a sharpshooter para sa FERVID. 3-0. A far cry. So kung ano yung nakita natin sa sub-base ngayon, ang FERVID naman ang nagdedetect ng tempo.
Complete opposite, no? Kung maalala mo yung sub-base rounds natin, ang bibilis natatapos because of the early contestants nila Yobs at Yetja in MR, in second mid. But this time around, each defensive round from FERVID has been stalwart. But if you take a look at the faces of Querdas, no, there's still smiles across the board. So mataas pa rin ang mga spirito dito ng mga player natin, which is a good sign. Particularly for Vincent, you can see him calling the shots for the team. So that's good signs na mataas pa rin ang mentalidad dito ng Querdas players. That's the benefit, Chris, no? When you take a win in set number 1 with such confidence, with such speed, hindi madaling matilt yung players nyo. And Querdas making the most out of that. Ang problema lang, ang aga nila, kailangan mag-timeout.
For sure. Possible din na baka using the first few rounds as a sort of way para ma-feel nila yung laro, di ba? Kasi iba nga naman yung naging struktura ng Ankara sa kung paano sila nagsimula dito. Compared sa naging sub-base game nila na talaga mabilisan lang paulit-ulit. Pero ngayon, dapat you have to play a little bit smarter, no? A bit methodical, kumbaga. They haven't been... parang hindi nila hinihiwalay yung isa't isa so far. No? If they're taking those aggressive fights, they're doing it as a full 5-man unit. But in the process, kapag hindi nag-workout yung initial push, saan na yung backup plan? Saan na yung backup na kung saan hinahanap nila yung open space sa kabilang side ng mapa kung hindi nag-work yung i-execute nila, diba? It's, honestly, I like kung ano yung ginagawa ng FERVID ngayon, no? They're making sure that that first front line is impenetrable, kumbaga. At yung case in point doon is yung paulit-ulit nilang priority doon sa CA at saka sa Vents. They fully trust na kaya nilang i-hold yon as a 5-man FERVID unit, diba? Which is stopping Querdas from getting any more of that map space na hinahawak-hawak nila or hinahanap-hanap nila as a 5-man push, diba? But this time, Lance stopping Yotib on his track. The fellow sniper does not get any space to do anything in the round as they push on in towards FERVID. Pero looks like FERVID wants to push on them. Yubs gets one. Expected si ̍Match. Kailangan niya ng setup. Kailangan niya ng kasama. Pero Querdas, sama-sama para pabagsakin ng FERVID sa kinatatayon nila. 1 versus 1 galing dito kay A7J. And ang Elito rises from the top. Gets the 2K of his life. A clutch coming through para sa FERVID 4-0.
And that was a crucial mistake from Querdas, letting themselves get isolated for the crosshairs of A7J. 1 HP si Yobs eh. Dapat nagdikit na lang sila. Let Yobs find contact. But because they didn't, that's where things fell apart. Ang ganda ng simula na yun, no? Yobs getting a triple kill. But then the 2 versus 1 with Vincent and Yobs falling astray. And this is where we start to see cracks in the playstyle of Querdas. Yung mid-rounding nila, certainly not as clean as FERVID.
Man, if only Kung alam lang nila na hindi nagwo-work yung magkakasama lang sila lagi by execute, diba? They just really need a backup or really need that insurance policy, diba? Iwalay maybe to get a hotel push going for at least one of these players. Pero hindi talagang dire-diretso lang lagi yung plano na i-take yung LA as a unit. Habang ang FERVID, they don't have that CA control anymore, so now Querdas have the time to actually work the map around a little bit more, no? They could possibly go for that A execute again or hayaan na lang na makuha yung space sa mid side for at least one of these players or maybe to cut off that rotation, no? Possibly a setup that Querdas are looking for, pero FERVID are gonna remain nonchalant sa lahat ng ginagawa nila dito so far.
Time ticking down, 1 minute on the clock at nahuli si D doon sa smoke. Vincent somehow spots him from EA, pero wala pa ring info. Akala nila dalawa lang yung tao dito sa LA, but that lurk from ̍Match is going to confirm their suspicions na papasok na ng A site dito, Ramon. Ang Querdas.
Yep. Justin gets that one tap. Grabe naman. Almost like we're looking at a different gun game. This guy is so accurate on that pistol. Yobs, no adjustment and no hesitation needed. 2K para kay Yobs. Sakto. 1 versus 3 na para kay ̍Match.
And the lurk is now everything for FERVID. Bit of bullets done into Yobs. Spots out the O-Tib, okay. Querdas, you have to keep this together. And Vincent, of course, he peeks, Ramon. They win that round the most Querdas way possible with their IGL peeking. But that's the round nonetheless, Querdas. 1-4. The execute was everything. They just had to take control of the site, get the early contact in their favor. At sumapat na yun para sa Querdas. Not to mention yung nasty little one tap dito ni Justin. Yun, napakalinis. That's Querdas giving themselves a bit of leeway dito sa first half. And let's see that IGLing from Vincent. Sorry to cut you off, no. I want to put a bit of highlight to the movement across the map from Querdas. Kasi si Vincent lang yung gumagawa ng mga plays para sa Querdas dito. Wala siyang coach. Siya na yung coach, siya na yung IGL all in one. What can he do?
Sa isang mundo na kung saan capitalism runs everything, no? Si Vincent talaga yung sentro ng lahat ng yun. Where he is that all around. And that's what his team needs him to be talaga. As now it was gonna be execute kanina, but now they're also having that mid control. May tao pa nakatingin lamang dun sa may second mid. That's Justin getting a lot of damage from the spam dahil nga naman kay ̍Match. Pero siya rin naman low on HP dahil nga naman dun sa peak niya ginawa niya kanina. So different na ngayon yung approach ng Quertid.
Justin taking control of big door, tapos may dalawang player sa mid. This cuts off ̍Match from that lurk. Nakukulangan ng impormasyon dito ang FERVID and Querdas that permits them of the push towards TB and LA. Pwede silang mag-rotate through mid kasi walang tao doon, Ramon.
Sure. D has an opportunity to try to get that kill this time, pero dahil nga naman sa presence of the smoke, presence of the util, is calculating the risk kung worth it pa nga ba na mag-ingay sila dito. Pero look at the space from Querdas. Nag-ingay sila doon pa lang sa may B.
Wow.
Pero yung pinaka-plano ng Querdas ay mandohin na lang ulit yung A-site na paulit-ulit nga naman nilang tinatry pasukin. D is alone, has to push in. Lots of damage dahil nga naman sa entry. Pero Querdas, still stalwart. They still want to get the site itself. D through the smoke. Expected na ni Vincent. Yubs with the second as well. Querdas are forcing themselves in the site. And because of Vincent, nasa loob na sila. 3 kills para sa kanya. Lance Dilinis na lang. Galing sa USP ni Yotib. That is macro masterclass from Querdas.
Hats off to you, Vincent. Just as I was calling just how good of an IGL you could be, comes up with a plan. Alam mo yung ginawa nila doon, parang parang mini STS execute in that A site.
Sir.
When they're playing against Navi, katulad nung pinakita din earlier, no? But this time without the fancy lineups, without a lot of the same things na ginagawa ng STS, but the same idea. They went for the EA execute while also controlling mid. Long story short, it was a bait and switch na pinagana dito ng Querdas with a powerful entry, pero yung entry niya medyo uncalled for doon sa EA. ̍Match, yan ang inayaan na nilang mag-lurk. And the BR peak is all he needs to take down Yobs. Nakita din niya yung bomba. And that confirms for FERVID na Wala pang plano dito ang Querdas. Oops, timeout pala muna tayo dito. I think that might be a dead round or a timeout. Not sure, but we'll confirm in just a few seconds. Uy, nagpatay na ng ilaw.
Nako.
Seryoso na. Seryoso na ang FERVID. Seryoso
Demon
na.
time daw. Demon time. Para kay D. Kasi siya yung demon sa team ng FERVID, di ba?
Ang galing mo dun, Romo.
Ay, salamat, pre. Ngayon ko lang naisip yun, pre.
Demon. Kaya pala Dino.
Oo. Yun yung Mon.
Tapos yung kapatid niya, Angel, kasi Angelito.
Ay, galing! Diba grabe na yung bars natin dito, men, ha? May angel and demon pala sa loob ng FERVID. Kakaiba nga talaga yung nalabas natin sa broadcast ngayon, no?
Kung Angel si Angelito at saka Demon si D, ano si Nice Katol? Yun ang tanong. Ilagay nyo na lang dyan sa comments down below. Kayo na lang yung sumagot, ha? Hindi na kami. Ni Ramon, shoutout sa'yo, Boss Aris, no? Pero, timeout for FERVID. They seemingly need a bit of time to sort of clean up the act. Pero all things considered, maganda naman ang depensa nila dito so far, no? The lurk from ㍍Match finally working dito sa BR. And Querdas na-exploit yung lapses dito sa round nila, no? So there's been a few careless moments para dito sa Querdas. And FERVID always going to punish that every single time. At mukhang sabi ni Coach, mas pwede pa nating palinisin dito yung playstyle ng FERVID.
Hope to see kung malilinis nga agad ng pareho nating teams dito, no? As I believe this is also I think yung nangyari dun sa previous round was that it was supposed to be a timeout before pumasok yung round. Tapos nagulat na lang yung FERVID na, ay, ba't natuloy yung round natin? Kala ko timeout. Ayun pala. Ngayon lang nag-epekto. Kaya umalis sa lahat sa server, no? So, it's a time for talk nga naman. Maybe linisin yung mga nangyari dito sa round natin. I think na papansin na ng Querdas na hindi na nag-work yung 5-man push na ginagawa nila. For a lot of the LA pushes na ginagawa nila, they need some sort of parang fake, kumbaga, no? Yun yung gumana para makuha nila yung mga rounds natin dito, which honestly, alam naman nila marami silang oras. So hindi nila kailangan lagi na aggressivein yung mga teams natin, yung mga pagpasok na sa sites dito, no? So if they're aware of that tendency, or if they're aware of that possibility, then this could be a different Querdas that we're kind of watching out for. Pero yan ay nasa sa kanila na. Kasi syempre, yun yung naging comfortable yung playstyle nila. No? Sinasabi lang naman nila natin yung dapat adjustments. Sila na dapat yung gumawa ng mga adjustments na mismo. No? As we're gonna be back here dito muna sa broadcast desk natin. Still a timeout nga naman dito sa FERVID, which is, I'd say, a good timeout, kumbaga. You don't want to give any more momentum, any more heat dito sa Querdas, who are continuously getting that heat nga naman. And seemingly getting a little bit more present so far sa naging Ankara game natin. Particularly, yung kung paano nga naman nagka-call si Vincent and how well he's working his soldiers around the map as well. Pero if you give that contrast to FERVID na individually are doing really well pagdating dito sa GR, it's a good contrast sa parehong teams natin,
That's for sure. FERVID, this is a team naman na matagal na nating hinahype yung pagiging firepower heavy nila dito, no? Although all things considered, don't necessarily have to do a lot of things dito sa GR side, as with majority of our maps, no? Kapag nasa GR side ka, that's why a lot of people say na mas madali ang GR side in maps like Ankara or even Port or Black Widow, arguably, no? Kasi nga naman, you just have to hold your angles. Although if you want to get the jump on your enemy, why not attempt a couple of things here and there? I want to put a bit of highlight as well dito sa character ng Querdas as a team, no? They are a team with the highest KDs pointing to 1, Yetja, and 2 to Vincent, while also being the IGL that lurks. I mean, typically pag nakita tayo ng fragging IGL, it's usually the backup or the supporting role. Pero si Vincent kasi, he controls his teammates from the other side of the map, which is very, very unique, no? Bihira tayong makakita ng mga ganon. The only other IGL na ginagawa yun, si ㍍Match. Siya yung mahilig mag-lurk dito, no? Always getting bypass kahit sa Eagle Eye man yan or dito sa Ankara. But sa GR side yun. In the BL side, ㍍Match more often than not, plays alongside his teammates. Si Vincent, kakaiba talaga yung pag-control niya dito sa team niya. We saw this a lot in their match against STS, Querdas, and surprisingly, worked to a certain extent. Actually, it's one of the few moments na STS looked challenged. 8-10 yung score nila in that Ankara map, which or Black Widow pala yun, yung nilaruan ng Querdas. But still, same idea applies dito na Querdas, this definitive playstyle that they have with their IGL is something quite unique in Masters, and it's something that I think could also work in playoffs-worthy teams, except for FERVID. Kasi nga, itong team na to, their firepower, their dueling prowess is just insane, and I don't think Vincent is gonna be able to just lurk over and over again kasi mahuhuli siya either ng sniper ni Lance or ng lurk din ni Dracifer.
Fresh pa rin naman sa utak ko, dito. So, reassure nga kita, they did play yung Ankara game up against STS. And okay, that was a very, very close game nga naman. Actually, both of those games na nalaro nga nilang Ankara as well as the second set, I believe that was that new compound game. It was very close for both of those maps nga naman. And it's a testament that Querdas really can be a contender up against the top teams. Kaya dapat ulitin nila yon ngayon sa FERVID na medyo nagta-trail behind now when it comes to the series. So 4-2 na tayo ngayon sa ating second set, and Vincent just kicking the tempo up. Sinimulan kay Lance pero si D mabilis din ang sagot. Dracifer, D, the unstoppable duo will get those 3 kills against Querdas.
Ayun lang, hindi natin na-bring up dito si D, one of the rising superstars. And Dracifer will go down to the hands of Justin, making this a little bit more doable for the Querdas squad. The boys in red trying to get the C4 planted, pero si D nag-ingay. Justin taken out. Double kill for Yotib! Pero pinatahimik na siya ni Kuya A7J. FERVID off the back of the fragging of the brothers A7J and D. Nakuha yung round na yon.
Man, oh man. Just to reintroduce himself, D just showing off his true colors, being a very aggressive mid-push from FERVID. Hindi na sila nakakuha ng space other than that push coming through from Hotel. So, di na nga nag-work yung initial plan. Nuubos din yung backup nila. So, well played para sa FERVID off of the fragging prowess from D and Dracifer. And a good way to use their numbers talaga. So, despite the opening from Vincent, the mid-rounding really worked their magic dito on the side of FERVID. And a very big value para kay D na kunin nga naman yung space dun sa mid. Kasi nawala na nga ng bisa. Yung naging push ni Vincent at Yotib, they really needed to kill off the RS push na ginawa nga naman ng FERVID 5-2.
You could definitely see Querdas struggling in a map like Ankara na madaming angulo sa mga entry sites. Kasi if you take a look at second mid, for example, titingin ka sa Hotel, titingin ka sa BR, titingin ka sa HM, tingin ka naman sa mid, may TB, may HM, may CA, and then LA, may Vents, may CA din. So, madaming angulo yung kailangan tingnan. At nahihirapan ang Querdas manalo ng mga duel katulad noon dahil sa dami ng mga angulo. Compared to sub-base, na yung mga entry sites, usually mga 2 or 3 angle lang. Dito ang dami, at least 3. Yobs, though, will be taking advantage of that angle from CA to find J. Kim. 4 versus 4. At mukhang sa setup na ang Querdas sa LA.
50-second execute para sa Querdas. Not really as clean as VP usually do, pero they do want to push as a unit. But instead of LA, mid is wide open para sa kanila and possibly up in towards tunnel. Dapat maging handa si D. We've been singing his praises for so long. Now is the proving ground para sa young gun na ito. Yobs, first contact, gets the kill kay D, pero eventually, D actually gets that adjustment. 3v3 push on in from Yotib. I don't think narinig niya. Push on the way towards BR. Yotib all the way towards RS. Lance pinatulog ng panandalian. Dracifer with the flank. Expected na galing kay Justin, who also gets the 1v1. A7J laban kay Justin. And who's gonna win out the fight? A7J on 1 HP. 20 seconds para pumasok si Angelito sa site. Nagpakita sa RS. Nagpaingay na sa spawn. And Justin just wants to play the long angle. Gusto talagang i-challenge si Angelito sa pagpasok sa site. Good flash. Good spray down. And Justin gets the punishment.
Querdas, you need to be winning more duels like that to get the rounds dito sa first half natin. 3-5. Nagkakasagutan dito yung dalawang teams natin. It's as close as can be. And Querdas looking to take this last round of the half. All things considered, medyo maganda naman yung panimula dito ng Querdas, no? It's a bit of a far cry from sub-base, but it's decent enough na workable in the second half. They can make that position even better pag nakuha nila itong round number 9. Full on mid-control for 4 of their players. At dito nagkakaroon ng oportunidad si ㍍Match na makalabas ng hotel towards that bypass position. So kailangan talagang may antabay dito sa bypass ang Querdas. And if you take a look at the map, they're getting diligent with it. Yung bomba nga nila nandun pa sa bypass eh.
Take a lot of time before they get themselves yung map control na hinaharap-harap nga natin sa kanila. A very different look now. Sa kabilang parte na naging first half nila, they needed an adjustment. At ngayon pa lang nagtitake shape no? Double tunnels push na ginagawa nga naman ng Querdas. Nagpaingay din dun sa A. Keeping both JKIM and D on that same A space. Habang ang FERVID, and they're all trying to look for that same space as well. ㍍Match on the flank, pero A7J on the front line. Angelito gets his wings clipped. Justin and Yotib will get the 2. Yun nga lang, FERVID, they still have the numbers, and they also still have the bomb within their sights. Dropped na agad si Vincent. And they're all holding that C4. Vincent run then gunned down by JKIM. It's all down to Yotib, pero ang layo niya dito, pare.
Yun na nga eh. They put Yotib to anchor from LA. Ang problema lang, masyadong disiplinado yung FERVID para mag-push ng EA, kaya walang nakita si Yotib up until nalurkan siya doon ni ㍍Match. But by that time, nasa loob na ng site dito ang Querdas at inuubos na ni A7J. 6-3 as we go into the second half, Ramon. At medyo malaki ang kailangan bunuin dito ng Querdas. Sa silver lining, they will go towards the defensive GR side. Ma-maximize nila kaya to ang depensa nila in Ankara. Let's see. FERVID, can they close it out in the next 4 rounds?
These props for Querdas, no? They cut it close nga naman. So naging later stages ng half nila, nakapapakita nila na kaya din nilang laruin yung mapa and not rely on fast executes. But FERVID have been doing a good job of making sure na kapag nilalabanan nga nila yung map space, hindi talaga nila gagawing madali. Nakunin nila yung mga importanteng kunin kung mag-execute nga yung mga players na to. That is yung CA, pati na events control, kung papasok sila dun sa A. Yan ay yung pagpasok dun pa lang sa B, dapat i-clear na rin para yung hotel as well as yung papunta dun sa may RS. Kasi baka nga may nakahold na ng cross at mahihirapan yung pagpasok ng Querdas doon. Pero FERVID are doing exactly the right things para mas damihan pa yung kailangang ilagay sa checklist ng Querdas kung papasok nga sila sa sites. Ngayon sila naman ang may checklist ng sarili nila, di ba? Ngayon sila naman ang nasa BL. As we also take a look at this replay, it is just clean taps from A7J. Nag-start ng pundasyon para sa napakagandang GR side na map.
Ganda ng angulo ng A7J dun eh. No? They didn't expect ng Querdas. Okay, let's see what the strategy is going to be para sa FERVID. Double sniper on the attack. Joke lang, bumalik na ng rifle dito si A7J.
Nahiya tuloy. Sinabi mo kasi.
And already a change of tempo, Ramon. I don't think there was ever a round nung BL side ng Querdas na umabot tayo sa 0 yung timer. But FERVID, on track to do that. 1 minute 30 on the clock. At wala pang gumagalaw mula dito sa FERVID.
Di ka naman sinasabing playstyle to ng Querdas, diba? Pero sobrang bagal siguro ng FERVID, they'd want to be the ones pushing themselves, diba? But in this case, in the Ankara game, force sila na mag-take muna ng passive control on a lot of the places that they still have. So 3-man stack dun sa A. May crossfire na naka-establish dun pa lang sa may high mid. And the sniper, Yotib, now has a huge target on his back. Dapat tumama yung mga shots niya kung papasok nga sila dun sa high mid. Pero instead, FERVID will just contest that hotel. And this could possibly be down towards those 2 anchors na nakaset up lang doon sa BR as well as doon sa may B site itself.
Good movement from the map dito ng Querdas. Gumalaw yung dalawa papunta ng B site and the players of FERVID in hotel. They're about to push, Ramon.
Justin, he's expecting them to come through doon pa lang sa may tunnels, pero he's gonna be around the corner, gets the kill kay Justin. The solo anchor now needs support from everybody on Querdas. 30 seconds on the push. ㍍setting up the team for success. Smoke coming down all the way towards RS habang nakabantay na si Yotib as well as Vincent. While the numbers are not favoring them, nasa loob pa rin sila ng site. Good shot from Yotib. ㍍down, gets the second from Yotib. We talked about this guy. He needs to activate. And Yotib, this is his sight line. 5 seconds para sa FERVID. At so wala na oras. Lance has to push. Has to win the 1v1. Yobs giving up the round. Panalo ang Querdas.
And Yotib, look at his face. Walang emosyon. Ice cold killer. Si Yotib doon sa hold niya in that B site with the triple, with the TRG. Keeps Querdas in control. Medyo nagkaroon na ng moment si Yobs. Si Yobs tuloy. Yung isang player doon ng Querdas, no? Si Yotib getting the recovery for the team. And that's beautiful for Querdas. Ayun lang, nahuli siya ni D this time around, rotating towards RS and the players of Querdas getting a little bit antsy. Pero it's Vincent for the save this time around. Mula sa itaas, hindi alam ng FERVID saan ang gagaling ang mga bala ng EBR niya. 3 versus 3.
Yep, RS still now in control of Querdas. They walk into the sideline with all the health pool in the world. A7J run down. Yobs gets the second frag as well. Akala mo, isang trend ng Querdas ang sinigasaan ng mga players ng FERVID as yet Ja finishes with the killing blow. And FERVID lost in the sauce. Querdas get the 5-6.
Kahit ako lost in the sauce, Ramon, paano na nanalo yung Querdas sa mga gantong paraan? Men, nagra-run and gun doon. Yung isa nasa taas. I mean, who would expect these angles? Certainly not Lance. Yotib out-sniping the prospect from Querdas. And Lance going down. Man, Yotib, I think, has a point to prove. I think we've overlooked Yotib so far sa Masters, and I think he is making a name for himself.
I mean, he was MVP from the last set. So maybe this series is a statement for him, no? Dapat ako din ang tinitingnan ng mga to, no? In a SEA Masters stage where we have Cetra, we have KLP, we have all the tier 1 talent that we have dito sa SEA Masters, si Yotib is an anomaly. Si Yotib, hindi pa alam ng marami, pero dito laban sa FERVID, pinapakita na kung ano yung capabilities ng isang Yotib, no? Which is a good thing showing so far dito sa series natin. ㍍for FERVID now has to break that narrative, no? They still have that crossfire setup dun sa high mid. Pero knowing ㍍he won't be the one pushing this.
Mali ka, Ramon! Si ㍍ang magpupush at saktong-sakto yung angulo ni Yotib doon. Ay, the round falling apart for FERVID. Nahuli din si A7J. What a setup!
It's just numbers advantage on the retake. That's very clear cut from them. D with the kill. Jacob gets the spray. Yun nga lang. Querdas still have the numbers. At Querdas still overwhelming FERVID. Equalize na tayo. 6-6 is the score. And yet again, no, we talked about the FERVID push na dapat hindi si ㍍yung nanguna. Kasi sinesetapan pa lang nila yung pag-push on B na hindi nila kailangan ng distraction. Kaso yun nanguna pa, si ㍍sinetapan tuloy yung Querdas into a very good retake.
I honestly don't mind the ㍍lurk dito sa mid, no? Ang problema lang, who would expect a deep RS hold from that sniper? Nasa loob pa nga siya ng RS eh. Usually, you would see na nasa loob yung sight yung angulo ng sniper. But ㍍obviously caught unaware. And the rest is history para dito sa Querdas. 6-6. At wala nang lamang ang FERVID. Querdas on track to pull the first upset here in Masters. And you can see as well yung mga muka ng players ng Querdas, no? Puro sila nakangiti. Alam nila yung ginagawa nila dito. Alam nila yung pangmawalang ya na ginagawa ni Yotib sa server natin.
This is a statement game if I've ever seen one from a Querdas team. All the doubters, everybody who does not know this roster have to know this team right now. At sure ako, na kapag tinuloy na ito dito sa FERVID, there's no question that this roster is gonna make magic habang tumatagal pa ang SEA Masters. Now they have tunnels and also hotel. FERVID are on track to try to get this stabilized since binigay na nga na yung round sa Querdas in the past couple na. Now at 50 seconds, they're gonna make themselves an execute doon pa lang sa may B na mukhang 5-man retake na nga ata para sa Querdas as they also give up yung RS. They also give the site.
Justin exploration dito sa mid at nakapagtanim ang FERVID ng bomba sa B. This is a post plant if I've ever seen one. 5 versus 5 Ramon at nahuli na dito si Justin sa TB. D takes him down. Tinan mo yung CA, naghahabulan sila. Tinan mo si FERVID, hindi nila nakita. Yobs, ay, taken down, and Querdas, the setup has been botched. 4 or 3 people left standing. Make that 2. Lance takes down the IGL on the other side, and this should be the round for FERVID. Nahanapan ng butas ng FERVID yung setup ng Querdas at sasabog na lang yung bomba dito. 7-6 FERVID. Recovery in this round. At yung problema kasi ng Querdas, Ramon, they went for the same setup dito sa mid. Hindi nila pwede gawin yun dito sa FERVID. Alam nila na kailangan nila mag-adjust after that last fumble with CROSSFIRE. At yun na nga ang ginawa ng FERVID, no? They went for the EBX.
Worked the time perfectly. And also dodged away from any sort of threat. Yung triple stack on A at saka yung high mid na kanina lang nila nakita. And just from that one round, nag-adjust na sila ng game plan. Kuha natin yung hotel. Slow push natin yung tunnels B. And from those two places, they dodged the two threatening defensive pieces ng Querdas. So doon pa lang, no? Adaptation is key from FERVID, excuse me. And you can see that from the IGL system, no? Mukhang nag-work na ng mahika si A7J at si CROSSFIRE so kung paano lang ina-approach yung defense ng Querdas. Pero Justin, so low hold, spot stop 1 pero hindi enough yung spray down para mapatay si CROSSFIRE. The effect is coming. And the Querdas effect of being a little bit more aggressive in their defense is showing that shape, and finally FERVID could have an answer.
Yung mga nagpapahirap din kanina sa Querdas, no? Yung ginagawa din nila dito sa FERVID. Masyadong maraming angulo sa mid para maklear lahat yun, no? And Justin finding the perfect angle in CA to catch one player from FERVID. Si Yobs nasa LA. And I think that gives them information na it's either nasa mid or nasa hotel dito yung players ng FERVID. And with the position, judging from the position of Vincent, I think they know.
Yetja gets the spray of his life, gets the 2K. CROSSFIRE to try to get that trade. Yun nga lang, trade lang ang makukuha. Yung round, imposible pa. 7-7 para sa Querdas. And I'd like to give a little bit of a highlight, no? With how well they're able to now play that info gathering. With Yobs pushing down that LA position, you can see the positions being held up now by Querdas. Full priority dun sa hotel, as well as that mid side na okay na, sapat na si Yetja dun sa round na yun. 7-7 tayo.
And I think that kind of play only works when you have a guaranteed kill. That's the benefit of Querdas. Grabe yung firepower dito ni Justin. I mean, I know the numbers don't reflect it. 2-5 in the KD department. Pero impact kill yung ginawa niya kanina eh. Nagulantang ang FERVID after that 1-for-1 trade. Hindi na sila sigurado saan ang safe because CA was open. Bakit ngayon parang mamadaliin ng FERVID tong A. Nasa bench na yung tatlo.
Flash is coming in. That's 2. Yobs. Good spray down. Yobs
Wow!
for a double. Querdas. A fortress inside A site. Kahit sino sa FERVID, walang nalanghap. Sa top A, sayaw-sayaw lang. Party-party sa Querdas A. Querdas with an 8-7. And they're just having fun sa server natin, Matt.
Yobs and Vincent kumikembot na, Ramon, nararamdaman nila yung panalo laban sa FERVID. Oh my goodness, Querdas, anong nakain nyo? And look at the adjustment as well. Immediately, moving towards that B site at iniwan nila mag-isa si Vincent dito. Narinig ni Vincent ang daming tao kaya i-retake na lang ng Querdas. What is this map movement from Querdas?
I mean, the silver lining here is that they have all the numbers para makapag-retake sila, but all 5, diba? And they also have a possibility to go through CA. But with that, kailangan kalabanin nila yung dalawang nakahold lang sa flank, no? 5 versus 5 retake scenario, 30 seconds dahil nga naman sa C4. DJ aggressively taking it doon pa lang sa may exit. A good smoke at na-ice rate tuloy si Yetja. Good spray down on him. Dracifer with another as well. FERVID are playing this perfectingly. Holding down that A site and scrunching all the numbers, pero papasok pa rin sila. Querdas doing a lot of damage, yun nga lang, it's not enough. Because with everybody set up on the post plant, FERVID have that A site. 8-8. Tie tayo dito sa Ankara.
Ngayon lang ang problema ng Querdas, no? In the full-on 5 versus 5 retake na ang dami pang utility ng FERVID, medyo mahirap talaga makapasok ng site, no? So that's a round for FERVID at si Justin. Iisa na naman dito sa CA. Yellow position for D, spotted. J. Kim nandun sa box and he's taken down. 1 versus 1, Justin and D. Sinong lalamang? D will be backing off. But a couple of flashes from Querdas keeps them in control of LA. At yan na nga, naging agresibo na ang Querdas dito, Ramon. They're putting pressure on FERVID.
Yeah, for sure. An aggressive playstyle they'll be looking out for. Has finally showed its true colors dito for Querdas. Yung pag-push on LA really has given a lot of damage dito sa FERVID. Losing J-Kim, that one half doon sa attacker doon na meron sila. And now also doing a little damage dito kay D. Has already halved whatever power they have sa pagpasok natin dito sa sites. No? Pero, Querdas now holding down both that mid as well as that A. B is looking wide open. No? So if FERVID realize that, with the time that they have 1 minute and 20, this is still doable. Kung kaya nilang labanan sa body system ulit ng Querdas.
Again, FERVID taking a risk. Kapag na-smoke dito yung EA, wala nang suporta si Justin. In CA still. So medyo delikado. Wala pa namang smoke na binabato dito ang FERVID, but with 1 minute on the clock, I think it's a high time na gumalaw na sila papunta ng A. I think yun yung plano nila dito, Ramon. Look at the positions. Nakabantay lang si A7J sa potential flank from B, but the rest of the players setting up in LA. Nasa Miniter, umakyat, Lance, that's a smoke. Isolated na si Justin dito. There's a chance for Justin, pero pwede rin siya mag-back off. Chooses to go the safe route.
Buti na lang, no? May support pa from Vincent, so he's not gonna be alone in this regard. And I think Dracifer just spotted him. Naiwan nila yung mid at open entry na yun para kay Dracifer. FERVID now have RS and also have Yotib's head on a silver platter. 20-second execute para sa FERVID. More than enough time para makuha yung B site.
And that's going to be the kill for Justin. Nakaisa pa nga bago mag-retake dito ang Querdas. But Hotel, naku po Vincent, you're not looking at the right direction. 2 versus 3, Ramon. Can Querdas make it happen?
And they hold on the sidelines. Dracifer gets the shot in. Yetja in a 1v3. But now the rising star is dying before our very eyes. FERVID now have set point. And Ankara looking like a very good form para sa BL nila.
And there's that mid-round that makes this Ankara special for FERVID. Made a lot of noise early on dito sa LA. A minute of lull time, tas pagbalik nila sa smoke ng EA, they went through mid. Kahit ako, magugulantang. Querdas, they look lost after that EA smoke. Tagal nakahold ni Justin sa CA, and the moment that they needed him there, pinagalaw siya ng FERVID by sheer mind games. For the mid-round. And FERVID, set point. They have a chance to push us into set number 3. Querdas, they need to hold. Kung nag-hold lang sana si Justin, they could have made a massive impact in that round. But FERVID, not making things easy in the macro department.
Yung mga what if na yun, no? What if hinold pa rin ni Justin yung high mid na yun? Hindi sana, hindi nakapasok sa mismong RS kung si Dracifer. Hindi niya makapatay si Yotib sana. hindi mabubuksan yung spawn at hindi din nila mabibigay yung mismong plant doon sa BB site. Lots of questions in the minds of Querdas, pero this is not the time para pag-isipan lalo yung mga what if na yan. Ang FERVID, baka makuha na yung magiging set na to. And it starts with a push. Or at least, no, yung ingay na nilagay nila dito sa may high mid. Na-smoke off yung RS at naglagay pa nga sila ng possible fake smoke doon pa lang sa mid. Or is it a fake? Is it reality? Querdas, feeling that pressure. At the very least, push on in. FERVID, have 2F, have the push.
Oy!
Pero J-Kim decisively pushing a little bit too far. FERVID getting 2 kills in response. Si A7J and everybody else nasa spawn labang ng kalaban. Justin still here and even cuts them off sa push. With the 2K, A7J na lang ang Elito. What will you do? Finds the kill kay Hetja pero 20 seconds wala sa pa kanya yung C4. Justin and Yobs could possibly have the crossfire of their lives, could possibly force out overtime.
Ganda.
Pero all will be done para kay Angelito. Lots of time para maiplant din to.
Uy! A7J, munti ka na, but Justin just saves it with 31 HP to spare. Wow. Justin Yobs with a lot of discipline, and A7J, wala ka talagang pwedeng magawa sa sitwasyon na ganon. 2 versus 1 and your opponent being disciplined. There's not a lot of options, but that was a very valiant effort for Vid. I don't think they pushed to a point, Ramon, na pinupush na nila dito yung RS. Even then, even so, hindi pa rin gumana.
I mean, I agree with you, no? Hindi din talaga na-expect yon ng Querdas, pero yung mismong decision para makip nila yung sarili nila dito sa RS para lang labanan yung pag-push through the smoke has been a good thing. Kasi ngayon, alam nila kung ilan yung mga taong nakapasok lamang doon sa RS para ma-set-upan si Justin to get those multi-frags. I mean, dahil lang doon, naiwan tuloy doon si A7J. And what can one man do? Since nakuha na nga niya yung space dun sa high mid, siya lang din yung nakahold dun sa 2F para lang patayin yung mga anchor dun sa loob ng B site. He can't do everything and the amount of seconds that was given to him, pare. And that just is another testament that Querdas still have that individual skill na kaya nga tapatan yung mga top players natin dito. No? As we're going into OT, more conversations surround this topic. No? Kung makakaabot pa rin nga ba ang Querdas sa level ng mga top 4 teams natin, will FERVID keep their top 4 spot after ng matchup na ito? Kasi ultimo, yung sub-base game na yon raises a lot of question marks sa kung ano yung stability ng roster nila ngayon. Kaya they had to make sure that Ankara is also a statement for them. Pero paano naman ngayon ang Querdas na talagang binalikan pa nga to into an OT game? It's a lot of things na kailangan talaga makita as we're heading on into that OT day, Doom.
Absolutely, FERVID. One thing's for sure, they are definitely feeling the pressure. Yes, remember, Ramon, apart from the fact that this is one of their best maps, if not the best para sa FERVID, talo na sila sa set number 1. No? So, this is do or die. The next 4 rounds will dictate whether or not FERVID will keep a solid position for playoffs contention, or kung mapupunta ba sila sa risky side natin, going below the top 6. Wala nang oras para mag-isip, FERVID. The time is now to minimize those mistakes and get this win against Querdas. Pero ramdam ko ang excitement ni Yotib. Ramdam ko na nakangiti na naman si Vincent. And that's the first kill for Querdas. A good start para sa OT. Mid-control ang laro ng FERVID. Pero yung Querdas, nire-respeto yun.
And with how this game is going, to come into this Ankara game with the side that they were getting a lot of struggles sa pagsimula ng Ankara natin, that first blood onto A7J could now have a big confidence boost dito for Yotib. A big game player needed dito pa lang sa Querdas. As with their tendencies now, they don't need the backup plan, pre. Initial push on LA and now Vence in control of Querdas.
Isa lang yung tao dito, si ̍Match has to find a good angle. Magandang posisyon niya and gets the headshot onto Yobs. That's the entry down. Kailangan siyang puwersahin ng Querdas. ̍Match taken out by the IGL, and that is a 4 versus 3. At si Hetja nakapuslet na sa exit. FERVID This is not the right approach. Kailangan sabay-sabay kayo. Kaso
For sure,
lang,
pre.
sino bang makaka-expect na si Yetcha nasa exit na 2v4?
Pushing without smokes, without a flash, a dry swing from MATTJESS. Sino ba ang makakapag-predict doon no? D gets the kill, gets the 2K as well. So this round is back on for FERVID. 15 seconds on the retake. Spray done from UTIB. He was a sniper before, pero he wants to be the rifler right now. 2K para kay UTIB. And one more round sa OT ng Querdas.
Vincent and Yobs firing up, hyping up their teammate Yotib after that 3K. Oh my God, Querdas, what have you done? Vincent, what have you created? Have you seen the potential of this team since day one, but now they are taking new heights. 10-9. I don't want to jinx this, but Querdas looking on form. Yung pinakaunang kill sa round na ito, siya yung nagdikta sa laban. Can they do the same thing? For Vid, tinan mo, Ramon, they're not gonna let Yotib find that early kill. Walang sumisilip kahit isa.
It's the UTIB effect pre, no?
Mhm.
Kung hold nila yung mga sightlines dito, they're not gonna give themselves up para lang gawin yun. Kita mo nga, yung early smoke na nilagay nila sa EA, they put it in a place or in a way na kung saan they don't really list themselves up. And that
What
was
is that,
from top A
smoke?
as well. No? So,
Wait. No way smoke? What? What a setup on A. Nag-flash pa nga ng isa, pero that smoke is going to make things confusing for FERVID. Yobs, nahanap si Tracy for yung BR control na sa kanila, pero sila nakantami pa rin sa ED. And he will find the one, but that's not enough. Yet, makes the entry happen. Andito na ang mga miyembro ng Querdas, pero hindi pa sila papasok. Ikot muna, papuntang TB. 1 minute is plenty of time. Pwede pang mag-CA ang Querdas, Ramon.
ano to? Parang wala tayo dito? Quick mamba out lang? Or balik lamang dun sa may A site kung saan sila nagsimula kanina. This is Querdas operating in a system. At sabay-sabay lang silang nagdidesisyon all the way towards top A. Di nandito na agad. At Jakim nandito din para suportahan. Vincent has his back turn. D's gonna take himself the advantage. Gets the spray down. Jakim cuts them off. Patay ang Querdas sa pagpasok ng A site. At tablado sa entablado, 10-10, FERVID, nakabawi pa nga.
Ayun lang, Querdas. I hate to call it that, but that was a rookie mistake and a half. You have to clear every single corner before planting the bomb. That's not a mistake that a Masters team should be doing, Querdas. And that should serve as a stark reminder that you can't do that. Certainly not to FERVID. 10-10 ang labanan, nakasagot tuloy ng isa ang FERVID. At dahil dyan, kita mo agad yung pinagkaiba sa muka ng IGL na si Vincent. Is that a big blow to the confidence of Querdas? Malalaman natin sa round na to.
I mean, it could be. Siya yung nagpa-plant kanina at walang nakasuporta sa kanya. They were putting so much focus doon sa exit na nakalimutan nga nila mag-clear. But this is not the time for them to realize those what-ifs. Dapat malinis na agad sa susunod na round. Na-spot nila yung BR player at alam nilang may hotel pa rin. Dracifer, what is gonna be the play? Calling for support from Lance. Pero kung tatawagin si Lance, mabubuwas sa kanilang tunnels, no? So solo lang si Dracifer, pero baka sumapat pa siya. Gets the one tap kay Yobs. Flash coming in, yet Ja does not commit to the fight. Eventually goes down kay Dracifer, who also gets 2 kills. FERVID in their setup, nakakuha ng mga picks all around the map. It's now down to Vincent and Yotib. Vincent nakapuslit ng isa pa. Lance, that is a quick punish from him. He was trying to clear yung hotel, and now it becomes that 2v3.
Jakim A7J in full control of TB for now. Nakita nila si Yotib. Shot not connecting from the sniper, and Yotib is now getting pressured. At yun na nga, nahuli siya ni Jakim. Vincent in a 1 versus 2. May HE pa siya. May bomba siyang hawak. At yung oras niya, sapat pa naman para makaikot. 36 seconds. Ang problema lang, hindi niya alam saan manggagaling tong dalawang to. He has a rough idea na may isa at least na nasa hotel. Pero pagtalikot ni Vincent, may dalawang nandyan. Umikot ka na lang papuntang A-boss, Vincent. Huwag ka nang bumalik. 20 seconds, time running away. And Vincent makes the right call. Punta ng exit, get the bomb planted with 14 seconds. I like this play.
Yeah. Bukas ang A. At para kay Vincent na lahat ng mga mata nakatingin lamang sa IGL ng Querdas. Si Fordan, D and Jakem, ito yung attacker duo na pinagsasabihan natin na dapat sila ang spearhead. Pero si Vincent, siya dapat ang ine-expect. Alam na nasa exit kanina, so dapat mag-reposition si Vincent. It's the one and the double! Vincent humihiyaw at sumasayaw sa pagbubuka ng FERVID to get 11 to 10.
Oh my God, Vincent! Just when I thought the confidence was running low for Querdas, iniangat ulit ng IGL na si Vincent. Kita mo naman, Ramon, the boys smiling. Everyone but Yotib. Of course, Yotib always ice cold. But that was a desperately needed round by Querdas. Kasi yung confidence nila unti-unti nang nawawala after that crucial mistake. But now, it's back up in the heavens. And Querdas, 2 rounds away from pulling the upset of the group stage so far. 11-10 in Ankara. Konti na lang, Querdas. 2 rounds na lang. They will have taken down FERVID.
Man, oh man. Querdas, off of the heroics coming through para kay Vincent, is giving Gaon Gaming vibes pare, where he was putting up numbers.
Oh yes.
In all the matches last year. Grabe ka naman, Vincent. And now this puts a question mark ulit sa FERVID. How are they going to approach yung magiging BL side nila this time? Kasi if you remember, Daydom, doon sila sa BL nagkakaroon ng konting struggles no? If we're looking at some things that we're expecting from this team now, we're looking to see Dracifer on his lurk potential again. We're looking for that decisiveness coming through from their system sa kung saan they're gonna play the map around and play the time. Pero up against a Querdas team that is unpredictable, ang hirap makakuha ng strat na kinakailangan From the moment that Querdas is locked in, FERVID have to find a way para hanapan yung butas laban sa defensive side ng Querdas ngayon.
Ito na nga nakahanap na si Dracifer kanina, no? Querdas used too much of their resources to take down Dracifer. Nakakala ko sigurado na makakabawi na ang FERVID. But then this happened. But then Vincent took things in his own command. Oh, what a recovery. Querdas, this team, when they have the confidence, when they have the momentum, Ramon, they are something else. And Querdas, they have to keep it going. Hindi sila pwedeng bumagal, hindi sila pwedeng tumigil kasi doon sila manghihina. But now it is dead silence. Look at the setup. Lalo pa nilang pinabigat yung mid-control nila kanina ni Yotib at saka ni Justin. Si Vincent nasa 2F din.
Possible adaptation to laban sa possible lurk na pwedeng gamitin nga ni Dracifer, no? Who usually will get that B site. Pagpupusya nga siya sa hotel, pero in the process, heavily guarded yung mid. Heavily guarded yung A site. FERVID still have the time. And they also have Vents control as well. So, any initial contact na meron ang Querdas, dapat tingnan nila ng 2 beses. Justin gets the kill kay A7J. So, yung mismong default ng FERVID, naging doble na ang trabaho. Kailangan hanapin yung picks. At nag-push pa nga si Yobs with no info and no gathered intel. Binigyan tuloy yung 4v4 and FERVID have the time to push.
Si Dracifer pwede mahuli dito. Nakita na at yun ang punishment on top of punishment. Pero yung Querdas lumamang na ulit dahil nahuli nila si Dracifer. Okay lang na nalaglag si Yobs. Nahuli naman nila si Dracifer. At kompleto ang impormasyon dito ng FERVID na walang tao sa LA. So there's only one realistic option.
No.
That's B. Look at the rotation. This is perfect for Querdas.
Low HP for everybody across the board para sa FERVID. So dapat entrada nila perfecto ba? Jacob and Lance to get those 2 kills. Querdas patay sa isang one-tap ni Jacob. Baka sarado pa ang 11th round win. Pero hindi pa nagpa-flat. Wala pa silang objective. Querdas still the round. At boss, wala nang ginawa ang FERVID sa round na yun.
How can you not root for Querdas at this point, Ramon? They're doing everything right. Sure, there are mistakes every now and then, but the recovery is instantaneous. 12-10 para sa Querdas. Isa na lang at mapapatumba na nila ang FERVID, a team touted to be the number 3 squad dito sa ating master stage. And Querdas about to make them look like fools. One more round, 2-0 na tayo para sa Querdas, Ramon.
Grabe, men. Very much against, at least in my own perspective, my own prediction nga naman, or I thought this FERVID team was gonna have that stability. Querdas throwing unpredictability sa mix natin in this SEA Master stage. And this is becoming exciting para sa young squad na to. Their impact roots growing into that development that we've been looking out for para sa team na to. And all that hard work now manifesting in itself sa naging hold nila against FERVID 12-10.
I like this. Ito naman yung setup ng Querdas. Iba na naman. Never pa nilang ginawa to, Ramon. 4 stack in A. Mag-isa lang si Yotib dito sa RS at naka-sniper siya. He will get taken down by D and launch with a nice shot. But Querdas sasagot ng dalawa. Yetcha from exit. Gets the kill and gets the bomb control. 2 versus 2, Ramon.
1 minute at si Lance expected then from the flank. Low on HP from the sniper, so he has to stabilize. Sa naging position niya, hinahabol pa siya nitong si Vincent with 50 seconds on the clock. FERVID have to get that C4 and also have to get themselves a plant. Yun nga lang, ang ganda na naging position ni Vincent because of the sniper in response. Si A7J na lang, he does have the C4 at patay din si Yetcha. Open B site na para sa FERVID and possible extension of the Sankara game down to the 1v1 up against Vincent.
Mahirap si A7J yung kalaban niya. But Vincent has done it already. Kanina nga 1 versus 2 pa eh. Pareho silang naka-EBR. May utility ba si Vincent? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Has the rotation, has the timing. A7J has the position. So dapat clear cut yung magiging diffuse dito ni Vincent. Pero kiniklear niya yung bawat sektor, bawat corner. With the top, A7J capitalizes. Napatalikod ang kapitan. And FERVID got the 11-12 extended ng Ankara map.
All went down to the 50-50 Vincent. I actually like the call. Nating tumingin siya sa mid, no? Kasi A7J could have been trying to be unpredictable. Pero mali yung basa ni Vincent doon sa sitwasyon na yon, no? And again, a good recovery from Querdas after losing their anchor player dito sa mid. But yet, Jack coming up massive to give them a fighting chance. Querdas. 12-11 naman yung score natin dito lalaban sa LA. I'm not sure if this is the right call. Pero papalag sila, Ramon.
Suntukan kung suntukan on the mid side itself. D looking for a fight and a fight he is given. Papunta sa mismong ulo ni Justin. Si Vincent gusto din. At napatay pa nga niya si D. Binawin ang buhay ng isa. Yotib with the shot. The brothers are dead. And the last 3 players of FERVID swarmed up sa sarili nilang RS na hinahawak-hawak lang ng mga players natin on Querdas. There is no entry point unless they want blood.
Querdas, don't move. Diyan lang kayo. Intayin nyo lang na lumabas sila and they're making the right call. Yobs nakatingin sa tama. Kaso nakasniper yung kalaban niya. Lance for the kill. 3v3. Pwede nang gumalaw ang FERVID.
They could hit hotel or they could possibly go back to LA, but they also have to deal with the bypass push coming through from Vincent. Taking this very slowly, no? All the tension dito sa first or last 1 minute sa clock natin. Where FERVID are fighting for their lives, where they could possibly have been playing for that objective. Nakapuslit na agad itong si Dracifer, and there's an open entry papunta dito sa hotel. Or possibly sa akyatan, baka malikuran niya itong si Yetcha, who is thinking of that possibility, gets the swing. Dracifer down, and now they have to fall back on that push dun sa B.
That
30 seconds.
Papunta ng B-site. Oo, papunta ng B-site dito ang FERVID. Querdas, alam na nila, Ramon.
Lance and J. Kim, the last 2 members of FERVID, dapat ma-plant yung C4, pero dapat tamaan ni Yotib to. Gets the shot kay J. Kim, and it's now down to Lance. Pero si Vincent, sasagasaan. Si Lance at ang FERVID. Where were you when Querdas upsets FERVID to get a 2-0 sa SEA Masters?
And in Ankara kung saan isinulat ng FERVID ang kanilang storya, ang kanilang pangarap, doon sila papatumbahin ng Querdas. An impact runner-up, taking down one of the staples. And remember, sila ang naglaban. Sila ang naglaban ng impact. Ngayon, iba ang nanalo. Querdas taking down FERVID in the group stage is going to have massive implications for our standings. Querdas, naku po, Ramon, they are... Hay, hindi ko na naman sasabihin. They're a team to watch. Yun na lang. Oh my goodness.
For sure, pre. Katulad ng isang sub-base na nakita natin kanina in towards that Ankara game that just felt like a chess match. Eventually, checkmate ang mga players natin on FERVID. Naubos ang gas. Pero tuloy-tuloy lang ang biyahe para dito sa Querdas papunta sa ikatuktok ng SEA Masters so far. At lalo lang akong na-excite para sa kanila as ayun no, ang ganda na nakita nating 2-0 pero sure na sure akong mas maganda ang papakinggan natin so far sa magiging analyst desk natin, Mochi and Josuave. Kamusta naman kayo dyan? Mainit ba?
Grabe, no? Mapapashish. That's crazy na nga lang talaga kami dito, no? Ramon and as well as Daydom. Ang lala ng mga nasaksihan natin dito. Karagdagan na rin sa kung gaano katindi yung performance dito ng Querdas. And I couldn't agree more sa kung ano yung binanggit nila dito. Oh, parang nagmalaches tayo, ang daing nangyaring mga mind games, ang daing nangyaring mga counters. Pero ang naging ending, si Querdas pa rin ang nanaig. At wala, no? Nawala lahat ng mga predictions natin dito.
Yeah.
All of our thoughts and expectations na tayo ay aabot dito sa ating decider map. Walang nangyaring ganun, Josuave.
Oh, kakaiba nga yung pinakita ngayon ng Querdas, no? Yung doubts natin, silence. Complete silence para sa atin. And yung story as well no ngayon para sa playoffs contention na sinabi natin, Querdas, kung di na naman panalo to, sobrang labo na ngayon nung magagawa nila. Mas lalo na rin ang pinagulo yung chances for everyone na nasa middle area natin sa standings para makapasok ng playoffs. So imagine sometime in the future na may mga teams na not even in their own hands yung pagkakapasok nila ng playoffs, no?
Yeah. And it is quite sad, no, na grabe pinaabot ni FERVID ito to an OT. It's just that hindi na talaga kinaya siguro ng kanilang powers, no? Medyo na-curious ako kamusta yun ng kanilang coach din dito, no? Kung ano kaya yung pakiramdam niya after all of these shenanigans transpired dito, no, sa ating serye. Pero all we know is that Querdas definitely did such a great job. I cannot fathom and I couldn't say this enough, no? Sobrang ganda ng kanilang improvement throughout the course of the past couple of weeks na meron tayo dito. And I do think that deserve nilang ma-highlight dito every single one of them kasi everyone has been able to perform. Kayang sumalo, kayang mag-frag, kayang makipagbakbakan dito sa harap ng FERVID.
Parang ang tapatin yung ginawa nila dito, lalo na sa Ankara, no? This map in particular, yung pinabantayan natin na makita yung full form ng FERVID kanina na number one, makaka-adapt sana sila galing sa sub-base and yeah, it looked pretty good to a certain degree. Yun nga lang, yung Querdas, diba yung form nila ngayon para silang bagong team na hindi pa natin nakikita in the past.
And kita na rin din siguro yon dito, no, sa ating highlights kasi lalong-lalo na when it comes to just rummaging down dito no, sa mga miyembro natin from FERVID, which is I do think na hindi talaga nila in-expect or didn't see that coming at all, no. Lalong-lalo na kung paano din ka-init itong mga miyembro natin. Isa na rin doon si MATTJESS sa paggagawa no. And definitely regardless of some hiccups along the way nung umpisa nitong mapang ito, talagang pinakita pa rin ng Querdas na sila ang merong panalo dito. And nice try here for FERVID kasi nakita mo naman na talagang nag-step up itong sila, nag-step up itong si ΔρSiPer, but unfortunately when it comes to being able to catch them off guard and reading yung kanilang galawan dito, especially pagdating doon sa part na sobrang umiinit at dikit na ng kanilang mga laban, si Querdas talaga ang nanaig.
Oh man, and not to mention, no, just every one of these members parang ang hirap. Magsabi may MVP tayo in terms of the numbers, but all of these players sa Querdas talagang nag-step up. But of course, yung MVP natin for this set will be none other than Vincent himself. 1.44 KD para sa kanya. But yun nga, again, we go back to the overall performance of this team. So well balanced right now na hindi natin na naasahan, pero yun yung hinihingi natin bago pa magsimula yung match natin dito.
Yup. Oh my gosh, no. Grabe si Boss Vincent. Ang nakakatawa din kasi dito, no, Kuya Josh, is every single time na nai-interview natin itong si coach galing dito sa Querdas, alam mo yung sobrang bright lagi ng vibes niya, pati yung outlook niya and how optimistic he is dito, no, para sa kabuoang team ng Querdas. And it seems like talagang nagiging fruitful na ang kanilang output dito. And I really appreciate how they were able to actually improve every single week. Kahit nung nagkaroon tayo ng pagkadehado from the matches na meron sila beforehand, like a couple of those, no, talagang pinakita nila na kaya pa rin nila bumawi. Kaya let us see kung sino nga ba talaga ang nag-stand up dito, no?
Yun.
Other than Yotib. Sinong nagtaka? Sinong nagulat? Ewan ko na lang talaga, no? Yotib definitely showing the parang siya ang setra nitong ating team of Querdas.
Yeah, man, rising star tong si Yotib. I remember yung team niya last year on a rise na unfortunately di talaga nakakuha ng masyadong maraming success. Pero grabe, nag-grind talaga to si Yotib to get himself to a higher level. Joined up with a completely new team. And when the chemistry is great, the way that this team looks, the way that they're able to set up Yotib for victory in these kinds of situations na supposedly hindi magiging madali yung trabaho ni Yotib dito kasi nga mahirap yung kalaban niyang in the name of FERVID. But man, what a performance galing kay Yotib. Shout out sa kanya.
True, no? And I am really excited na rin na mapakinggan ko ano yung sasabihin ni Yotib dito, no? Yotib! Ewan ko kung naririnig mo ako, bawal yung mga template answers natin, ha? Bawal yung chamba lang yon, bawal yung maganda lang yung gising, okay? Dapat marami tayong sasabihin sa interview natin kasi ang daing nangyari at ang daing nagulat. Seems like this series alone has been like one of the biggest upsets na meron tayo sa kung mga linggo na meron tayo dito for our league so far. Kasi ganun talaga nagulat ang buong mundo dito dahil sa Querdas.
Yeah, grabe yung gulat. I mean, not to mention, yes, they won, but they winning in a 2-0 and not only that, no, steamrolling over FERVID on sub-base na hindi talaga natin ine-expect na sobrang gulat pa natin. Pakiramdam ko nga, hindi pa tayo ready na matapos yung una nating set dito. And even then, carrying that over into Ankara.
Yeah, well, merong someone else na ready dito, no?
Ayun.
Josuabe. Kaya naman tawagin na natin ang ating match MVP! No other than Yotib! Ayun na.
I was not ready for that invitation sa camera natin, man.
Grabe, kita naman kung gano'n sila katuwa doon sa naging outcome natin dito. Panis talaga, no? Actually, Yotib, merong nagpapatanong dito, no? Yung caster natin kanina, itong si Bedo. Sabi niya, bakit daw sobrang ice cold mo kanina? Alam mo yung sobrang happy jolly ng mga kasama mo, ba't ikaw sobrang seryoso mo?
Ano po, siniseryoso ko po yung laban namin ngayon para magkapasok pa kami sa playoffs. Yan lang po yung
Sobrang solid. Pero wait lang, kalahati lang ata mukha mo. Ayan.
Ito po.
Yan. Alright. Okay na. Yun, no? Parang deserve makikita yung ating match MVP. Ikaw, Josuabe, any questions?
Eh, parang ngayon ko lang nakita na sobrang saya sa Yotib since 2025.
Non siya
Yotib, ano yung
naging,
feeling na maka-upset against FERVID nga talaga?
Ano po, masaya po kami kasi natalo namin yung FERVID, yung malakas sa team, yung inaabangan namin.
Yun. Alright, Yotib. And alam mo, honestly, ang dahil pa namin gusto itanong, pero it seems like we're quite pressed for time. Pero Yotib, kahit tanugin mo yung mga kasama mo, no, yung petition, dahil nilang ipapa-shoutout sa'yo, yung mga gusto mong bigyan ng mensahe. Sige, go, ilatag mo na.
Shoutout po sa mga kampe ko ngayon. Sobrang saya namin kasi nanalo kami. Tsaka kaya biglang nag 2-0. Bigla nag ano yung mundo. Tsaka ano, shoutout po sa ano. Shoutout po sa manager namin na wala dito. Tsaka shoutout po sa mga supporters diyan. Tsaka fans. Tsaka shoutout din sa 6-man namin si MDY.
Shoutout sa mga nagpupusta dyan. Paldo!
Then
Ayun, baka hindi ko alam, di yata narinig si Boss Vincent, pero okay lang yan, no? Maraming salamat, no, Yotib, and congratulations kasi sobrang galing nyo dito sa match na ito.
Salamat po, salamat po. Salamat. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, Kuya Josh.
Wow.
Alam mo, the entire time, I was like, how is this happening, no? Because parang anda ay nag-expect the FERVID could have been winning this one. Pero sabi ni Querdas, no, we will prove you otherwise. And ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, when we lay down our predictions, ito yung mga inaabangan natin, yung ma-prove tayo na mali tayo. Kasi that just means na they are growing more than we expected. And this means so good para sa kanila.
Yeah, I mean, better teams in the Philippines, in Southeast Asia only means na mas mahirap para makalagpas sa playoffs. Mas mahirap makarating ng international.
Yes.
And para sa scene, no, syempre, general growth din para sa atin dito sa SEA Masters. Kaya napaka-exciting para sa atin to see these kinds of upsets and just having these matches become unpredictable habang tumatagal. It's only week 3, Mochi, may upset na tayo na medyo malaki-laki, pero yung susunod nating match up, this one's a hard one to call, no? Virtus.pro versus JY Esports.
And seems like this is another banger of a series, no? But just to end off this day as well. Pero again, no, congratulations here for Querdas and nice try for FERVID. Parang we need some toning up that we have to do here. Pero sa ngayon, papahinga muna kami at tayo magbabalik mamaya para sa ating ikatlong match. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble for naman sa receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
After a couple of matches that served us as roller coasters, tayo ay nagbabalik ngayon with Virtus.pro versus JY Esports. Kayo pa rin ang inyong panel, Mochi and ㍍Mabe. Any expectations here para sa JY Esports, Kuya Josh?
I would say that we probably have the same expectation, but what I would like to see is JY take at least one map off of VP. No, I think for VP, it has become a little bit shaky. May nakikita tayo mga points of weakness sa kanila, no? One map here, one map there. Although wala pa sila natatalong match, ha? But
yes,
if this continues to become a pattern habang tumatagal, I wouldn't be surprised if some of our middle of the pack teams, sinasabi nating rising squads, might even be able to upset them. That would be, I think that would be fun.
Yeah, I agree, no? Especially recently, it seems like they gave a map to Exe. Tapos, nagbigay din sila ng mapa sa AG. So, I am wondering, no, if there will be the same pattern arising dito, no, for JY Esports. Pero ipakilala na muna natin ang ating mga team members na maglalaro para sa ating entablado for tonight. The good old Virtus.pro, no? Where, Cetra, still the same. Yellow, nag-upgrade, no? And we also still see the consistencies dito ni Elvin alongside ni Yobib and si KSA. Well, lagi nating inaabangan ng trash talk niyan.
Undeniable trash talk, man. Grabing highlight yan sa isang umaga at sa isang gabi. Makikita na lang natin kung ano yung mga panibagong press release. Kung pwede nating tawaging press release yung mga post na mga to. No? And I feel like that we need a little bit of that spice in the scene. You know, it can't... Yes, they're technically all friends outside the server. Pero syempre, you need to have a team that you kind of want to lose.
And nakita din natin nga, no, for Virtus.pro, parang di pa nga rin talaga sila dito natatalo, no. Staying true with their clean wins here. It's just that, yun nga, like what you have mentioned, no, meron silang mga binibigay na mga mapa dito, no. Sorry, Eratum, it is FERVID, hindi pala Alliance Gaming. Para kasing puti yung logo. Pero, it's just pretty good that we've been able to see Virtus.pro still staying true, no, sa kung ano yung kanilang identity dito. And the moment na magkaroon ng ideya itong kanilang mga katapat na, you know what, makakaya natin to, they instantly prove them otherwise. And I wonder if that will be the same theme going on dito nga, no, for JY Esports. Pero I do think na meron tayong pa-quotes. Ayan, may mga quotations tayo na manggagaling uli sa ating mga players / coach possibly, no. Pero ito ay manggagaling kay Yobib. Wala kaming ibang pili-pili na talunin sa mga next match namin. Isa lang ang gusto naming makaharap at matalo ulit ay ang STS. Wow.
Okay. I think that's fair enough, no? For the last year, sobrang laking point of contention is the fact that Virtus.pro just seemed to really be struggling against STS. Kasi yung ibang teams parang iba yung tier nila no? Yung tinatawag natin tier gap ng ating top 2. So, Bib, eyes on the prize. Pero, yun nga, I feel like we're starting to see a little bit of those cracks opening up sa front facade nitong Virtus.pro natin na habang tumatagal, kailangan mas lalo nilang pag-igihan dito kasi I mean, what one set here, one set there is not too much of a problem, but if this becomes a consistent pattern, then at some point for sure, no, one of these teams is gonna be able to beat them. But maybe, just maybe, it's this next team natin na makikita natin sa screen natin, JY Esports.
Yep, for JY Esports, we've already put a spotlight to some of their members, no, lalong-lalo na itong si Raya. Because as their IGL, I remember being able to interview him. Then, the vibes are pretty light and seems like there's a lot of really nice potential, no, na present
Oh
din
yeah.
dito for JY Esports.
We're gonna be looking here towards France, kung kaya niyang sabayan si Cetra. Depending on, of course, ano yung magiging pangyayari sa ating map dito mamaya. Pero looks like good vibes para sa ating mga ano, and healthy to. Hydration dahil nga sobrang init sa Pilipinas ngayon.
Yep, and I really do hope that they will be doing good dito rin, no, sa ating laban kasi they need it more than ever. Granted, itong ating history wherein they only have a single win against a veteran. I mean, yes, it is a 2-0, no? But at the same time, no, tinapat nila sa kanila kaagad itong si Alliance Gaming, si FERVID, and si ㍍MatTJESS. Tapos ngayon, si Virtus.pro naman. Parang hindi nagkakaroon ng break itong si JY Esports.
Parang hindi sila pwedeng huminga dito no? Even if they do have one match to rest, it's only one. Kasi nga, multiple matches naman tayo sa isang linggo. So, JY, you're just gonna have to take it as it is. Wala talaga silang choice, no? At dito nga, number 2 kaagad sa Pilipinas, yung mga katapat nila dito for this week to open the week on a Thursday, Mochi. Oh, man. It's a challenge.
Yep, definitely a challenge. Pero tignan natin kung ano nga masasabi ng isa sa ating mga players. It is going to be Brian. Gusto namin makalaban dalawa is yung matches pero isang karangalan din po na matalo namin ang VPro versus at STS kasi sila ang pinakamalakas dito sa PH. At napagbigyan sila, no, from their history facing up against matches and I think in blatant terms, it wasn't pretty at all,
It wasn't, no.
Which is, so parang there's still a lot more things to do para dito kay JYE.
And yun nga, as we are progressing sa ating group stages dito, there will be more and more time for our teams to learn and to strategize and to raise the quality of competition dito sa Pilipinas. So, mali na, no? I mean, we just saw Querdas do what they did to matches kanina. Why not believe in the possibility of at least one map for JY Esports, no?
Of course, no? And I do think that in a bit, we will also see kung ano nga ba yung mga mapang paglalaroan nila dito because at certain occasions, parang dyan nagkakaroon ng ideya itong mga team natin kung makakaroon ba ng isang mapa itong kanilang kalaban against Virtus.pro. Pero ito nga ang aming mga predictions. For this one, it is a straight 2-0s in favor for Virtus.pro. Pero JY Esports free to break all those.
Yeah, like we said, no, we love being proven wrong, and nothing gets more boring than a predictable matchup. So we're gonna have to wait and see kung ano yung niluto or niluto ng JY Esports. Ready na ba sila dito sa ating matchup na to? Kasi alam naman natin, hindi rin biro kalaban ang Virtus.pro. Lalo na ngayon na medyo mas nagiging consistent din sila.
For sure, no? And I think it's already quite of a giveaway din siguro, no, yung mga predictions natin just because of the sheer experience na meron dito ang Virtus.pro. Pero let us head on to our map veto.
Where we're going to go. Ang opener natin is Sport by JY. We'll go to Ankara as our second set. At kumabot man doon, Mochi, dito tayo sa Black Widow magtutuos. Pero pakiramdam ko lang this may be a misstep or it could be a statement piece para sa JY, no, to pick up Portier knowing that Zetra and Yobib exist on the other side of the map.
True. And I think this is gonna be quite of a possible testament waiting to happen to one of our snipers dito na manggagaling kay JYE. I wonder kung ano nga ba ma-offer nila dito, no? Nila Jelan as well as nila Raya. And I'm really excited what is about to come dito sa mga mapa natin, especially in the map of Ankara, wherein we already saw a little bit of mishaps, no, from our members here ng VP. Kaya lang kasi ang nakakatakot lagi sa kanila, anytime pwede talagang mag-online itong si Cetra or even itong si Keller. Actually, kahit sino nga sa kanila eh. Tapos, biglang matatapos na lang ang laban. Pero I feel like it is time for us to just chill here and watch the game kasi ipapasa na natin to sa ating mga casters. Nagbabalik ang tambalang SS, Salvatore, and Sneaky Frog. Take it away.
Maraming salamat sa malupit na intro para nga sa amin, no? Mochi and Jeswabe, and we are now back into the stage, Sneaky, para sa isang panapos ng ating day number 8, no? Kitang-kita nga naman talaga, multiple stories being brewed nga dito, no? An amazing upset wala nga sa Querdas. We saw yung MATTJESS talagang nagpapaliyab. Ano naman ang ipapakita sa atin ng Virtus.pro laban nga sa JY, no? At well, high expectations for Virtus.pro, pero would you believe it kung kakayanin talaga ng JY tapusin to?
Yun nga, man. I can't believe na nakita na naman tayo ng FERVID Masterclass dito sa ating Ankara map natin, pare, na nakaabot nga tayo ng ating OT and unfortunately didn't make it to the end of yung mapa natin. So, ayun nga, it's unfortunate what happened nga dito sa FERVID, dito sa earlier series natin, but of course, we're gonna have to shift focus, no, dito nga sa VP at JYE. Yung pinakamalaking tanong dito, Salvatore, is I think we know the reality ng standings natin and we know na obviously JYE kind of struggling, Virtus.pro the opposite naman dito sa group stage natin. So the question is, how much experimentation will be implemented today para nga dito sa Virtus.pro? Are they just gonna look at yung predictions natin and say, parang feeling ko gusto kong ipamali lahat para dito sa casters natin? So yun nga, no, there is that troll factor about itong Virtus.pro, pare, but at the same time, JYE, ayun nga, no, they got some shooters on this team, but is it gonna be enough against itong ang kabilang side na server, pare?
Gusto ko nga rin talaga i-point out yung hot take mo, no? Pero hahayaan ko na lang na ikaw na mismo yung magsabi nun kasi legit na napaka-diabolical nun, pero mali mo nga naman magkatotoo yun. Pero at the same time, alam naman natin ang tendency ng Virtus.pro to quote-unquote play within the sandbox, eh, no? Nakita naman natin last year with the matchup up against Envy Gaming na talagang nakikita mo si Keller nagpang-abot sa Scar. Recently, nag-FNTPS dito si KSA. I just know the sky is limitless para nga dito sa Virtus.pro na sumubok at mag-testing para nga sa serie nga na to, no? And JY, it's a Thursday filled with pressure and competition nga para nga sa kanila to prove all the doubters and the naysayers na itong series nga na to hindi magiging madali para nga sa Virtus.pro. And I am well aware of my prediction at ganoon nga rin naman sa'yo, Sneaky Frog, and to our panel as well, na we would want our predictions to be broken nga naman. Sirahan nyo talaga expectations namin for us to have this amazing feel para satisfying din para nga sa inyo. This is a help for you guys para mas ma-motivate nga kayo, no? And yeah, we would really want to have a change of sceneries dito lang, no, sa tournament nga na to, no? Akalain mo nga naman sa isang taning dito sa scoreline ng Virtus.pro pwedeng magmula yon mula dito sa JY Esports, no? Kaya ball on your court, JY, para bigyan nyo kami ng magandang series ng CROSSFIRE. Pero Virtus.pro, we would be batting an eye nga naman talaga sa kanila because this series is just another day in the office for Virtus.pro.
Dude, massive pressure as well para dito kay Franz, no, who's been kind of the front runner para dito sa JY Esports natin. And of course, you are up against the best sniper in the country, quote-unquote, asterisk to be decided pa sa huling grand finals natin dito sa ating SEA Masters men. But definitely he is making a hell of a good case of why he is exactly that, pare.
Alright. Speaking of Cetra, pre, wala na nga siyang pinapangawakan na top A nga ngayon. Dito lang sa port, rekta na kagad.
So we're sending
sa mga mukha ng members ng JY, nakitang tumakas ng SD ngayon si Brian. At si Son nakita sabay BR and he gets the flick. Cetra still challenging pero nakalimutan niyang may Jelan sa likod ng CA. And Yotiv goes in for the trade.
Yun lang, Brian. Would have been a huge addition kung makuha ka nila itong si Yobib dito sa top A. Would have been a lot more space to move with. Pero, ayun nga, early peek in towards long enabled by Yobib's cover. Dito sa CA, they did get a really good fight going. Ryan nakalabas na nga dito ng LA. Pero mapapansin kaya na may packet na dito sa may ladder natin. Yobib, nasa likod mo na si Raya. Raya with the first kill. KLR now aware na meron ng tao sa top A. Nakaltukan pa nga dito si Raya. And Keller with a very easy finish. Nasa base ang kanyang kakampi. Franz, 1 versus 3. But fortunately, wala na si Cetra dito, men.
The man that you put in the front lines ngayon, Sneaky, will be the one to clutch it out para nga dito sa JY. Kita nga naman na hiwa-hiwalay dito ang miyembro ng VP. So Franz can take his time. Precious time nga naman talaga kasi 50 seconds lang naman. With the tendency na mag-overpush ka dito ang Virtus.pro, KLR with just one swing could be a swing or a miss nga naman talaga. Elvin setting up the crossfire. Nasa BR na nga siya ngayon. Pero ginulat na nga siya dito ni KLR. Gets the quick scope. At ngayon nagkukumahog na nga ang dalawang miyembro na lang natitira para nga sa VP na makuha dito yung bangkay ni Franz. Can't get the plant. Medyo napapressure nga siya na makapagtanim. Naghahanap nga siya ng pilas nga dito pero di siya pagbibigyan ng Virtus.pro who will be able to start it off with a 1-0.
Very nice. And once again, nagsimula lang tumin dahil sa aggression na nagawa ni Zetra sa start ng ating round in towards long A, and it's gonna continue dito sa bridge, and it seems like JYE was thinking na magsistay lang si Zetra dito sa top A. Hindi, men. Pagalaw-galaw po yung sniper niya. This sniper presence dito ng VP doesn't just stay in one place, pare.
Alam mo naka-chetak kung maglaro eh, no? Tumitingin ng BR, tumitingin ng LA, pre. Not the usual spots na makikita mo talaga ang sniper, pero questionable antics para nga sa JY not being able to smoke out itong door mid nga natin or even yung BR. And now France will be the next target of a challenge dito lang sa may mid-side. Jelan umiispat na naman ngayon dito lang sa may CA. Well, actually good position for the conversion dito ng JY after that right pick. Although this is a 5v4, mas maraming jerseys ng JY ang nakikita nga natin. Dito lang sa may LA, maririnig na magda-drop off dito si Jelan. Cetra now repositioning. And this is really good. Kung hindi makikita nga to ni Cetra at si Yobib, wala nga nagawa-gawa nga ng harang ng smoke. Pero buti na nga lang, despite the exit, Jelan mapipilas pa rin. Son now catches Keller off guard. And now we head to the 3v3.
I'm surprised na kumapit pa yun, pare. Despite na body shots lahat. Pero si Yobib naman din nakahawak ng EBR, so hindi ko naka-questionin. Kid is a bit too good with this rifle, pare. And VP will be looking to make a play instead of just holding the sights. Nakuha na nila si Brian. Franz on the underside. Wala pa ang sagot ni Son na nag-ninja. Good find galing kay Yobib. And Franz, only one left alive para sa kanyang team. Mapapa-LA na lang siya dito. His best bet is probably to go top A. Ang problema, kala mukhang di siya makakaabot dito. KSA tempted. Nilabas na ang kutsilyo. The Tondo Special underway. Pero nakita niya nang hindi aabot ang kanyang kutsilyo. Hindi naman siya naka-throwing knives, pare. 2-0, Virtus.pro.
And Virtus.pro is utilizing the side that they have. Of course, no, nakita nga nila, uy, port makukuha natin. Ba't hindi pa tayo mag-GR? And that is one thing. That is a death wish nga, JY, no? Leaving this map open despite the struggle. Pwede mo pa rin bigyan ng magandang pruweba dito ang Virtus.pro na mapa pa rin nila to. No doubt about it. So, ngayon, 2 rounds na natin nakikita nagka-canvas dito ang JY sa kanilang atake. And we're still yet to see some kind of presence sa may CA, pati nga rin sa may ST, na kaya nga nilang i-challenge yung top A. Consistently, Like, makukuha nga nila sa Cetra, pero hindi nila pinapush talaga na like hard push talaga.
Well, you don't really have to hard push, pare, if the enemies are just gonna push into you just like that. Elvin. Immediate 2-piece para sa kanya, pare. And the rest of JY, same position as itong last 2 rounds natin. In a 3 versus 5, and you can feel itong Virtus.pro. You can feel them closing in dito sa mapa natin. Pero JY still, if they can just catch 1 or 2 players galing dito sa VP out of their position, which is very difficult to do at this point, pare.
Yep.
Pwede pa naman yung round na to, but still, Yobib no longer in the double box dito sa LA. Instead, will be playing yung bottom side ng CA. Zetra top 8 na naman. Will only get that.
Binti lang.
Medyo malakas yung plant armor, pare.
Siyempre, no? Para makaporma pa nga dito si Cetra. And Franz gets the adjustment na si Yobib. Na gusto lang naman tumesting paano nakalampas ng court dito si Elvin. And Virtus.pro, like a scalded dog. Grabe nga naman yun, pre. Grinupo yung sarili nila dun sa LA, pre. At dinurog ang JY. What was that?
Kita mo si Keller, he's really trying to peel back the smile as much as possible, pare. Ayaw niya pang ngumiti. Kasi alam niya pang hindi pa tapos sa mapa na to, pare. Jelan will get Elvin. Franz will get Cetra. Naku po. Nag-action na nga ang JY dito sa B-site natin, pero tama ba ang kanilang pagmamadali? KSA with the headshot on Raya. Yobib spraying, getting fronts. Jella nasa likod. Nasa likod rin itong si KSA. Brian will go down. Hindi pa nila kailangan mag-retake. They are waiting for the C4 to be confirmed. And Kela running into zone. Jellan's down as well. Virtus.pro, despite the not so good start dito sa loob ng LB pa rin, natapos naman nila sa site.
Medyo napagtatawa natin ng Snakes na JY is good for 2 picks. Okay, so the maximum is 2 picks. So baka doon pwede na tayong umatras JY at mag-default na ulit tayo, no? Just because it's not a functioning entry nga naman talaga. It's that kind of questionable, pero JY wanted to make it work. Yun yung gusto kong ibigay na props nga sa kanila. Ito pa malapit, Cetra. Wala ka namang extra tatong kakampi.
Speaking of the sandbox, pare. Yung sinasabi natin na they do not play outside of the sandbox. Except for Cetra sometimes. Nakita na natin to eh. I mean, dun sa LA, dun sa Ankara, he got caught sa CA. He was just literally tap walking out in the open, pare. So, pili ko kasi 4-0 yung lead dito ng Virtus.pro. He probably has the full green light na i-peak lang yung mga players dito sa LA. Pero, look at that. Galing kay Kelar, nakuha si Raya, the timing from the captain of Virtus.pro. Pero teka lang, top A, still not safe. Yobib with 3BR, not a sniper. Zelan, drop-shotted, Brian. Hindi pa rin mapapatay si Yobib! On the ladder side, top A, still secured. And apparently pa rin din nila kailangan si Cetra on top A. That's why they've been sending him dito sa LA, men.
Pero kung may kakampi akong 10 kills no? Pwede ko rin dalhin yung sarili ko sa LA tapos mamatay nang walang problema Kung may 10 kills ako kakampi. Kasi ito pa malupit, no? Yobib, 3 yung nakatingin sa kanya.
Pwede pa siya mag-snipe.
And he still live. Virtus.pro with the most insane storytelling. Sa loob nga ng CROSSFIRE.
The plot armor.
Kami yung pinat na team. Nang nagbumuka pa rin kaming maangas at nanalo kami. So.
Well, Port was an interesting pick for sure. But
Di ko na Pinoy tout eh.
I feel like hindi, I mean, I think you have to also look at it from your perspective ng JYE na you go to Black Widow, it's not a good chance. You go to Ankara, it's not a good chance. You go to Subbase, it's not a good chance. So, JY is literally playing yung best choice nila out of yung veto dito, pare.
Honestly, pre, Black Widow would have been better for me, For me. Kasi,
actually, oo. Mapon.
Talaga na mainit yung there. Nasa parang kasi pag nasa map.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Di pinapagkang AK. Pinapatag ka rin yung ato. Brian from Drum. And he gets another headshot. Umaapat na bungo si KSA. At isa na nga lang gagawin niya nga tong Corona. 4 kills para kay KSA's Finding France. Para nga maging parte ng top 10. KSA with the ace. Grabe nga naman talaga. KSA lighting up the map. At dahil doon, timeout na. Napakadali daw, sabi ni KSA.
Ayun nga, and that's just living life easy as Virtus.pro, pare. At AK-47, ace para kay KSA. Looking like 20-24 APAC spring, pare, when he was kind of frying everybody. Grabe naman yan, man. I mean, I feel like Virtus.pro, they do recognize the gap between them and itong JYE, and now are just kind of pushing on the gas at this point, no? Dito sa laruan natin. And it's more about, okay, magde-default kami sa simula, and magde-default kami sa simula except for Zeta. Kasi yun nga, he has his own minigame dito sa mapa natin, pare, of trying to find the first pick. And what can you do about that? I mean, yung default kasi ng Virtus.pro, napakatibay. Walang butas, men. Yung BR, pumunta ka ng BR, nandun si Kellar. Pumunta ka ng B-side, nandun si Elvin at si KSA. Pumunta ka ng A-side, etc. and Yobib. So, what's the gap?
Yep.
Para dito sa VT, men?
Gap, no, pre. What's the best example? Barangay Dayo versus LeBron James, pre.
Homsim.
Yun yung pinakamagandang comparison na pwede kong sabihin. No? Tapos ito pa malipit. Let's talk about KSA. Total siya ngayon naka-ace. Pwede ko bang i-reference to na si KSA kung maglaro ng mouse and keyboard, kung ano yung pinaka-banat na kaliwang braso mo, nandun yung keyboard niya. Tapos kung ano yung pinaka-banat ng right hand mo, nandun naman yung mouse niya.
I think one of the most underrated things as well kay Yobi, pare. I think everybody sleeps on his movement. Honestly. I think the way he moves sa baka fights natin, pare, is probably like the most annoying player to deal with. Just to kill in general dito sa mapa.
Tsaka, nagiging magnet talaga yung M4 niya tsaka M14. Like, pababa pa lang siya and he's able to maintain control.
Tempo na yan. And how do you get that good at this game, no?
Paano? Well,
Step 1, be born in control.
Paano is a rhetorical question, no? Pero papaisauin ulit tayo ng prod na makita ang KSA Ace. Grabe nga naman, who already recorded his 7th headshot, by the way, out of the 9 kills that he has. So nakatali na nga ngayon dito ang pinagagawa ng Virtus.pro at lahat yan markadong-markado.
Oh my God, Kellar! So, yun nga, may ulo nga na naandun sa pader. At naandun din ang ulo ni Raya. Oh, not the best start para dito sa JYE. And they are also expecting na may paparating dito na push sa long. Pero, ine-expect ba nila na ito ay si Yobib ang magpipik, hindi itong si Zetra? Bigla na lang sila magugulat na may ratrat na dito sa long. But still, choices to be made.
Okay, pre. What are even... Tanong sa kami. Lahat ang sagot.
France? Di narinig.
Wala tam. Dito, pre. Lahat tam. Mga pagtos. O sino makukuha ko? Di isang dalawa na nga eh. And might as well, so pupukay dito lang sa mid or mid. Well, 8 players. Pipick sa pre! Oh my God! No way, Brian.
Nakapipigil like that too, pare. I saw you gotta have the one tap.
Kaya nga may BR, pre. Kaya nga may BR. Scotch, mahirap.
Nakubunog.
Wait for JY. Pag nakuha ka nila to, pero killer the second layer of defense, Team loves may Z. Walang nag-check JY. At makakalibre nga sila. Pero para sa Virtus.pro, meron kayong kailangang bayarang buwis.
Omsim, pare, si Zetra mas interested pa yata sa For You page, pare, as he is looking down more than he is looking at his screen at this very moment. Pero Virtus.pro, can't say na hindi natin in-expecto, pero si Zetra papasok na ng CA, pero si Jelan magde-deny sa kanang early na angle. Would have been sick to have a sniper in CA at ma-drop down sa dito sa LA, but that early round denial. And finally, a good first step para dito sa JY. Wala nang presence sa CA itong VP. What's the next step para sa kanila dito?
Not really sure, no, Sneaks? Kasi this is one of the rounds na nakita na talaga natin wherein Cetra is picked. Pero since defense ang Virtus.pro, parang mahirap kasi para sa JY na sino ba pipikan ko? Si Elvin o si Yobib? No? Parang it's a coin flip nonetheless. At least, kaya nga nalang i-triple pick si Elvin dito lang sa may LB. Pero they also have to understand na meron din kailangan dapat smoke dun sa may Z para ma-throw off yung crossfire dun. And there's also not a way for them to go to CA kasi nandito rin si KLR. And as we all know, mahirap talaga na magsabay-sabay dito lang sa may CA at naramdaman ni Son yun.
Oh, KLR. Think na niya yata or nakita niya yata na may balikat na umakyat dito sa ladder. So he will be checking this corner. Just in case meron makulit na player galing dito sa JY na nakatambay pa rin sa CA. Pero LB naman, tempted. Raya rounding the corner, pre-firing itong si Elvin. Elvin already shot first, double flash in towards LB, pero si KSA makikita pa rin na isa. Jelan, fully blinded. Naka po, yung tinitira dito. Jelan, oh my goodness me! The Giat does not betray him, pare! He's still alive! Jelan! What a weird situation, pare. Son will get the kill. Jelan, I don't think is flatness is gonna save him anytime soon dito, men. 15 seconds left. And with that much HP, wallbang na lang yan galing kay Yobib, and it's an 8-0. I mean, there's no other way to describe yung sitwasyon na yun, pare. I mean, what can you say?
Hindi ko akalain na maririnig ko sa ito. Akala ko, Virtus.pro lang yung nag-iisa pa. Pero,
wala man, yun yung unang word.
Guys, international world class shoutcaster nga pala Sneak Frog, kaya sabihin yun sa broadcast. Ako, di ko ine-expect, no? Ano manggagaling sa ito. Akala ko, sa mga katulad lang ni Dadong Corey. Yun, pero syempre, no? Kasi pa manggagaling ka, Cetra. Gagawa nga itang montage dito lang sa may top 8. At kasama na nga si Bibson taking down the sniper. As Zobib also will be getting a good follow-up. Sinisugod pa nga rin ito ng Takeaway. Kahit dalawa na lang sila natitra. Jela kahit papano, makakabuelo dito kay Yobib. As we now set up the 3v2. Elvin, parating pa lang. Pero ang JY, paalis na. KLR, nahanap. Dito si Jelan. France gets the pick. And now, 1v2 na nga lang. Pwede mo bang gawing 8-1? Boss France. The heroic play. Para hindi kami makakita ng 9-0 nga dito. It's possible. Pero kasi magkasama si Casey at Elvin eh.
Yun nga. It is the solution sa mga 1 versus 2 na to, pare. And with 1 HP left, a single bullet dito na HK or EBR would be the cause of death para dito kay Franz. Pero kung makaabot siya ng top A at hindi siya ma-wallbang dito sa mga boxes, pwede pa talaga to. C4 in his hands. Think limited yung kanyang options para mag-plant dito, pare. So, still be investigating kung meron man tao dito sa exit or at least dito sa PR. Plant finally goes down. And a 1 versus 2 to go for para kay Franz. That's a good smoke actually para hindi makita yung pangalan niya dito sa top A if ever they are swinging their crosshairs left, right, and center dito, men. Pero Franz, first one there, and he can crouch on in. Franz, pwede siya mag-out dito. Pero alam ni Elvin na papaba si Franz. That's usually what the players do right after this first kill. And Elvin will get the freebie dito kay Franz. And the defuse is there. 9-0 para sa Virtus.pro. Port looking likely para sa kanila. Pare, a singular blacklist round at tapos na ka ang labanan na to para sa JYE. 9 rounds in a row just to say it's overtime.
I don't even wanna say no, pero it's a fish fry na pinili ng JYE to Virtus.pro. MATTJESS.PHT execration maintindihan ko pa. Virtus.pro, they left it wide open. Tapos akala ata Virtus.pro mag-BBL yung mga yun. Parang hindi naman ata tama yun kung mismo feeling ng BL, which is arguably type. Kaya tinan natin kung if this is to be an ALG against JY that they have to continue 9 rounds straight para dito sa storyan to.
Yep, and the task will become a lot more difficult, no, considering na porket na second half na tayo dito sa port map natin na magiging free na to agad para dito sa JYE. But yun nga, no, Virtus.pro obviously yung reputation nila dito sa BL side, especially pagdating sa mapa ng port, it has got to have, you know, one of the has got to have a lot of teams scared dito sa laruan natin, and it's probably including itong JYE. I mean, CA take, LA take, everything we've seen under the sun dito sa Virtus.pro, and they have pulled it off. And JYE with a near impossible task dito sa laruan natin, pare, trying to make a comeback up against one of the best teams in the Philippines. Pero si Jelan ang unang mamamatay kay Elvin, mid control, possibly gone. KSA headshot dito kay Son. Pero si Yobi makakabalik ng isa. Brian and Franz, last two left alive. And what can they even do about this one? In bottom B control para dito kay Brian. Top A para kay Franz. KLR, nakakita na nga dito sa curve. And probably will get the clear dito kay Brian. Spotted na rin si Franz sa top A. Is there even a need to plant the C4 kung kaya yung Virtus.pro? And Franz Delaying the inevitable dito sa A site. But with 30 seconds left, Elvin spotted dito sa BR. At least makakaisa pa naman si France. But the wallbang doesn't hit on Elvin. And hindi na nga gumalaw ang mga VP players. They are playing disciplined. Despite the situation, they are letting France watch the C4 explode. But
My
Elvin
God.
shoots him down in mercy, pare. 10-0 Virtus.pro. A clean port map, pare.
Absolutely, no, pre. No doubt about it, no. Clean is indeed the best term possible para nga sa Virtus.pro. Yung 9 rounds nga na yun did not come off from this idea na nagbabato ng pwesto ang Virtus.pro. This is a Virtus.pro that really is trying. So, sinusubukan naman nila para maging solido dito 6 na yun. And it's just diabolical na gato nga yun nangyari. For a team who is just trying sa loob nga ng port, for JY, sobra-sobra na nga yung ginagawa ng Virtus.pro. So, sad sceneries para nga sa loob ng port, pero hopefully may mababounce back tayo sa susunod nga na mapa. Pero ganun talaga, no? You have this team who dedicated so much years into perfecting their own style of play. Kaya sila nandito nga ngayon. Started as like one of the best teams in SEA Masters Spring when you're up against JY, na hinahanap pa rin nga nila yung identity nga nila in the tournament itself. Kasi nga from last year, not really known for being one of the flashiest teams. Ngayon lang nila nahanap ngayon. Pero parang pinasok pa agad sila sa lines din talaga, no? That being Virtus.pro. So, ganda talaga yung mangyayari dito, Sneaks, no? So, a lot of things will happen nga naman talaga if Virtus.pro really wants to be, you know, the greatest team dito sa ating SEA Masters.
Yeah, I mean, the greatest team is definitely quite the dream, no? Para dito sa JYE, pare. I feel like JYE, we might be seeing the names of Son, France, and the boys in the future, Ben, at the very tip-top of the CFS era. But now is the time for Virtus.pro, unfortunately, for a win. Of course, malalaman natin kung ano masasabi ng mga panelists natin. JY and Mochi, what's the word?
What's the word? I'm
What
lost.
word?
Maraming salamat, no? Sige, Frank, and as well as Salvatore. But I think if we would be describing that match, no, sa mapa ng port, that is, well, JY Esports got demolished, no? Dito by Virtus.pro, which is quite of a nice try, no? Sila na rin yung nag-rationalize bakit nga ba port yung pinili nila dito, bakit hindi yung ibang mga mapa. But I mean, if this is their best chance, why not take it? Unfortunately, yun nga lang nga, parang hindi talaga umubra.
Yeah, like they thought they were cooking, but unfortunately, no, nasunog yung ulam nila for this one, and that's definitely not gonna be helping out para sa mental nila, no. 10-0 on your own map pick, and you're down a map as well in this best of 3. And again, it's Virtus.pro, man. These guys, they perform more often than not. Grabe yung glow up talaga ng VP ever since they started out as SGJ, EVOS, and now as VP. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. Pero for this matchup, man, I can't help but think that we might be in for an early bedtime.
Actually. Pero kasi pagka tinignan mo rin tong ating laban dito sa port, I cannot blame you for saying that talaga. Lalong-lalo na after all of the things that just transpired here. I mean, props to France, by the way, kasi kahit pa paano, no, he's hitting the shots, he's been able to disable etong si Cetra at certain occasions. But unfortunately, after that, what now? Diba? Ano nang pwede natin gawin matapos mapita sa ibang mga miyembro natin dito for Virtus.pro, which is unfortunately hindi talaga na-address ng JY.
In Bisaya, dili makadaog ng usa ka round ang JY Esports, unfortunately. I mean, yun nga, you have 5 layers, and the layers aren't even in quick succession. No? You go through etc. You have to worry about KSA, you have to worry about Elvin, you have to worry about Yob, you have to worry about Kel. Who do you even need to not worry about? It doesn't matter where you are on the map. Port is sprawling with the players ng Virtus.pro. I mean, at this point in time, I feel like 0-2 might have taken a nap, unfortunately, and there's really not much to be said about it. It sounds harsh, but I feel like it's just it's just too dominant for VP here to even say anything about JY.
Yeah, it's definitely one-sided nga talaga, no? Hindi man lang nakaisa. Itong si JY Esports, it hurts to see this, no? Because we're
Yeah.
definitely vouching that for them to get at least a map dito, no, sa ating series. But unfortunately, parang hindi ata talaga kinaya. And hence, no, it seems like it appears here for KSA and Yobib. It's just another day here in the lobby. Definitely
Yep.
taking quite of a very, very flashy highlight then for KSA kanina, no? Pero Yobib still been able to take the cake of that 5.00 KD, which is
5.00.
insane. Well, say less.
Say less. Man, I don't know, man. Yung clash dito ng dalawa nating orange squads, it's a whole different world. Parang nasa words nga ni I don't remember if it was Salvatore na sinabi niya kanina, but dayo ng barangay versus LeBron James yung naging labanan natin dito, men.
Yep. And I wonder if there will be quite of an answer heading dito, no, from JY Esports, or would this be quite of another breeze of a map ang ating susunod dito, no, sa labanan ng VPN as well as JY. Titignan natin yan mamaya after namin magbalik. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakubutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
At parang dumaan lang, no? And definitely we're back dito sa ating laban ng Virtus.pro and as well as JY Esports. Well, do you think na makakasagot pa dito ang JY, Suave?
It's so hard to say. Not hard to say. I think it pains me to say na parang wala na yata to. VP, yun, alam mo na kung paano mag-function to mga to, men. Na pag nagsimula sila, it's so hard to make them stop. Not to mention, no, it's Yobib, it's KSA, itong dalawang front runner lagi ng VP yung kailangan natin bantayan, if not, etc. And we had 2 out of 3 highlight players functioning to full capacity kanina sa port. What more sa pangalawa nating set?
Well, let's see what will be unveiling din dito, no? Maalalaman nga natin yan kung talaga nga bang makakasabay pa nga ba ito mga miyembro natin dito for JY Esports. Kaya naman, lipag na natin ito kay Sticky Frog and Salvatore.
Welcome back, guys. Si Master Spring, set number 2 ng Virtus.pro at JY. At pagkatapos pagwagayway ng bandera ng Virtus.pro sa loob nga ng port, makikita na natin sila sa ating ikalawang mapa. As we now experience truly what's it like to be demolished by Virtus.pro. Nakita na nga ng JY yun first hand. Hopefully, no, pre? Hopefully, na hindi na nga maulit yun kasi hindi po namin kinokondone yung mga ganyan. No? Second set, give us an amazing series, JY. Pwede pa, pwede pa.
Pwede pa naman pare. I feel like JYE may have a fair shot pagdating sa mapa na Ankara. You know, Ankara obviously a map where the space is huge and the fights are sparse dito pare. So it's no longer yung connected na Virtus.pro na makikita ka natin dito sa port, fully knowing pagdating sa GR side. It really is easy to rotate in between the sides and that is why mid is such a priority sa mapa na yun. It could be the exact same as well, no? Dito sa Ankara map natin, obviously, mid is one of the most important places to control. Gives you access sa CA, gives you access sa TB, and sa HM ng GR as well. So, yeah, there's a lot to think about kung kayo yung nasa GR at this very moment, which is itong JYE. Kung ano yung ipaprioritize natin dito. Are we gonna go for the exact same aggressive defense? Baka 3-3-1 na makikita ka natin dito sa B-side. Pero Virtus.pro known to play the slow cooking game, no? Dito sa mapa natin, you know, the picks and then map control and then doon na sila magsa-setup. And it's a step process na really is a bit too effective.
JY, I do feel like they have this tendency na mag-crumble nga naman talaga during a specific play. At parang alam naman natin, no, na Virtus.pro as a team collectively just knows how to punish and sees weaknesses nga naman talaga. At nakikita ng Virtus.pro yung mga vitals dito ng JY na nga naman talaga. If they want this entry, it's good rotation here for Virtus.pro. May mga
Isa rin. Pa-yellow call.
Rotation dito na
Ingat.
Minsan mga
There it is, BP dito sa ating PL side, GR para dito sa ating JY and Virtus.pro already off the jump. Zetra nakakuha na nga ng isa dito sa long A natin, Elvin, catching itong si Raya on the CA side with a very nice spray na kanyang EBR that was also a wallbang. So, ang simula or ang ending ng ating port map is the exact same way that this one is gonna start para dito sa JY Fronts. Nasa baba ng Vents. Quick scope, tatama sa sala kay KSA. Zetra, laban na ng pistol ng dalawang snipers. Fronts pulls it out faster with the TRG. Jelan will get Kellar. Pero si Jelan, piso na lang, Elvin. Dinagana nga si Jelan dito sa B-site. C4, nasa kamay ni Yobib. And tignan mo naman kung nasan si Franz. Nasa kabilang banda. This is a tough retake. Pero, I would say doable, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, basta tanggalan mo lang ng connection tong si Yobib tsaka si Elvin, no? In terms of like kung paano nga sila magkakadikit ngayon. Franz, kaya mo nga palaruin yung smoke. Meron ka na nga lang 18 segundo, pre. Here comes a nade from downtown, pre. Medyo salang nga ng onte. At si Franz, nagawa nyo pang mag-hotel. Oh my God, pre. Wala ka ng oras. This is absolutely diabolical. At kahit makuha mo nga si Elvin dito, wala na talaga, bossing. Paubos na nga. And Franz with an overzealous stake, putting Virtus.pro on point.
Hindi siguro nakot si Jelan dito sa B-site natin, no, men? Feeling ko could definitely be around that. Would still be no conversation para dito nga sa JYE. But, yun nga, no, Virtus.pro already presenting yung kanilang offense pare. It will be annoying anywhere and everywhere. May presence sa A, may presence dito sa B. And, yun nga yung mahirap dito. Pagkalaban mo yung Virtus.pro, you never really know what part of the map atake nila dito, pare.
Sa ngayon no? Parang it's still tough to call para nga sa JY na sometimes that they want to make this kind of push pero that's not usually the right call. Gets ko na gusto nyo sirain yung tempo ng Virtus.pro pero di talaga sila kumahagat, pre.
They're not biting. Not biting whatsoever. Granted, no, Franz did get a kill. But realistically, map control nasa kamay pa rin sa side ng VP, and Brian will try to peek around the corner. KSA not looking into RS at all. Really does trust itong si Yobib na i-cover yung kanyang ulo dito, but still, presence in the B side is still itong si Franz TRG in his hands. RS, meron dalawang players at merong na sa isa na naandito sa HM. Yun lang. Yobib. Not the best angle to hold, pero kay KSA, catching itong si Ryan na tumaliko. Dinaf-check lang ang kanyang angle, nakaplant ang C4 para dito sa RS. And all you have to do is wait for the diffuse sound. Keller will peek first. And it will only be one pick. So 2-0 para dito sa Virtus.pro. And isa na namang magandang simula para sa kanilang mapa. And yun nga, BL side on Ankara is something you have to deal with kung kayo yung JY. Especially kung VP yung kalaban nyo. You have to make sure everything is plugged. Kasi pag may butas ngayon depensa nyo, mahanap at mahanap yun ng VP.
Definitely, pre. Kasi Virtus.pro is one of the few teams nga naman talaga, Sneaks, na can read you out of the game talaga. Literal, no? The Virtus.pro has every trick in the bag. Naranasan na nga talaga nila lahat. Everything that you need para mag-grow talaga kayo as a team. And even with this kind of pick, nakahanap pa rin talaga ng solusyon to ng Virtus.pro. So, despite that, no, naisip ka nila, kunin na natin to kagad ng mga bets nga na to. Nakakarinig na nga ngayon si Raya. He needs to get the headshots to, pero full blighted nga siya. Di nga siya makatakas. Finally, Raya gets the kill. Yobib kahit papano makakuha pa nga. Cetra caught lacking on the position lang sa may vents. And Elvin needs to be the hero. Duguan dito yung kakampi niya. Franz and Jelan wants to make a play dito lang sa may exit. Pero feeling ko, i-force na nga lang nila to.
Yun lang. You even need to force it in the first place para HC will do it for them. Jelan will get the kill. Franz! Dito mama ang kanyang scope. And all of a sudden, it's possible. Elvin, USP sa kanyang kamay. Spotted si Son. And Jelan, who was already low. Tamang iwas! Tamang headshot! Galing kay Elvin, min! They got presented with the silver platter pagdating sa panalo. Pero yung JY, nadulas pa nga at nauntog pa sa plato, pare. Oh my goodness.
My God. Round na, naging bato pa. That's crazy, JY. Nandoon na, pre. Kukunin nyo na lang si Elvin, pre. Papalibutan nyo na lang ng sarili nyo. That's odd. JY. And as of the moment, mga bossing, no? Masakit man tanggapin ngayon. Pero Virtus.pro has already recorded their 13th consecutive round.
Oh my God. Well, could be their 14th, no? If,
can we see
things keep
14?
Going like this, pare. Can we see 14? Maybe. If we're overzealous, we could even make it to 16 and 17. Pero, tong si JY naman, there are some parts na they're actually playing well, which is yung initial, yun nga, no, Vents aggression nga dito. But then, ito na caught off card na siguro yung player did not have any idea na meron pa palang nakaposted dito sa LA side natin. And, yun nga, despite the win, man, I'd be so pissed if I was Etra, pare, if I died from a guy from top A, tas may dalawang players na nandun, and I'm just posted up dito sa may CA. But a win is a win para dito sa VP. Oh, Son, right behind you. Pero si Keller namatay naman dito. Front, missing the shot. Natamaan siya dito sa shoulder. Raya, Jelan, last two left alive. Yobib, jump spot. I think nakita niya yata yung glimpse dito ni Jelan. Meron siyang advantage though. Pagdating sa wallbang, at yan na nga ang sinasabi ko. The EBR outshoots etong HK417 pagdating sa mga wallbang damage. Elvin spotted. Walang pa nga ng ulo dito sa torre. Pero si Yobib nag-aantay sa push ni Raya. And a 4-0 is here. 14 rounds in a row para sa Virtus.pro, pare.
My God, Virtus.pro. Kailan ba kayo titigil, pre? Sobra-sobra na to. Awa na lang po para sa kalaban nyo. JY hindi na makapalag despite getting a favorable side. And here comes another attempt here ng Virtus.pro na kunin kagad dito ang LA. Pero JY now is full on pushing. Sama-sama mga sila dito at sanib-sanib puwersa. Lahat ng mga miyembro nagpapalakas na nga ang Gundam ng JY. Pero KSA getting 2 headshots. JY wanted the smoke. Gusto nga nilang sumubok. Pero ayaw pa rin ng Virtus.pro. Isa lang kasi ang pwedeng manalo sa seryeng to. Yobib now pushing. Jella naispatan ng braso. And Yobib with a strategic fight. Para walang palag at walang rebuttal dito si Jelan. 4v2. Brian now trying his best para ipanalo tong laban against Yobib. Finally getting the kill. Now 35 seconds left on the clock. KLR nasa pwesto para ma-cut off ang rotation dito ni Franz. At hindi pa nga nakaka-cross sa sariling RS. Pas lang na kagad siya. My God. Pwede ba yung ganto sneaky? Hindi pwede yung ganto. 15 rounds Virtus.pro.
Like no hesitation. No hesitation, man. The most zero brightness kill we've ever seen dito sa mapa natin, man. And Kellar, it was just another day para sa kanya, pare. In all honesty, 5-0 for the Virtus.pro boys. And then nga, is there any fight that they cannot win dito sa mapa? Yan ang tanong. Take a look at this. Ang ganda na counter flash actually na I assume na si Yobib na nagtapon to net KSA2. And I think naspatan ni Zetra na nagko-crossing sniper dito sa agent. Kaya napaurong agad dito si Yobib to try and trap this TRG player in. And once again, that was just off of pure information galing sa Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's a...
So bit.
Di ko alam pre, di ko talaga ma-ensure na at this point, no, at this rate, no, JY, may makukuha nga silang round if this is going to be the pace na makikita nga natin mula nga sa kanila. And I just feel like Virtus.pro at this point, no, just being reactionary, pre. Parang kung ano na lang yung makita namin sa inyo, nilalaban lang din talaga namin, no. Pero ang panimulang round namin, syempre, Virtus.pro, just send it straight to LA, no? No like fakes whatsoever. We feel like we're not getting close.
What? Sir? Hello? No one checking vents! Dito sa side ng Virtus.pro and Kellar finally realizes na merong player na naandun sa loob, pare. 3 versus 3. And KSA, yun lang. 200 millisecond ng average reaction time dito ng human, pare. Pero hindi man lang nakapikit doon si KSA. Kellar, player on the backside, front spotted, pero tumalon ka dito sa frame. And finally, the streak is broken dito sa series natin. 15 in a row is where it stays para sa Virtus.pro. JY, the first round of the series.
That was very odd, no? JY? Na doon pa umabot nga sa point nga na yun. And this is something very customary para nga dito sa Virtus.pro. Alam na nga nila kung ano yung mga pwedeng kalabasan ng kanilang aggression dito lang sa may LA, pre. Brian, kahit papano makakakuha nga ng isa. Here comes another challenge. At si Raya hindi pa nga rin nagpapatinag. And he now finally gets laid to rest, pre. If you're gonna ask me, Sneaks, that's a good defense. Para nga dito kay Ray.
Oo, na ano lang siya. Kasala lang siguro dito sa core players natin. Zetra with a shot on Sun. And Jelan mamamatay na nga dito sa EBR ni Elvin. So, Virtus.pro back to business after that 1-round loss in a 1 versus 3 already. Pero Franz, pasimula pa lang men yung puwelo ko sa play-by-play. Pero tinigil na agad ng Virtus.pro. They don't want anything involved with the JY win.
I don't know, man. Like, I just feel like nakukulangan na talaga ako sa JY at this point, no? There's no way of putting nga naman talaga.
Ka sa Virtus.
So po, that's crazy, no? Pero, well, it is what it is, no? Sneaks of mentality para nga sa JY. Virtus.pro really tried hard nga naman talaga to gain this kind of level and gain this kind of confidence, no? This is a diabolical entry. Elfin with the transfer of his life. Ginapang nga naman talaga ang Vids nang walang kaingay-ingay at hindi handa ang JY sa bagyong parating. Elvin with the 4K. Virtus.pro. Pinasabog ang A-side.
My goodness, V. Alam mo na yung pangalan ng susunod na bagyo natin, pare. Na letter E, bagyong Elvin has arrived on the A site and it's a Category 5 storm. With that entry frag, wala man lang nakatingin sa kanya dito, men. Oh my goodness, V. Kawawang-kawawa yung mga top A players natin dun, men. And Virtus.pro, yun nga, isang dapa lang, men. More of a bit of a trip para sa kanila dito. Yung isang round na nakuha dito ng JY and a double tap galing kay Brian. Jelan will get Zetra. Hold on. Winnable situation para sa JY. Now it's hella winnable pa.
Baka naman, no, Elvin? Baka naman, Elvin. There we go. 7-2, half secured. Well played. Para nga dito sa JY, pre. Winnable? Winnable.
Winnable yan.
Winnable sa Virtus.pro, no?
I assume na winnable pa to. Honestly, I've seen miracles happen, no? Dito sa Masters.
Of course you've seen. Of course.
This will be probably one of the bigger ones, man. Wala eh. Miracle nangyari na kanina eh. Oh my goodness me. Teka lang. Brian, showing Kellar na okay lang ba? Pare, di ka lang naka-brightness 0 sa amin dito. We got some of our smoke vision tools as well dito sa kabilang side. Pero 4 versus 5, I don't think they mind losing si Kellar, honestly, sa VP. In-game.
I feel like nga, pre, at this point, no? Parang non-negotiable naman lahat ng mga members nga dito, no? Ng VP pag nawala nga yung isa sa mga membro nga nila. Pero at this rate, no? Kahit si KLR, yes, I kinda understand why. Bakit okay lang na mawala nga siya dito. And now JY hugging the wall. Gets ko actually, no? They're trying to make a distraction dito lang sa may HL. Kasi nga sa TV sila mag-e-entry pero nakita naman ni Cetra. Can he get the third through the smoke? Cetra, baliw na talaga. And don't tell me in 2 separate maps, magkakaroon ng dalawang ace ang magkaisang miyembro dito ng Virtus.pro. Dito maaari, hindi ito pwede. Right now, parating na nga ngayon ng TV. Yobib nakatago pa rin. France trying to look out kung meron nga ba dito lang sa may RS. Pero nakakalimutan na nga nila na marunong mag-reposition dito si Cetra. Going in for the plant. 4K secured. On for the ace, Rai piso na nga lang. At pinaghahanap-hanap ka na ngayon. Di na ata mapupunta to kay Cetra kasi kukunin na nga ni Elvin. But nonetheless, 4K para kay Cetra to stop down a 5-man push ng JY.
And ayun, and it seems like, you know, the Virtus.pro plow is not gonna stop anytime soon para nga dito sa VP. And Zetra, who was he feeling like dun sa sitwasyon na yon? Salvatore.
Letter S, pre. Simple, pre.
Simple? Simple or D-Wade?
Simple? Akala ko naman, pre, may reference tayong malupit. Pero, I don't know. Oh my God, Zetra. No way. Oh, tumoy dito mama, pre. Pero buti na nga lang may cold pa. That is insane. Okay, akala, sorry Sneaks, kung hindi ko natapos yung bit mo. My bad, no? So, anong oras na kasi, pre?
What is happening? Okay, okay. Everything stable, okay? Wala.
Okay, stable. Stable,
okay,
stable.
okay, stable.
Pero ano ba talaga gusto mo sabihin doon, pre? Anong naramdaman, ano bang feeling mo dapat?
Oh, I was gonna say, who is he feeling like, ano, Xiao Xiao or si D-Wade, pare?
Bakit? Napakalayo naman nun, Sneaky!
That's the thing! That's the bit, pare.
Yung bit mo, pre, parang internet ko,
Oo nga eh. Ayun nga pare, it seems like the frames per second is dropping para sa lahat sa atin dito, but not for Virtus.pro. Wired on in with a LAN cable ang kanilang laruan pare.
Uy, naka-ward naman ako, pre. Ano ako inaasar? Di ko alam bakit, pero...
Like Elvin, he got disconnected.
Yun nga yan. Elvin, naka-ano pa ata ngayon, naka-H, kung ano man tawag doon, pero ito si Franz. Naka-5G ang connection, bossing. Napakabilis naman nun. And now we're back down to the 2v3. Virtus.pro, one of the occasions, once again, na dihadong-dihado nga sila. Could you believe it na meron nga silang natawag na flash para ma-delay si Franz? And Kellar gets the reposition. That is insane. Muntik na madali doon. Si KSA and he still managed to live. Brian now, ikaw na nga lang ang tagapagsalba ng JY. What can you do, bossing? Lilikod ka pero meron pang isang ulo. Brian with the 2v1. JY back in the server. Akalain mo nga naman may suntok pa si Brian ng JY.
Grabe, it seems like the 1600 DPI will not save KSA in that situation pare. Hindi siya nakaikot in time. Brian with a good turnaround and that was more standard play no, in all honesty. Pero si Franz nakakatalo na nga dito sa loob na smoke natin. And Yobib will get sewn. Franz is already on low HP. Si Raya bawas na rin. Pero si Brian manggagaling dito sa likod. And the B-side possibly could be for the taking. Yobib, mapapansin niya ba na mayroon na nakadaan? Pero si Zetra na naman. Si Zetra na naman ang biktima. Yobib first kill. Zetra no longer the victim this time. Will turn around just in time. Jelan nasa loob na smoke, will try to keep it close pero mahanap na pa rin si Zetra in time. HM play, Jelan spotting Elvin, 3 low players on the side of JY. Still a possibility na pwede pa maka-retake dito yung Virtus.pro. 30 seconds left on the C4, not much space to work with pero meron ng flank paparating dito.
No way, e-entry ka Zetra lang dahil lang sinabi ng mga kakampi mo na piso na lang lahat sila. Gamit ang Colt, Franz gonna get wallbanged. So that's one chip damage member of JY down. At papangunahan ang kakagat to ni KSA. Of course, si KSA nauuna. Pero si Zetra pa rin nakakuha nga ng kill. At may tiwala nga ba si KSA? Meron na meron, pre. 3K para dito kay Zetra. LVP is just putting up a clinic, pre.
Yeah, and the clinic, it seems like the lesson is almost over, no? Dito na nga sa ating mapa, Ankara, Virtus.pro. It seems like JY, they've had their number in the first place dito pare, pero gonna have to wait and see. But more of a quiet round para dito sa JY. And by quiet, I mean si Raya tatakbo na sa harap ni Zetra, pero mamamatay nga sa dito. Ryan up next, the smoke will only cover your body dito sa may TB. Last 3 left to arrive para sa JY. Is this the beginning of the end, Salvatore?
Talaga nga naman, no, pre. No other way to put it out. This is the end of the line para nga sa JY. 5 members alive. Anong mas nakakatakot sa isang miyembro ng JY, ng VP? 5 buhay pa, pre. At ngayon, inaantay na lang talaga ng JY ang inevitable. Defense of VP working like a charm na hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin mapunterya ng JY. 1 minute and 10. Pinaprime pa nga rin nila yung sarili nga nila, pero here comes the movement now. JY, KLR lang nakabantay, pero parang si KLR lang naman ang kailangan na flash para ma-mitigate man lang dito yung pressure nga sa kanya. Pero si Jelan makakross pa nga rin dito ng slide. Franz na makakasama niya na nga. Wala pa rin plant na magaganap. KLR now 52 HP. 50 seconds left. Nag-hesitate pa rin dito yung dalawa pa na dito ng miyembro ng JY, but they're just target practice sneaky sa Virtus.pro firing squad. Virtus.pro 2-0 in convincing fashion.
And did we doubt them, Salvatore? Hindi naman. I think everybody knew where this game was going at this very point. Virtus.pro with another 2-0 dito sa ating, or actually, is it their first 2-0? Dito sa standings natin, pare, this could be. So, ayun nga, no, they decided to not experiment this time and actually end the game in due time, pare.
Siguro ang pinaka nakita lang talaga natin no was like what? AK ni KSA. Yun na rin yung nangibabaw dun eh, no? Walang TPS, walang Veper, walang nag-scar. Everyone was at their A-game eh, no? Feeling ko S-game pa rin yun para ka kay KSA considering na yun naman yung pinagsimulan niya kang baril eh, no? And ganun nga naman talaga. So it's an amazing sight to see para ka dito sa Virtus.pro because it's still that consistent of a performance nga sa kanila na hindi mo pwede ma-count out. It's Virtus.pro at the end of the day.
Ayun nga, I mean, Virtus.pro at the end of the day, they really are ayun nga, a contender para sa number 1 natin. And I feel like that's not gonna change anytime soon. And ayun nga, it's just as Virtus.pro being Virtus.pro, Salvi.
Yep, definitely, no? And wala naman talaga nagduda sa resulta nga na to. Virtus.pro talagang tinadhana para sa 2-0. Si Bochi at Suave, anong masasabi nga nila sa series? Yun na nga lang ang oras na meron kami dito ni Sneaky. Bochi at Suave, kayo na bahala.
Maraming salamat kay Salvatore as well as kay Sneaky Frog. No, grabe naman talaga yung mga nakita natin doon na feel like it's already, like as they have mentioned, it's already quite a given na mapagbigyan tayo o maipakita sa atin ang ganitong type of outcome.
Yeah, I also feel like JY, they really did their best. But that's the best we can say about this team. Unfortunately, no, iba talaga yung level ng Virtus.pro sa ngayon. And even when they were throwing, it didn't look like they were throwing. So
Parang normal lang sa kanila dito. They're just being their best selves dito, no? From the past couple of maps na meron tayo dito sa ating matchup. And little do we know it, no? Still dito for JY Esports, I feel like nabibigyan naman tayo ng mga highlights, mga kills dito like Jalan, ayan, dyan si Franz, no, certain occasion, especially to si Raya, no, being their ideal. But unfortunately, I feel like this sets apart being quite of a tier 8 team versus someone who's still starting from Impact and now first presence dito, no, sa ating Masters Arena, which is quite fine, of course, no? But I feel like this would be quite of a very strong wake-up call para dito kay JY Esports na kailangan pa talaga nilang pag-igtingan.
yeah, yun nga, no, para silang nasampal ng katotohanan dito na, nakapasok nga kayo pero malayo pa yung kailangan nilang gawin at marating para makatuntong sa mga mas malalaki pang mga stages dito, yung mga mas malalaking mga entablado. But yeah, I mean, yun nga, all credit to JY. They had some great shooters at some points in time, but kills don't translate into rounds and kills don't translate into sets.
And I don't think that this is like the first time after the couple of weeks before na nagkaroon tayo ng 10-0 na map, yeah? And given na kahit paano nakapalag naman dito, nakakuha ng ilang round ang JY dito, parang malala pa din ang naging epekto dito for them. And then not for all the good reasons, honestly, no? Even yung mga spray down dito ni Elvin, yung mga traps dito ni Cetra na medyo mapapa-question ka paano siya naging ganon or paano siya naging ganito katindi mang snipe, no? And although dagdag na rin natin yung para mga 4K and aces natin across the board here in the map of Ankara as well, talagang pinakitaan sila dito ng VP.
Yeah, full form and full disrespect, I would argue, yung pinakita ng VP dito, no? Kumbaga walang away yung ginawa nila dito sa JY Esports, especially on Port, man. And to be fair, yun nga, sabi natin kanina, why would you pick Port against VP when this is such a solid map for this team?
Mm-hmm. And hence, ito na nga rin yung ating status for the map of Ankara. Well, it seems like for Elvin, wow, grabe, no? 18, 6, 10.
Yeah.
10 headshots. It's crazy, no? Well played for sure. And I think the rest of the squad just showed na, you know what, their pride is their comfort. They're just being, making the most out of the map na pinili dito nila, no? Pero here for JY Esports, still nice try, no? For Raya, Brian, as well as kay Franz. I remember last time na nakita natin si Brian na meron silang katapat. I can't remember kung sino, no? Pero natalo din sila doon. And nai-stress siya. Hindi natin yun nakita from them now in this series, which is nice kasi it means that their mental status or stature is becoming better little by little, no, and acknowledging what are the things that they can improve dito. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP, definitely itong si Elvin with 3 na KD, no? Parang tumira lang ng 3 itong si Elvin, and we also have a 56% in terms of headshot per kill, which is awesome.
Yeah, definitely, I think si Elvin yung pinaka-uncelebrated dito para sa VP. Unappreciated yung mga ginagawa niya, mga flanks, yung mga lurks ganit sa kanya that really make things a lot easier to take map control para sa Virtus.pro, no? So definitely people need to pay a little bit more attention to this guy in particular.
And it's nice that we can see these types of highlights na rin, no, from their all supporter, all lurker, all trader, lahat-lahat na para dito for Elvin. So hence, if you just joined in the broadcast, which is bakit ka late, no? Anong oras na? 10-0, 10-3 ang ating istorya para dito sa ating match. Kaya naman talakagin na natin kung sino nga ba ang ating match MVP. It's gonna be no other than the one and only Elvin. Talaga, no? Siya at siya pa din.
Yeah. Bagamat consistent nga lahat ng mga players ng Virtus.pro sa dalawa nating set, no? Si Elvin pa rin ang nanaig sa kanilang lahat to become that MVP. And again, man, yung impact dito ni Elvin is not as visible. It's not as flashy as anyone else on this team, but hindi mo talaga pwedeng ipagkait yung presence niya na mararamdaman mo talaga. Hindi mo alam kung saan ka titingin. Hindi mo alam kung saan ka lilitaw.
And the fact that he's been able to show time and time again, no, na pagdating sa mga gantong mga moments na kailangan ng suporte is present talaga lagi itong si Elvin, no? Well, it is nice that we have our hero from the shadows consistently being acknowledged. I believe hindi lang dito locally, no, kahit sa ibang bansa, there mga moments na talaga nagsistep up itong si Elvin, which is pretty great kasi talagang nakikita mo that the pressure doesn't get them at all, and being able to perform at this caliber, taking that 3.00 na KD natin, no, hindi talaga biro para sa kanila.
Yeah, hindi talaga. I mean, this is what you get when you have that much international experience, no? Yung unkabogable na performance na makikita natin dahil sa kanila. They bring what they learned on the international stage dito sa Pilipinas.
Yes, for sure, di ba? Kaya naman, I do think that we are already getting this chance para interviewin ang ating match MVP in a bit, and seems like i-welcome na natin siya dito, no? Bilang panapos para sa ating araw. And yan na, si Elvin, no? Congratulations for being the match MVP. Grabe, no? Parang sobrang bilis ng laban natin.
Hindi ko alam eh.
Bakit hindi mo alam?
So, parang hindi rin siya sure sa nangyari.
Any questions, just Wabi?
I don't know, man. What do you even ask Elvin at this point? Ano yung may advice ka ba sa JY na ano masasabi mong kailangan nilang matutunan sa mga susunod nilang mga games?
Siguro mag-i-improve pa sila. Dahil nung una kami, ganyan din naman kami.
For sure, no. Thank you so much, Elvin, for such kind words, no. And I do think that this is the first record na meron tayong 10-0, no, from the past few weeks na meron tayo. So, I feel like parang all in your element lang kayo, no? Lalong-lalo na dalawang mapa nyo pa yung nilaro dito.
Wala. Nalaro lang namin yung laro namin.
As is lang talaga, no? So, I guess, I feel like ito na rin yun, no? Elvin, syempre, match MVP, no? Grabe naman talaga. Bigyan mo lang ng mensahe, shoutout, kung sino man gusto mong sabihan. The floor is yours.
Shoutout para sa Virtus.pro at sa mga fans, sa team ko, sa coach ko, sa mga asawa nila, sa girlfriend ko, sa family ko. Yun lang po. Sa mga casters.
Ayun! Wow, thank you, Elvin! And I hope na maging maganda ang inyong gabi, makakapagpahinga kayo ng maaga, and congratulations ulit for your title.
Thank you po.
All right. Wow, that is quite new for us, no, Suave,
Yeah.
no? And I feel like this is still pretty nice for all the good reasons, no? And I really do hope, no, na for JY, they've been able to improve as our weeks progress. Kaya naman, tignan na muna natin ang ating updated standings after our 8th day.
And it's gonna be so important to look at, no? Kasi dito nga, magkakatalo kung
that's
sino yung mga
crazy.
makakapasok. I mean, look at it right now. Execration are at the very edge of playoffs contention, Mochi. There's so many things that can happen still in the next few days. Pero parang kung di ako nagkakamali, no? In the next couple of days, malalaman din natin kung sino yung sure nang hindi makakapasok.
Yeah, and look at this, though. Grabe talaga din yung first placer natin dito, which is on handed to Virtus.pro. Parang talaga na lang sila yung nag-challenge dito sa isa't isa, no? Si Virtus.pro tsaka si Team Stallions na lang talaga yung nag-uunahan dyan. Pero I feel like, again, talagang na-emphasize dito yung pagiging palo ni Yotib kanina, no? Tinanong natin, bang motivasyon natin dito? Bakit ganon yung performance natin? Eh, talagang yun yung talagang rason is yung pagiging pasok nila sa ating standards na currently nasa 4th place sila ngayon alongside with MATTJESS.
Yeah.
Kaya let us see na nga rin, no, because I'm pretty sure magkakaroon ng mga further changes. Let us discuss ang ating schedule for tomorrow.
Ayan tayo. Alliance Gaming versus QD. This is another important one, Mochi, no? Kasi magkalapit lang itong dalawa sa standings, no? I feel like if Querdas can beat ALG tomorrow, then show in na sila para sa playoffs. Followed by FERVID versus MATTJESS.
And we also have Execution versus JY dito, no, as our panapos, no. And JY doesn't seem to catch a break for some reason.
Yeah.
Pero para dito sa ating unang at ikalawang serye, parang nagpalitan lang sila ng kalaban, no, here for both of these. And I feel like this is gonna be quite of another banger matchup. I remember na parang nagkaroon tayo ng laban pretty similar for Alliance Gaming and as well as Querdas way before nung si Ilaga pa yung kasama dito back in Impact. And ang nanalo ata doon, I believe, is si AG. But now that the things have changed, it's already lots of months already passed. I wonder kung ano kaya yung magiging changes na to for tomorrow. Pero bago tayo magmaalam dito, JY, do you have any last words dito para sa ating broadcast?
Yeah, man. Don't go away. Don't forget to follow dito. Kasi nga, 2 araw pa. Marami pang araw tayo dito sa Masters para malaman kung sino nga ba talaga yung mga mananaig at makakapasok ng playoffs. We have no rest for the wicked dito sa mga susunod nating laban.
Tuloy-tuloy na bakbakan at tuloy-tuloy na labanan lang ang masasaksihan natin dito for the CFS SEA Masters Spring 2026, no? Kaya naman, guys, kung ako sa inyo, latag nyo na ang inyong alarm, marka nyo na ang inyong kalendaryo, kasi yung mga laban natin dito hindi pa nagtatapos. Kaya naman sa ngayon, good night na muna at bukas magkikita-kita tayo ulit. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapulto ka niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also 2 huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.